All right. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. My name is Donnie, and I am your host for tonight's question, answer, and open mic program. I am here with the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Dr. Kent Hovind. Kent, it's a privilege to have you here for yet another program, my brother. So the first question is, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. God is good. Just some of God's kids drive me nuts, but God is good.
Amen. Amen, my brother. So it's great to have you. Great to have the audience as well. We've already got an excellent audience for tonight's program. So, yes, for any of you skeptics out there that believe you're related to banana plants in Wales, we will have a portion for you tonight, roughly around the maybe 45-minute to hour mark. I'll post the join link. Just make sure you're professional. Make sure you're sticking to one topic at a time and bring your best evidence for evolution. That kind of evolution that says apples and whales are related through common ancestry. So, okay, let's just get right into it, Kent. I've got some questions for you, some very basic questions, questions that come in frequently to people like myself and you, Dr. Hovind. And so, Kent, you and I, we're both creationists. We believe in creation, specifically young earth creation. But even more specifically, we are biblical creationists, as in we believe the Bible's account of origins is true. And so based on this, my first question is, why biblical Christianity? What makes Christianity unique when compared to the other religions of the world? For example, Hinduism, Judaism, and Islam.
Okay. Well, I've in my book that I wrote on the topic End Times, what on earth is about to happen, for heaven's sake, I showed what the different religions are waiting for. Everybody knows or feels there's something great happening in the world. It's about to come out unglued, actually, is what it is. And I think Christianity has certainly stood the test of time. This book, the Bible, is the anvil that has worn out many hammers. Many atheists have tried to beat on it, tried to find mistakes in it, and it just works. It's true. So far, everything it's predicted has come true. When they said Israel would be a nation again, well, nobody thought that would happen for 2,000 years. And sure enough, they're back in their land. They only got a little piece of it so far. It says in Zephaniah chapter 2 that Gaza will be flattened and be a place to raise sheep. That's coming true. So it's life-changing. It's a life-changing book. Most of the other religions change you from the outside. You have to obey these rules or they will kill you or beat you or do something, ostracize you. Christianity is from the inside. You invite the Lord into your heart. It's like planting a seed. He grows inside and makes you a new person. Christianity really changes the heart. The other religions, as I said, they change the outside. They can force you to conform to, certain rules or something, but that's not getting to the heart. That's really what Christianity is all about. Okay.
Amen. Well said. Can you touch on or speak to, I love your illustration or analogy on Cain and Abel or the religions of do and done.
Right. I say there's only two religions in the world, and that's Cain and Abel. Adam and Eve had two boys, Cain and Abel. Cain killed Abel later, and then they had Seth, and that starts the genealogy that we have in Genesis chapter 5. But Cain brought his fruit and vegetables and said, God, look what I did for you. God wouldn't take it. Abel brought a sacrifice, and God took it. It illustrates really the two religions. Many religions are trying so hard to please God with what they do. God, look what I did for you. I got baptized, I got catechized or homogenized or something. Or I climbed up the steps on my knees and prayed every time. Or I said, Hail Mary, full of grace, swinging beads all over the place. Whatever. It's all their works trying to please God. That's not how you do it. It takes a sacrifice. See, we have all sinned. We're sinners. We're guilty. And Jesus Christ died on the cross, and you have to accept his sacrifice. Abel had to bring a lamb. God said, I'll take that. Cain brought his fruit and vegetables. God didn't take it. And many religions today are trying very hard to please God with their works. Same thing Cain did. Not going to work.
Amen. The Bible says, go ahead, Ken.
And you mentioned about the do and the done. Mm-hmm. It's already done. I don't have to do anything to go to heaven. Jesus did it for me. It's done. I'm going. Now, if I don't obey and act right and do what he wants me to do, I can lose my rewards. I can lose my fellowship with him. I can lose my life. You can sin unto death, but you can't lose your salvation. You can just lose your life. Go to heaven early. First Corinthians 5 tells us about a man did that. 1 John 5. Anyway, go ahead.
No, that's a great answer, and that touches on some points pertaining to other questions I have when it comes to salvation. So the Bible says, "But to him that worketh not, but believeth on him that justifieth the ungodly, his faith is counted for righteousness." But you're pointing out other religions, it's quite the opposite. It's either work to stay saved, work to get saved, work to make sure that you're saved. But Christianity is all about the finished work of Jesus Christ.
Correct. It's done.
Okay, so you touched on many things we could lose as a believer, we could be, as you've put it, Kent, the black sheep of the family, the sin unto death, where our Heavenly Father says he could take us home early. Can you speak to, for example, Hebrews says that he chastises all sons in order for correction?
Right. We tend to look at everything about us from our earthly human perspective here on earth. God sees it from a completely different perspective. Our whole life on this earth is just a little speck on a chart like this. This chart represents from the creation to the flood to Jesus to the coming judgment of God. That's 7,000-year timeline. How much would your life be, on that? I got 71 years coming up in a few months. That's nothing. Just a little thin pencil line. So all the people that have ever lived in all through history had their little dash, and they're gone. They're done. What? I think all religions are trying to find out, what happens after you die. The atheists think that they just become dust again, go back to stardust, get recycled into a worm or whatever, of their ancestors. So I think that if you look at it from God's perspective, if we're his children and we mess up down here, he might just say, "Son, I told you not to do that." He'll give you a couple of warning shots, and then it's going to be, he might have to say, "Come home. I can't trust you down there anymore. You're an embarrassment to the family. Come on home to heaven." And we look at that like, wow, God is so mean. No, that's good. He's watching out for the rest of his kids down here so they don't follow your dumb example and do what you did.
That's right. Well, as believers, we got the flesh. And as Paul says in Romans 7, it's a daily battle between the flesh and the spirit, the old man and the new man. And one day the old man's going to die for good. Isn't that right, Kent? And it's just the new man, brother.
I'm ready for that.
Right. So here's a question from the audience based exactly on what you're talking about here. And I think we know the answer in light of what we've been talking about. But the question from Devin is, are we once saved, always saved?
It has to be that way. If you could lose your salvation, everybody would lose it every day. These people that say you can't lose your salvation, they've all got their standard of what's a sin, and they don't commit them, but other people do. What is exactly a sin? Is not doing what God told you to do to witness to everybody, is that a sin? Well, then I bet you're guilty of that today. I bet there's somebody you could have talked to today about the Lord and you didn't do it. Is lusting a sin? Well, Jesus said it was. I mean, if you could lose your salvation, everybody would lose it every day. Is wasting time a sin? Is spending your money on things that you shouldn't spend it on? I mean, those who claim you can lose your salvation, but they don't think they've lost it yet, they get that holier than thou attitude, like, I'm a better Christian. The fact that I know I'm saved and going to heaven, that doesn't make me want to sin. It makes me want to praise God and thank you, Lord, for saving me. That's my Father. I want to please him. I was never afraid growing up that my dad would kill me. I was afraid he would spank me. He was Marines, World War II, sergeant in the Marines, 6'2". He could sure do the job. I was afraid of a spanking from him, but I was never afraid he would kill me. I'm his son. I'm afraid of God spanking me, but I'm not afraid of him sending me to hell. He promised he would save me. If he doesn't, he lied. I'm going to heaven.
Amen. I completely agree, Brother Hoban. You said it earlier. We can lose many things: fellowship, blessings, happiness, reward in the next life. But salvation, on the other hand, that's fully dependent on Jesus Christ and what that's not something we can lose.
That's correct. If you could lose it, everybody would lose it.
Right.
He said there's a sin unto death. In 1 Corinthians 5, the man's living in adultery with his mother.
Mm-hmm.
Paul writes to the church and said, you got a guy in your church doing this? He said, the heathen don't even do that. He said, next time you get together, turn him over to Satan for the destruction of the flesh, that the spirit may be saved. This guy's still going to heaven. Going early, but he's going.
Amen. Well said. That brings me to my next question. Can you explain, this is somewhat related to end times, but also related to what we're talking about here. What's the difference in the Bible between the judgment seat of Christ, which we read about at the church at Corinth, and the great white throne judgment?
Well, in my book that I wrote on the topic, What on Earth is About to Happen, for heaven's sake, and my video series I did on the topic, 21 hours, you can get it for $100 on drdino.com. I've put a lot of time and effort into that topic, answering your question. I made the big chart behind me, and also here's a smaller version of it you can get for $10 on drdino.com, our website. The judgment seat of Christ takes place at the end of the tribulation. We are raptured out at the day of Christ, and then when the sun and the moon go dark, that's called the rapture. I used to teach the rapture came at the beginning of the tribulation. Pre-trib. I wish it was true. It's not true. I'll show you that more if you'd like. But at the end of this tribulation time, we're raptured out. We go to the judgment seat of Christ. It's mentioned. The verses are right here. I'll read them so I don't have to turn away from the mic. Judgment seat of Christ is mentioned in Romans 14:10, 1 John 4:17, Jude 1:14, Revelation 11:15-18. There's a judgment. The judgment seat of Christ is only for Christians. If you're not a Christian, you wouldn't even be there, okay? It's only for Christians, and it's only to determine your rewards. You can get gold, silver, precious stones, or wood, hay, and stubble. And then it's going to be tried by fire. Of course, the wood, hay, and stubble is not going to handle the fire. It's going to burn up. And many people, when we get up to the judgment seat, they're going to be standing there looking at their giant pile of rewards. Whoa. The little angel says, excuse me, lights a match, tosses it in, poof, and down comes a silver dollar, because they did it for the wrong reason. A lot of people do good things for the wrong reason. They do it to be seen of men, ego, make money, whatever. They do things for the Lord, but they do it with a bad reason. So the judgment seat of Christ is only for Christians, and it's only to determine your rewards. It might also be to determine your rank, I guess if you call it that, like in the army, during the millennial reign of Christ. There's a 1,000-year period coming up here at the end, this purple one. I had to greatly shorten it to make it fit on this chart. Let's see, I took out 231 feet of it. This chart would go a long way. 1,000 years is a long way. But we get to rule and reign with Christ. And I think that's going to be determined by our faithfulness here now. Are you faithful with what he's given you to do? He might make you the governor of, Alabama. Are you lazy in what you do? He might make you the janitor in, Lenox. So I don't know. But I think that judgment seat of Christ is to determine our rewards and possibly our rank during the 1,000-year reign. Then at the end of everything, at the end of the 1,000 years, Satan is loosed out of the pit. He's down in the pit, Revelation 20, and he's able to gather up another army. Apparently during that 1,000 years, there's lost people still here, still having children, and Satan's gone. He's in the pit. But when he's released, he's able to trick people again. And now there's another, he's just simply cast into the lake of fire. Death and hell are cast into the lake of fire. The great white throne judgment is different than the judgment seat of Christ. The great white throne judgment is mentioned in, let's see, Matthew 10:15, Matthew 11:22, Matthew 12:36. I got 20 verses on here about that. You can get my chart for $10, get my whole video series for $100. You can watch it, copy it, send it back, get your money back. Brother, I used to loan my videos out. I learned right away Baptists especially don't steal, but they do borrow and never return. I'm not loaning the Baptist nothing, okay? You buy it off me. When you're done, I'll buy it back. But you can get the big charts for $25 and the little ones for $10. So the judgment seat of Christ is only for believers, and the great white throne judgment is for everybody. We're probably going to be there just as witnesses against the heathen and the lost who didn't. He's going to say to some lost guy, hey, this guy witnessed to you. Why didn't you listen? I want to have clean. I don't want to have any blood on my hands. I don't want people to be thrown into hell saying, Kent, why didn't you tell me?
Right.
That would be awful. I'm still going to heaven, but wouldn't it? I don't want anybody doing that. Why didn't you tell me? I mean, if you saw somebody standing in a house and you knew the house was on fire, would you go, hey, excuse me, would you get out of the house? It's burning. Do something. Somebody standing in the middle of the street. Would you go say, sir, there's a truck coming. Would you get out of the street? Well, why don't you do that when they're going to hell? Now, if they don't listen, now it's on them. Okay. Right. But I told them, I tried. I want hands clean, judgment day. Go ahead.
Amen. Well said. He that winneth souls is wise, is what the Bible says. And so when Jesus says, and you mention it, well done, thou good and faithful servant, when he says, because thou hast been faithful in a very little, have thou authority over 10 cities. And so you could say some will have authority over 10 cities, many will have authority over none. And so is that an example of what you're talking about, Dr. Hovind, with the millennial reign? How there will be degrees of status and ruling?
Yeah, we rule and reign with him. That's, I think, ruling over how much? 10 cities, one city, what's your status? I don't know that I could prove that from Scripture, but that just seems to be what it teaches, that doctrine, that the judgment seat of Christ is going to determine that, how faithful were you? Great. Is it great is your reward? Or here's your silver dollar,
I think that teaching in 1 Corinthians, where Paul is referring to the carnal Corinthian Christians, brother, as brethren. And he's saying, I have to speak to you as if you're babes. And he's not saying they're babes in Christ, but he's essentially saying, now I have to speak to you as if you're babes in Christ because of how spiritually immature you are. And he essentially teaches them, if they don't clean up their act, they at the judgment seat of Christ, their work shall be burned, but they're going to be saved, yet so as by fire. So that seems to be the worst case scenario for a believer is loss, but not loss of salvation.
You can't lose your salvation. You can lose your rewards. You can also lose your fellowship with your Heavenly Father. I enjoyed being with my dad. We had a blast. He was an awesome dad. I wanted him to be pleased with me. I want my Heavenly Father to be pleased with me. So I'm going to try to avoid sin because I want his favor, not because I'm afraid he'll throw me in hell. Some people, they've never been close to God, so they don't know what it's like, so they don't miss it when they don't have it. They just don't have it all the time. Do you want God to be close to you? I do.
Right. Amen. Great answer. So you touched on it a bit, of course. Very relevant in light of world events. This is your book, What on Earth is About to Happen for Heaven's Sake. So you used to be pre-tribulation rapture, as in the rapture occurs before the tribulation. And so we won't be here for it. But you've changed your position. So can you speak on that a little bit, and why have you changed your position on that, Ken?
Well, yeah, for years I traveled the world and preached on 2 Peter chapter 3 says the scoffers are going to be ignorant of the creation. Put my slides back up there, would you, brother? They're going to be ignorant of the creation. So I talk quite a bit about the creation. What was it like? Why did they live to be 900 years old, etc.? And I talk about the flood. What did that do to the world? That's what made all the geology that we see. All the layers of the earth were formed in 1 year in the flood, or nearly all of them. But I didn't really talk a lot about the third thing mentioned in 2 Peter 3, the coming judgment of God. And when I was put in prison unjustly, I had loads of time to study. I really poured my heart and soul into this study and ended up writing the book, What on Earth is About to Happen? And I made this chart and this timeline with 7 key points. Point 1 is about the creation, 2 about the flood, 3 about Daniel's prophecies. That's really where you have to start to study the future, is the book of Daniel, 600 BC. God showed Daniel the future, and he wrote it down. At the end of the book of Daniel, Daniel said, Lord, I don't understand what I just wrote. Angel or the Lord said, that's fine, Daniel, put the pen down, you're done. 600 years later, John on the Isle of Patmos picks up the pen and finishes the prophecy. So then we have a period that Daniel talked about. He said there's going to be 70 weeks are determined upon the children of Israel. And I think everybody that studies this agrees that a week represents a group of 7 years, 77s. That'd be 490 years. Well, there's 483 years from the time of the rebuilding of the command to rebuild the temple. Nehemiah and Ezra talk about that until Jesus was crucified. Then, see, when Jesus came in on the donkey to offer himself as king, the people said, hey, here comes the king. They laid their robes down on the ground. 3 days later, they're shouting, crucify him, crucify him. Same people. They turned on him. And God said, oh, you've rejected your king? Okay. I'm going to set you guys aside. I'm going to put the Gentiles in. I'm going to take the natural olive branch off. I'm going to graft in the Gentiles. You guys bear some fruit for me. So this light blue area on the chart is called the times of the Gentiles. We're in it now, and I think we're about done. We've not been bearing fruit either. So then there's 1 week left of the 70 weeks of Daniel. It's called a 7-year period called the tribulation time. That's the little yellow spot on the chart, which has greatly expanded to be this little yellow stripe is this 7-year period up here. Okay, so all this is an expansion of this little piece down here. Then there's the day of the Lord, and I've divided that up into 5 parts. Same thing with 7 years. I put into 5 parts: A, B, C, D, E, and then there's the final judgment of God. So let me get up to Daniel's prophecies. We could spend a long time on that, the 70 weeks, but the reason I had to change was right here. Slide number 68. Alt DV 68, enter. Jesus, Matthew 24. As he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be, and what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? Pretty simple, pretty clear questions. I put all these on the back of this chart. If you get one of these, it's got this passage from Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21. All 3 of these passages start off the same because they're called parallel passages telling the same story, but they add important details. So in Matthew, they said, Lord, when are you coming and what's the sign? In Mark 13, when are you coming and what's the sign? Luke 21, when are you coming and what's the sign? So I put them all side by side. Lord, when are you coming and what's the sign? When are you coming and what do we watch for, Lord? When are you coming and what's the sign? They're asking him quite simply, quite clearly, when are you coming? Because he said, Lord, guys, I'm going to take off. I'm going to go up in a cloud, and I'm going to come back in a cloud. Well, when's this going to happen, Lord? When are you coming? So they start off that way. In Matthew, for the next 23 verses, he talks about the time of great tribulation. Remember, they just asked him at the beginning, when are you coming? What's the sign? He talks for 23 verses about it, about the time of tribulation. In Mark, he talks about it for 19 verses, in Luke for 17 verses, and you can see on the chart right there. And then at the end of each of those passages down here, he said, I'm coming back after the tribulation when the sun and the moon go dark. It couldn't be more clear. It's in all 3 passages. When are you coming, Lord? I'm coming. It says right here, verse 29, after the tribulation, the sun of those days, the sun shall be darkened and the moon shall not give her light. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds, which is what it's all about. And he shall send his angels and gather together his elect. That's obviously the rapture. Same thing in 1 Thessalonians 4. So he's answering their question. Lord, when are you coming? I'm coming after the tribulation when the sun and the moon go dark. Mark 13, same thing. After the tribulation, the sun shall be darkened, the moon shall not give her light. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in the clouds. And then shall he send his angels and gather together his elect. This is the rapture. So the sun and the moon going dark is mentioned 10 times in the Bible. So that study led me off on another rabbit trail. Let's chase this one. Sun and the moon go dark. First one's in the book of Joel. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and terrible day of the Lord come. This Acts chapter 2. The sun shall be turned into darkness, the moon into blood before the great and notable day of the Lord come. Jesus warned us as Christians we would suffer tribulation. See, tribulation is what the world does to us. We're not promised we're going to miss that. Now, wrath is what God does to the world. He says, my children are not appointed unto wrath. And I, for many years, was guilty of confusing tribulation and wrath. Take a slide down, brother, for a second. If you look at the chart, this is the time of tribulation, this 7-year period. Then we enter the time of God's wrath, which is about 3 years, 1,040 days. The way I came up with that number, 1,040 days, because it says, he asked him, how long is the temple going to be desolate? And they're going to desolate the temple in the middle of that tribulation period. Well, the middle of 7 years is 3.5. So that they build they get a treaty to make a temple, which might have already been done. They build it during this time of tribulation. Christians are being persecuted. In the middle of the tribulation period of the treaty, he breaks it. I think it's going to be Antichrist set up in the temple, maybe artificial intelligence, maybe who's going to control the world. It's amazing what those computers can do now. What if they had an AI computer that could tell you can't buy or sell unless you have my chip in your hand? That's what they want, okay? Anyway, so this starts the time, and he says, how long is the temple going to be desolate? And the answer from Daniel chapter 8, verse 14, the temple is going to be desolate 2,300 days. Well, half of 7 years is 3.5, or 1,260 days. So you take 2,300 days minus the 3.5 years, you got 1,040 days left. That's the only way I can figure out how to make this fit, is this dark purple is the time of God's wrath with 1,040 days, almost 3 years of wrath. That's when we're gone. We're up in heaven at the marriage feast of the Lamb, up at judgment seat of Christ. Then we go to the marriage supper of the Lamb. Meanwhile, the wrath of God is being poured out on the world down here. We're not here for that. Okay?
Great answer, Kent. Comprehensive. I appreciate it. It's so simple. After the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, the moon shall not give her light. And then this is when we see the sign of the Son of Man coming in the clouds to gather together his what? His elect, which are believers. And Kent, you pointed out how perfectly this lines up with Revelation 6, when the sun and moon go dark. This would be a 6-seal rapture. Am I right, Kent?
Right. It's easy to memorize the 3 bad things that happen in the book of Revelation, STV, like STD, sexually transmitted diseases, but it's STV, 7 seals, 7 vials, 7 trumpets, and then 7 vials. We're raptured out when the sun and the moon go dark at the 6th trumpet. I mean, right. A 6th seal. When the 6th seal is broken, we're here for the first 4 or 5 seals. Yeah. In Acts chapter 1, Jesus had died, been crucified, risen from the dead. 500 people saw him. Now he takes off back for heaven. When he spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. While they looked steadfastly toward heaven as he went up, 2 men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Jesus, which was taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as you've seen him go. Well, what does that mean? Hello, he's going up in a cloud, he's coming back in a cloud. That's what it says in Matthew 24 and Mark 13 and 1 Thessalonians. That he comes in a cloud, angel blows a trumpet, and we're caught up. The dead in Christ rise first. That would be the Southern Baptist. And then the rest of us go right after that. Okay?
That's right. What are your thoughts, or what's a good response to a pre-tribulation rapturist or proponent of the pre-trib rapture that says after the tribulation of those days in Matthew 24? Kat, that's referring to the second coming and not the rapture. And they'll try and equate that with the battle in Armageddon in Revelation 19 and not the rapture itself.
The whole idea of a pre-tribulation rapture was made up by a 15-year-old girl in Scotland who had a dream in 1830. Oh, we get raptured out before the tribulation. And she told that dream to somebody, and they published it. It ended up in the Schofield Bible, in the Dake Study Bible. A lot of preachers preached it because they like it. Man, we're gone. There's all kinds of songs in our songbook that still teach this heresy. It could happen in a moment, in a twinkling of an eye. Soon and very soon, we're going to see the King. I'm sorry, we're here for the tribulation. There are 2 comings to Christ. If you can get my slides back down, brother. Jesus comes the first time, but it's only with a trumpet and only to the clouds, and he calls up his his believers. We're caught up to meet him in the clouds. He doesn't touch the earth. About 3 years later, he comes down with us on white horses and touches down, and the Battle of Armageddon takes place. So the first time he comes, blows the trumpet, calls us back up. Then we come with him, and we rule and reign with him for that 1,000-year period. So yes, it's called the second phase of the second coming of Christ. First time he came 2,000 years ago, that'd be the first coming. The second coming has 2 parts to it. So they're right, there are 2 parts, but they got him in the wrong place.
Exactly. And how can you say the battle in Armageddon is equivalent to Matthew 24 when Revelation 6 is when the sun and moon go dark, but Revelation 19 is where Jesus Christ comes on a white horse to battle the Antichrist and the false prophet? I mean, these events are... Revelation 19 is how many years after the sun and moon go dark, as you've said, after God's wrath? Or a few years?
The sun and the moon go dark is mentioned 10 times, and they're all listed right here. as well as in my book and video series. Sun and the moon go dark. That's the sign that we get raptured out. Then the Battle of Armageddon comes about 3 years later. We come back with him. We get to participate in that. Come back with him on white horses.
Right. I find it interesting in Revelation 6 as well. I think it's at the fifth seal, Kent, where we find the martyrs in heaven, the souls of them under the altar. They're essentially asking God, how much longer until you avenge the blood of us on the earth? And God says, in a little season. So we're clearly not in God's wrath period at that point yet.
Right. And he says there's going to be more of your brethren going to have to be killed.
Right.
When you read Luke 18:8, that's a verse to make you really stop and think. Jesus said, when the Son of Man comes, shall he find faith on the earth? And the question is never answered. But it's one of those kind of like, maybe not, maybe I think so many Christians are going to be killed in the next 7 years. There might not be too many to go up in the rapture.
Right. It's going to be a time of tribulation and persecution. And so this is my next question, Kent. Do you find that those who hold to a pre-tribulation rapture, they confuse tribulation and wrath rather than make that important distinction, brother?
Yeah, it's so simple. Tribulation is what the world does to us. He said in John 16, in the world ye shall have tribulation. I think all the disciples for all of history so far have had tribulation. I mean, for the last 2,000 years, hasn't it been pretty rough on Christians around the world? How many Christians have been killed in different countries? Look what the French guy did there. Killed all the French Christians, like 15, how many? I forget how many million of them it was. It was incredible. Slaughtered the Christians in France. It's been this way in Muslim countries. They slaughter Christians. So there's already, go tell the Christians in Iraq that we're not going to be here for the tribulation. I can say, what do you mean? We're in it right now. Tell that to the Christians in China right now, or North Korea. Go tell the North Korean Christians we're going to miss the tribulation. We're a bunch of wimps over here is the problem. We want a nice flowery beds of ease, while others sail on troubled seas. No, I think it's coming. It's going to get really bad. And that's why I want to pour on the coals and win as many people as I can now before you all get shut down. Because we're going to all wish we'd done more.
The Bible says we shall suffer persecution. Everyone who lives godly in Christ Jesus shall suffer persecution. But Paul says we are not appointed unto wrath.
Correct.
And so when the pre-tribulation rapturist says, well, the rapture must be before the tribulation because we're not appointed unto wrath. Well, wrath and tribulation are different, as you're saying, right, Kent?
That's right. They don't get it.
Okay. Well, Praise has joined the show, and I know you've had a question or two related to either end times, which is what we've been talking about so far, and soteriology or salvation. So Praise, good to have you joining us. Did you have a question for Dr. Hovind?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me, Donnie, and it's good to see Dr. Ken Hovind again. So I had a question for you, Dr. Hovind, about the Antichrist. So I'm kind of stuck between two positions. Either the Antichrist is born through the woman, through the womb of woman, or that he's going to be supernatural. I'm kind of like, going back and forth on that because Revelation 12:9 says that Satan's going to be cast to the earth with his angels. But then yet in other places it says that he's a man too. So his number is 666 and he's a man. So like what perspective do you take? And so I'd like to see your explanation on that.
I don't know that I have all that sorted out either. I just have to wait and see on some of that stuff. What if it is artificial intelligence, a computer that he makes it come to life? Are they to that point yet? Where they can make it come to life? I don't know. But I know when they invented the barcode back in the 1980s or whenever it was, the barcode, those little black lines on your product, they start with 6, have a 6 in the middle and a 6 at the end. They always have. 666 has been in every barcode they've ever made, to my knowledge. And so what if it now gets reduced down to a little microchip where they put it in your hand? No more cashiers at the stores. Walk in, pick up what you want, walk out. As you do, it reads a scanner on your hand, deducts some money from your account. You don't have any money. The police are there waiting to arrest you for stealing. That's what they want, is to make more profit by having less people to pay. And so a chip in the hand is going to be the right hand or the forehead. I think it may be that the Antichrist might be a giant supercomputer. We'll see. Don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting thought. I never really put that together. So thank you.
Well, it's interesting because in your book, Kent, you talk a little bit about Antiochus Epiphanes, the Grecian leader in 2nd century BC. He set up a type of abomination of desolation. He set up a statue of Zeus in the temple. And so that would be, in my opinion, a foreshadowing of the future abomination of desolation, which, as you've pointed out, this time this image can speak. And those who don't worship it are killed worldwide. And so today we know we have the type of technology to allow for an image that, I mean, we're talking here, we're images on the screen. And so this is certainly possible today.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one. All I know is that my God's greater. I'm going to serve him. Let him handle all that stuff.
Amen. Well said. So, Kent, you mentioned Daniel's 70 weeks. And so I'm curious what your thoughts are. I've got the verse up here. What are your thoughts on people who would not consider themselves strict futurists like us, and they try and equate the he, Daniel 9:27? We understand this is speaking of a future Antichrist, but some have tried to argue that the he here, and he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week, they try and say this is referring to Messiah, as in Jesus Christ. What are your overall thoughts on someone who would say that?
I don't think that would fit all the other scriptures about the covenant. Is going to be, the purpose of this covenant is simply to rebuild the temple. It's going to be a treaty between, assuming Israel and their surrounding neighbors who hate them. Obviously, they're over there now fighting and would love to. And see, they think that Mosque of Omar is built right where the temple used to be. I don't think that's the case, but they're going to sort that all out. There's going to be a treaty made. It might have already been made. But you start the clock for that 7-year period when the treaty's made. It doesn't say it's going to be public, and it doesn't say they can start building the temple right away, but they make a treaty to allow them to rebuild the temple. I think they could put that temple up in less than a year, but maybe in a few months. They've got everything ready. They're chomping it. They've been waiting for 2,000 years to rebuild that temple. And even that's going to be an abomination to the Lord because Jesus Christ fulfilled everything. So we don't need that temple at all. But the Jews think that they do. And so they're going to rebuild the temple. I think the he is almost certainly the Antichrist. So if somebody believes differently, I'd like to see them prove it to me.
Well, and it's interesting, Dr. Hovind, because if you go to the previous chapter 8, it tells us who takes away the daily sacrifice. And it is the Antichrist. In verse 11, it says, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host. And by who? By him, the little horn, the daily sacrifice was taken away. And so we don't have to guess who the he is because it's already told us in Daniel 8.
There you go.
Okay. Praise, did you have any follow-up questions or anything you wanted to bring forth, brother?
Yeah, well, sort of the elect. Maybe we could touch upon the elect. So some people take the position that there's going to be a Jewish elect in the end times, and they're going to come to faith in Jesus, and they're going to be here on earth while the church is going to be raptured. So, I mean, do you take like the elect in Matthew 24, Dr. Hovind, that they are Jewish, or do you think they are believers, whether they be Jewish or not? I just see your perspective on that as well.
Yeah, or could it be both? I don't know for sure on that one either. I think it says, except those days should be shortened for the elect's sake, he shall shorten those days. Now, is that talking about the time of his wrath, that he's going to shorten the days because nobody would survive? And even his elect, he God elected the Jews to be his chosen people, but he elected anybody who would call on him to be saved. So either one could be the elect. I'm elected to go to heaven because I've received his gift. So I'm part of the elect, one of his children, but I'm not Jewish. So I don't think I can give a solid answer to that. Donnie, you got a solid answer to that question?
Yeah, I think Matthew 24, the elect are specifically referring to believers, because as you pointed out, Kent, Jesus is privately talking to his disciples, and he's using the second person plural pronoun when referring to believers, ye, your, and in your book, you've got all that laid out. And so, okay. And then it culminates with the redemption, their redemption, lift up your heads, referring to believers because your redemption draweth nigh.
Okay.
So I've got some more questions from the audience here. Here's an interesting one, Kent. Mainstreamer What is the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit?
As best I can figure out, that's been a question people have asked for a long time. I think the Holy Spirit is the one who comes down and tries to convince us and woo us and help us get saved. He's the one who tugs on your heartstring. Come on, give your heart to the Lord. And so for certain, blaspheming the Holy Spirit would be rejecting that call and never accepting Christ. I don't think it's something a believer can do after they're saved and then, say magic words, bad words, and now you've lost your salvation. But it must be the rejecting of the Spirit to never accept Christ. That's the best answer I've ever seen on that one. You got a better one, Donnie?
No, I think that's a good answer, Dr. Hovind. So here's a question that came in early in the show, and I appreciate your thorough answers, Ken, as it's given me a chance to catch up on just the dozens of questions coming in. So I'm glad to see that the audience is engaged. And so Romans 13 asks, can you ask Kent, what was that sermon you gave about how Adam was not deceived and became sin for Eve in relation to God showing his love for us and becoming sin for us? Does this ring a bell, Kent?
Oh, yeah. It says Adam was not deceived. Let me go click that verse up real quickly here. Let's see. 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 14. Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Satan tricked Eve, hey, honey, eat this fruit and you get to be like God. Whoa, and she fell for it. When I think she showed it to Adam, would you want to? I don't think Adam was with her when she did it. And then when she showed him what she had done, he said, oh, no, if I don't become sin for you, with you, God's going to have to kill you and make me another one. And I love you. And I think he voluntarily became sin to save her. I think he ate the fruit knowing what he was doing, that God's going to judge me. Whatever she gets, I'm going to get the same thing. He did it out of love for his wife, I think. Best I can come up with. And I think it's a symbol or a picture of how Jesus Christ voluntarily became sin for us so that his bride of Christ can be saved. That's, I think Adam and Eve is a picture of that. Okay?
Okay, well said. Here's the next question, comes in from TV. Dr. Hovind, will God destroy the earth after Jesus's 1,000-year reign and then create a new earth for eternity?
Correct. It says he's going to make a new heaven and a new earth. Let's see, Alt DV 107. New heaven and a new earth is, I thought I had the reference on here. I know it's a section in my book about that. End of Revelation. This whole planet for 6,000, by then it's going to be 7,000 years. He's going to say, I'll just make a new one. Oof, make a new one. What we're seeing is really a junkyard compared to what Adam saw. We're seeing a world today that's 71% covered in water. That's pretty much useless real estate to live on. We see 10% of the earth is still covered with ice caps. We see about 10% of the earth is covered in desert. Again, pretty useless real estate. Only 3% of this earth is habitable now. But it says in Isaiah 45, he designed it to be inhabited. So apparently it got ruined at the flood, and it's still ruined. So I think he's going to make a new heaven, new earth. It won't cost him anything. He owns everything.
What are your thoughts, Kent? You and I, we would be considered a premillennial. We believe in premillennialism, that Jesus returns before the millennial reign of Christ. There's some who believe in what's called amillennialism, and they would argue that Satan is currently bound. What are your thoughts on that, and what would be a good way to refute such an idea?
Well, the idea that Satan is currently bound is crazy, I think. He's pretty active all over the world. There are two different events. I can show you on my chart here. There's a tribulation time, and then there's a millennial time. Milli means 1,000. There's a 1,000-year period. It's down here on my chart called the Day of the Lord, which I've greatly expanded to be all of this. Now, the first part is the dark purple, but this little yellow stripe is expanded to be this part. So there are those who teach he comes back before the tribulation. And there are some who teach that the post-millennial, no, what did you say? What was the name of that group you asked about?
They would be called the amillennial. They essentially believe there's no literal millennium, that we've been in the millennium since 33 AD when Jesus rose.
Well, if we've been in the 1,000 years since 33 AD, is a little late. It's been 2,000. Okay. And probably Jesus rose was crucified. Our calendar's off by at least 3 or 4 years. I think everybody agrees with that. Jesus was probably born in 3 or 4 BC. Our calendar's off. So he would have been crucified. His ministry, I think you can only prove his ministry was about 1.5 years. Some people say it's 3 years. I don't think you could prove that from the Bible, based on the number of Passovers he went to, etc. But let's assume he was crucified and rose from what today we would call the year 28, because our calendar's off. If indeed God works on 1,000-year blocks, 1,000 years as a day, like I think he does, then 2028 would be the date to look for something major to happen, for him to be the rapture. I think we'll see. And so, I disagree with the amillennial people. We're not in the millennium. Hasn't started yet.
It's kind of ridiculous to say that Satan is currently bound and locked in the bottomless pit. The Bible's pretty clear. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ken. Satan roars around this earth like a lion. He roams around this earth like a lion, seeking people to devour. Doesn't sound like he's bound to me. Praise. I know you had a follow-up question, brother. Did you want to?
Well, yeah. So I appreciate Dr. Kent or Dr. Hoven's soteriological positions, and I've watched his series, and really good stuff. And so we hear from conditionalists, people that believe you can lose your salvation, even reformers, Calvinists. They say if you're unfaithful to God, then somehow you were never saved, or you lose your salvation. And what would you say to counter that? And of course, I have 2 Timothy 2:13 in mind, that even if we're unfaithful, he remains faithful. What would you say to that?
Well, I would tell them, well, you must have just lost yours just now then.
Exactly.
Like I've always said, if you could lose your salvation, everybody would lose it every day. Have you ever gone one day with no sin, where you didn't sin at all? You witnessed to everybody you saw. You proclaimed the gospel. You did it. You were the perfect model Christian for one day. I don't think you can find anybody like that.
Amen.
And as far as Satan being bound, the devil came in the back of this one church, and everybody took off running, and the preacher just stood there. And the devil walked up and said, "Aren't you afraid of me? Do you know who I am?" He said, "Yeah, you're the devil. Aren't you afraid of me?" "No." He said, "Why not?" He said, "I've been married to your sister for 40 years.
And not only that, the book of Revelation, I think it's specifically Revelation 13, Kat. The dragon is who influences and gives power to the Antichrist, to the false prophet, and is essentially the ultimate ruler over this one world system that you've talked about. How can he do such a thing if he's bound?
Right. He does get bound and cast into hell for the millennium.
Right.
But he's not there yet.
Right. Ken, how do you view the verse 1 John 3:9, where it talks about he that is born of God doth not commit sin, because his seed remaineth in him, and he cannot sin because he is born of God? I've heard you interpret this in the past, and I think you do a fantastic job, but I find many people interpret it incorrectly. So I wanted you to speak to it, brother.
Well, it goes back to the idea that we have two natures. There's the old man and the new man, talked about all the time in the Bible. When you receive Christ, you're born again. But your old man is still in there, and your old body. See, there are two Kent Hovens. There's the old one born 1953. Then there's the new one born again 1969. And they're living in this body, and they fight all the time. And that which is born of God cannot sin. That would be the new man. That new Kent Hovind that was born again has never sinned in 55 years. Now, the old one, he does. Okay, and they fight all the time. And people can't understand. There's two of me living in this body. And if you're a Christian, you know that inner struggle that everybody has. So that which is born of God would not be the old man. It'd be the new man. So that one cannot sin.
Right. Amen. You nailed it. The part of us that's born of God is the spirit, the regenerated spirit. And that part of us cannot sin. He's the one that inherits the kingdom of God. So that's good, Kent. Okay, well, we've got some people backstage, so let's bring them in one by one. We got Roman, Otangelo, Jamie Russell. And so we're right at the 50-minute mark. So this is basically when we said we would start to open up the mic for some live Q&A. And here we are. I think this is going to be fun. And so it looks like we got another one as well. Okay. To the audience, the link is pinned. And so if you have a question, or if you're an evolutionist and you have a line of evidence for common descent, then click the link and we'll have some fun for a little bit. So let's start with Roman. Roman, to be fair, you were the first one backstage. And so quickly introduce yourselves. I do want to give people a warning, as this is a Q&A period. And so questions end in question marks, and we're not looking for any monologues or lectures. Let's try and keep it, as concise and clear as possible. And that's just a general warning to people so we can move along quickly. So Roman, thank you for being here. Quick introduction, and what's your question?
Hey, Donnie, thank you so much for allowing me to be on your guys' chat. I'm so grateful to be here. I've been a big fan of Brother Kent Hovind. Doctor, let me say doc. A lot of those atheists don't like that term doc because they supposedly his degrees aren't credible. But if you're from the Lord, your degrees are more credible than those atheists, in my opinion. I'm from Sacramento, California myself. I've been a Christian almost all my life. I'm not planning on leaving God at all, because all the blessing and what he's taken me out of, it's just a miracle. Praise be to him. I want to ask Brother Kent, I think it was 2 questions I had. So I've been reading up on the book of Joshua, and it talks about it talks about the 5 kings that Joshua destroyed. One of the kings were AI. And I remember Brother Kent saying something about AI being symbolic for modern AI. I can't remember which sermon that was. And I was wondering, my first question was, can we use the book of Joshua as a prophetic book to somehow maybe see certain events, compare the events that happened in Joshua to prophetic events in the future? Is that possible?
It's certainly possible. I don't know. All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, proof, correction. I'd have to think about that. I don't know if anybody's ever preached on Joshua and prophecy, but is it a prophecy in the Garden of Eden when Adam ate the fruit voluntarily to save Eve? Maybe that was a prophecy. So I'll give that a probably true, but I'd have to go back and think about it. Okay.
Yeah, and sorry, my second question was in the book of Acts, chapter 1. It says here, when the disciples are asking Jesus a question, if you don't mind, I'll read it. Acts chapter 1, verse 6. It says, "When they therefore were come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom of Israel to Israel? And he said unto them, It is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his power, his own power." And I was wondering, I'm noticing this discussion is going about the end times. And Brother Kent, you actually several times claimed that you're predicting that the rapture, Jesus will come in 2028. I've heard many stories where certain preachers were putting a specific date for the end days, like in 2012. Somebody said the rapture would happen in 2012, or like in 1900s, 1990, I believe, or 2000. Is this safe for us Christians? Because according to this verse, Jesus says it is not for you to know the times or the seasons of what the Father has put in his own power. Would this apply to us right now, discussing about the end times, the rapture? Or was Jesus talking about something else here?
Well, the first part of your question is a good point to make. He said it's not for you to know. Does that mean just that group? Does that mean nobody can ever know? Obviously,
Okay.
the people alive when it happens are going to know. So there are people who are going to know. And the reason the 2028 came up, while I was writing my book, we were publishing pieces of it at a time on the YouTube, our website. And somebody, question answer, somebody said, when do you think it's going to happen? I said, obviously, I don't know, and I'm not setting a date. But if I had to guess, I'd say 2028. And here's my 5 reasons why, or 10 reasons why that I give. I think Jesus was crucified in the year 28. And I think our calendar's off. Maybe he was crucified. So that is one of the reasons you go from that. That just God seems to work on 1,000-year increments, like Abraham called it 2,000 years after the creation.
Right.
There's Abraham's life right here, King David and King Solomon somewhere around the 1,000-year mark. So we'll see. I'm gonna live like it's gonna happen in 2028, and if it doesn't, then maybe it'll happen in 2029. I'm gonna keep serving God either way.
Brother Kent, when you say God works on 1,000-year increments, are you taking that reference from when the scripture says for God 1 day is like 1,000 years and 1,000 years is like 1 day? Okay.
Right. It certainly seems that way, like right on time. Things happen. I think Jesus riding into Jerusalem on the donkey was right on time.
Right.
When the exact moment when they should have and could have known this is the Messiah. And they accepted him for a couple of days and then rejected him.
That's why he cried.
Yeah. So we'll see. Okay. But I know I've never said the Lord's coming in 2028. I said, if I had to guess, that's when he's coming.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, Brother Ken. God bless your ministry. May God bless Dinosaur Adventureland. I would like to visit it sometime soon. Your videos, I really enjoy your creation seminars. Before your channel was taken down, I was able to watch all of them, and that strengthened my faith in the Lord. God bless you, Brother Ken. And Donnie, God bless you as well.
I think everything's back up now on Genesis Baptist Church channel. They took down Kent Hovind Official. We went back up the next day on Genesis Baptist Church.
We ain't giving up. God's people ain't giving up.
Amen. Well said, Roman. Feel free to stick around as we move around the room. I appreciate your questions. Kent, great job answering them. Okay, so next on the panel for our Q&A is Otangelo. Otangelo, great to have you, brother. How are you doing tonight? And what is your question for Kent?
Yes, hello, Donnie. Hello, Dr. Kent. It's a pleasure to be again with your channel, Donnie. So I've just heard Dr. Kent saying that he believes that Christ was crucified on year 28. And I have actually written a book on the historicity of Jesus and investigate also this. And I came up with the date, the 3rd of April, 33. And one of the reasons, there are several, is the prophecy in Daniel 9:25 and 26. And this is a phenomenally precise prophecy, I think maybe one of the most awesome ones. And the calculation comes to the year 33. So is there any special reason, Dr. Kent, that you came up with that date, 28?
I think most people would agree the calendar we currently use is not correct. Jesus was born in 3 or 4 BC. I forget now, it's been years since I studied that, how they realized the mistake. Maybe it was the star.
He has to die before Herod dies too. So
yeah, the wise men.
be born.
I actually agree with that date. I also think it was probably about 4 BC, something like that.
Yeah. And so, like I said, I don't think you could prove his ministry was 3 years, like some people say. I always believed it was until somebody said, can you prove that? And as you study it, there's only 1, maybe 2 Passovers. So maybe 1.5 years was his ministry. So anyway, if he comes in 33, fine. I'm going to keep serving the Lord anyway. But I'm going to pretend like it's 28. And if it doesn't happen, I'm going to keep serving him.
Yeah, of course, it's not a life-changing question.
No. Watch for the treaty to be made to rebuild the temple. If it's not a secret treaty, maybe this war over there now will end with a treaty that allows them to rebuild their temple. Bingo. Then start your clock for sure. But they might have had that
I was actually rereading the passages which talk about Armageddon, how that would be, and what the attacking armies would be. And it's interesting if you see the constellation today. We have Russia against Israel, we have Turkey against Israel, we have Iran against Israel. So many of the players which are actually mentioned in the prophecy, they have today the position against Israel. And it is possible that soon we will have that event, and it would be, of course, be something really biblical and monumental.
Have to let God sort it out. He told me to win souls. I'm going to keep doing my job.
Amen. Well said. Otangelo, appreciate the question. Did you have a follow-up question on anything else that's been discussed, even evolution, or you could also sit back until we move our way around as well? Otangelo, totally up to you.
Well, maybe not necessarily a question, but I have studied a lot recently about evolution, and my conclusion is that what replaces actually evolution as a mechanism to explain biodiversity and organismal complexity is integrated signaling. And I have collected 230 languages and codes which are epigenetic. They are not genetic codes, but they are manufacturing codes, regulatory codes, epigenetic codes, and signals. And they work also in an integrated fashion. They permit a certain degree of plasticity. That means adaptation of the organism, but it has a limit. It cannot be trespassed. You cannot go from one kind or species to the other because there is a limit. And that limit is set by God. So that is, in my understanding today, basically where the evidence leads to. I would like to know if you have studied deeper into the molecular biology, into the mechanisms, Dr. Kent.
Well, yes, I think the more you get into the molecules and the DNA and the helical structure, and it is not possible for this code to have written itself by mistakes. They're telling us that trillions of typographical errors wrote a book. No, I just have to disagree. They can believe that if they want, but that's not science. What we've observed is every plant and animal brings forth very similar babies to themselves. I would say that obvious to a 4-year-old, they're the same kind of plant or animal as the parents. But in the atheist mind, they can imagine over millions of years this slowly changing to something else. It's nothing but imagination. Evolution's a religion that they believe in. We never see it. And the code, even the code in the languages, but language is a good analogy because we have 26 letters you can put together different ways and make different words. Put the words together, make sentences, and portray information. We can share thoughts by our words. That's pretty cool. It gets out of your brain to my mouth into your ear and into your brain. Wow. And you know what I'm thinking about. So I think that it's way too complex. It had to have a designer. And I think God did it in 6 days, like he said he did. There's too many millions of symbiotic relationships where certain plants require certain animals. They can't live without them. Or animals require certain plants. Or animals require certain other animals. It's called symbiosis. And that's just, that is a whole other level of complexity. Besides the DNA code, which is complex. And the DNA code cannot combine. A squirrel cannot mate with a pine tree. Even though they both have DNA code. They're not going to line up and make a what would you call that? A pine squirrel. I don't know. It can't happen. It can't line up. So it's not going to, they bring forth after their kind.
Okay, very good, Dr. Hovind. Thank you very much, Otangelo. And so we'll move to the next person, which was Jamie Russell, waiting patiently to get his question in there. So Jamie, good to have you. I hope you've been well. And what's your question for Kat?
Well, it's more like I just wanted to. I'm sharing my screen. It's just a few verses. I just wanted to see how you would think about this because I'll try to be really quick. I'll just
make sure it's also full because before we started the Q&A, no monologues and questions end in question marks. So as long as you make sure you get your question in there and let's say a minute,
sorry,
then we're good.
So I'm contesting this. So it seems to me the text is saying that perhaps, or I would wonder what you do with these texts where Jesus seems to be teaching that, like in the one highlighted here, it's like if he finds you sleeping, so he says, make sure you watch. And then he says, let me just skip to the other one real fast. There's just a couple to kind of give the context here. And then in Matthew 24, the Lord of that servant shall come in a day when he looketh not for him, and an hour he's not aware of, shall cut him asunder and appoint him a portion with the hypocrites. So how do you understand, like, notice this Hebrews, so Christ was once offered to bear the sins of many, and unto them that look for him shall he appear a second time without sin unto salvation. And then the last verse is just this one. Behold, in the context of
Well, how about we actually, Jamie, let's do this then. If you have a couple passages, let's break it up into a couple questions. So let's get Kent's thoughts on the first passage that you were referencing, and then we'll go to the second one. Kent, go ahead, brother.
Back up 2 slides. This is start at the beginning. This is the Son of Man is as a man taking a far journey. This is a parable. Okay, you got to be careful getting too much theological doctrine from parables. And he said he's going to come and find you sleeping. And go to the next one there, if you would. Okay, the Lord of the servant will come in a day when he doesn't look for him. He shall cut him asunder and appoint his portion with hypocrites. That's not saying he's going to go to hell. It might be the unemployment line. You weren't faithful, you lose your job. That's why I said, as a Christian, I can lose my fellowship with the Lord. I can lose my rewards. I can lose my life. I can go die and go to heaven early. I can't go to hell. So I don't think you could prove from those passages that a person could lose their salvation. And some people try to tie what you're doing in here with Hebrews and say you can lose your salvation. It doesn't say that. He says he's going to be appointed his portion with hypocrites, weeping and gnashing of teeth. I think could be unemployed or lost his rewards. Okay, what's the next verse you had then?
Yeah, sure. I wasn't actually wanting to contest with that. It just seemed like Jesus is saying, like, be ready for me when I come. And right. It seems that's the last, that's it. Like, if you're not ready, if you're not saved when he gets here, then it's over for you, sort of idea. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Do you see it that way?
I think so. I mean, he's warned them and they didn't listen, like Pharaoh. Finally, God said, that's it. Oldest child is going to die tonight at midnight. Pharaoh finally got the message. But then he changed his mind later. We're studying Exodus in our Genesis Baptist Church YouTube channel. So he's going to appear the second time without sin unto salvation. But what was your question there?
Yeah, you can point to, like, lo, this is our God. We have waited for him. He will save us. And then the other people are like crying for the rocks to fall on them. So it just kind of feels like you better be ready when Jesus comes, or you're not going to be saved. Does it seem that way to you?
I don't think it's having to do with saved. We should be ready. We should be found busy doing what he told us to do. Like the steward, he was an unfaithful steward. But I don't think that implies you can lose your salvation. I think, again, you can lose your rewards. What you could have had, you lose that.
Okay, well, just on this last verse, I'd just be curious how you read this one, because do you take this to be, executing, separating the sheep and the goats sort of thing here in this verse, or no? How do you look at this? How do you exegete this verse? I'd just be curious.
Well, it's pretty clear in verse 12, I come quickly and my reward is with me to give every man according as his work shall be. This is the time of the rewards, and you can lose it. You can lose your rewards, but it's not losing your salvation. Would be my point.
Yeah, I don't think it says that either. I would just think it may say something like he separates the sheep and the goats. Not that you could lose your salvation, but that he separates the nations, like in Matthew 25, maybe.
The sheep and the goats, I've always wondered about that myself. I guess I haven't taken enough time to really pour myself into that question. Is what is that implying here? The lost, are goats lost and sheep saved? And sheep are pretty stupid. We got some on our farm here. Maybe that is good for Christians. Anyway, I think that's all the further I can carry that one, brother.
All right, thanks, man. I appreciate it. God bless.
Right. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Feel free to stick around, and let's see who's next. So next is, well, I should say, so anybody else who wants to join the show, you got a question or an argument, an objection, a challenge for Kent, just make sure to click the join link that I have pinned, and we'll let you in. If I've never seen you before, I'll vet you real quick, and then we'll let you ask your question. Okay, so next on the panel is Brock. Brock Council, you have been here before, if I remember correctly. And so how are you doing tonight, and what's your question for Kent?
Can you now hear me right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is about creation versus evolution, right?
Normally, but what's your question?
Okay. I was, what's the word here? Process. Yeah. I think he's misunderstanding the process, maybe. I've been trying to do some research since we last done this. I think.
You're talking about the process of evolution?
Yeah. Species element is a weird term. It doesn't deal with like asexually producing animals very well, but do you think animals have a limit to how much they change? You said that, right?
I think all of the history of humanity, all the farming we've done for thousands of years will tell us, yes, there's a limit. They have cows now that give 185 pounds of milk a day. I don't think they're ever going to get one to give 10 trillion tons of milk a day. Yes, there is a limit. Have they reached the limit yet? Probably getting close. I think the cow thinks that about time they quit. 185 pounds a day. It's utterly ridiculous. So is there a limit on dog size? They now have a toy teacup chihuahua, 4 inches tall. Okay. Is that the limit? I don't know. They're probably getting close. They're never going to get a dog a half-inch high. There's a big dog like nearly 4 feet high, some Great Dane or something. Do you think they'll ever get a dog 10 miles high?
No.
Well, no. There is a limit. So yes, I think everybody, atheists don't seem to get that though. They see the variations of 339 breeds of dogs, most of which would not survive in the wild on their own. If their natural selection was playing in, there'd probably only be 20 or 30 different breeds. But it's man doing this, artificial selection. And yes, they're hitting a limit everywhere. They try to limit how big a cow can be and how much beef it can produce or how much milk it can produce. There's still a cow. 450 now breeds of cows. Could have had a common ancestor called a cow. But that doesn't prove they're related to a cactus.
Thank you, Kent. Brock, did you have a follow-up to that?
Hold on, let me think. I should have written this down. I'm so sorry. I should have written this down. Do you think it's possible? Oh, that's okay. Is it possible a cow?
Hang on, Brock. Every night on my channel, Genesis Baptist Church, at 7:00 Central Time, I do my seminar or sermon or whatever it's going to be, and then we have open mic, question answer. You can get any questions together. Okay. So to answer your question, these family trees they're making in our textbooks are pure propaganda. They're baloney. We've never seen a cow produce a non-cow. Never.
What would you define a cow as?
Well, I think any 4-year-old can show you a cow. Here's the problem. We are trying to put our classification system onto these animals. The animals do not care how we classify them. They don't even know we're doing it, okay? We have cows, donkeys, sheep, and a horse on our North 40 together. The cows show no interest in mating with anything but a cow. They know what their kind is. So the cattle, definition of cattle, I don't know if there's a definition of it. Split hoof, gives milk, has hair on the outside, not on the inside, has a nose on the front, not on the back. I mean, it's a cow. So there's now varieties of cows, but they're still cow. And nobody's ever seen one produce what anybody would classify as a non-cow. But the evolutionists, put my chart back up there, brother, they have these family trees and say, well, boy, the cow and the bird are related, and the dinosaur and the ladybug. This is not science. This is propaganda. We've seen cows produce cows for a long time. And we know there seems to be a limit. They hit a brick wall. 185 pounds of milk in one day. That's a lot of milk. Why don't they give 10 trillion tons? Of course there's a limit. So atheists don't get it. They think because of these variations of cows, therefore cows and bananas are related. There you go. Cows can jump. I believe that. Accept the fact cows can jump. Is there a limit how high they can jump? Well, there's a cow jumping over a 6-foot fence. Okay? Therefore, since they can jump, that proves someday they could jump over the moon. No, there's a limit. They're not going to jump over the moon. So this is what the atheists don't get. Yes, there are limits. Well, have we reached it yet? I don't know, and I don't care. Okay? But 6 foot's probably getting close to the limit. That there is a limit. And so the atheists will see this and say, wow, cows and bananas are related because we got 450 breeds of cows. This is propaganda. There's 400 breeds of cows here. So there you go. You want to know what a cow is? Come on down Dinosaur Adventureland. You can see ours. Pet them. Milk them.
If there was a wild species of cow, and let's say the world just continues on for like 1 million years, and let's say a river appears somehow, I don't know, it appears, and it splits a population of cows into two, and they can't share genes, and they just become 2 different species. What's that to you? Because I could have sworn that was evolution.
I'd say that's imagination, which is what I've been saying all along. let's just imagine this happening. We don't see it happen. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. We can see cows make baby cows. We see that all the time. We cannot see what you're imagining. That's why I say in my debates, you better define what you mean by evolution, because there are 6 different meanings to the word. There is cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter. We've never seen that. There's chemical evolution, where the hydrogen changes into gold and silver. We've never seen that. There's planetary evolution. Nobody's ever seen a planet or a star form. We see them blow up, the stars anyway. That's the opposite of evolution. Then you have to have origin of life, organic evolution. That's never been done. Even if scientists could produce life in the laboratory, that would only prove it takes intelligence to make life. Wouldn't prove it happened by itself in nature. If it could happen by itself, why doesn't it happen often? Why did it only happen just once and evolve from there? And why did it happen so long ago? We can't see it. It's not science, is my point. Then macroevolution is where they change to a different kind, and I'll use the word kind because the Bible does. Microevolution is a lousy term. They shouldn't use it, but they do. It means there's variations within the same kind. I think everybody would agree. There are variations of cows. There are variations of dogs. There are 3,500 varieties of mosquitoes. Might have had a common ancestor called a mosquito. But that doesn't prove mosquitoes and cows are related. This is why I always said evolution is a religion. You have to believe in it. You're welcome to believe in it. I don't care what you believe. But don't call it science. Science is what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Look it up in any dictionary. Science, knowledge gained from observations and experiments to describe the world around us. What is science? It's knowledge. What do we know? We know cows make cows. Now, if you wish to imagine, maybe over millions of years, well, okay, you can imagine what you want, but you just left science when you did that. Okay?
About the abiogenesis, you said something like it proves you need intelligence to make life, like you make the first cell. You said that, right?
Yeah. If a bunch of scientists could make a cell, and they're nowhere close, that would prove my point. It took intelligence to make a cell.
Aren't they just trying to recreate the conditions that once existed on Earth, or supposedly once existed? There's a better word, supposedly. Aren't they just recreating the conditions?
Even then, recreating those conditions requires intelligence. There are no conditions that'll make chemicals come to life. There aren't any. You can imagine it if you want. But this is where I've always said, look, I don't care if you guys want to believe in evolution. Don't call it science and don't make it required learning for kids in public school. That's your religion. Go teach it in a private school. Start a school to teach evolution to those who want to pay and come learn it. But I think it's criminal to force all the kids to learn one religion of evolution. Shouldn't be done.
I wouldn't call it a religion. It depends how you define religion, I guess.
Well,
but what would you define a religion?
Do you believe you are related to a cow?
No, I don't know if I am or not.
Well, the family trees that they have in the textbooks would say that you are. They have these family trees with everything going back to a common ancestor. I'll show you. Let's see. All the many forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor, found in a population of primitive unicellular organisms. So they make these family trees and show humans and cows. The cows are up there somewhere. They got you going to a common ancestor. Do you believe these family trees should be taught to our kids in school? Does this represent science?
I'm not the biggest expert, so from my perspective, I wouldn't teach it as the absolute truth. I just teach it as a possibility that might or might not be true.
Okay, well then don't teach it in a science class. Until it is proven, it's not science.
Okay.
That's all. Here they got
Also,
a protozoa turning into a biology teacher. That's propaganda. That's not science.
Some of those branches, like those tree of lives, some of them actually show us coming from an amoeba, and I like to say that's a mistake, because we'd still, according to evolution, we would still be an amoeba if we came from one. So they shouldn't show that. I think it's a mistake on their part, and because amoeba is not like a trait, like 4-leg or 2-leg. It's a clade. It's a clade thing, you know. So according to evolutionists, once you're in it, like if you're born in it, you just can't leave it, you know. So we'd still be an amoeba.
Yeah, see, again, this goes back to what I've said many hundreds of times. It's a religious belief. If you believe an amoeba turned to a human, these lines that they draw on paper between the frog and the bird and the human and the jellyfish, These are nothing but lines on paper. This is artwork. This isn't science. Nobody's ever seen a protozoa produce a non-baby protozoa. And some of the single-celled creatures, I don't know which one, some bacteria, they get born, grow up, get married, have babies in 8 hours. You get 3 generations per day. So one scientist in one human lifetime could watch hundreds of thousands of generations in one lifetime. And we still
And
see...
maybe what would be interesting to add here, that supposedly the oldest organisms on Earth are cyanobacteria, which are supposedly 3.5 billion years old, and they didn't change in this time span. So how does that make sense?
Maybe there was no selective pressure to change for the rest of them, you know?
Well, the thing is that you have cyanobacteria in the ocean, you have them in the desert, you have them in the mountains, you have them basically in all environments on Earth. So how is it that they didn't have selective pressures to change, and in the meantime other organisms evolved to become humans?
I don't know. Maybe there just was selective pressure. Maybe they were just good enough at their job. I don't know.
And why did it happen long ago and far away where we can't watch it? I mean, there's still a whole lot of protozoa in the world. Have them do it again. They're telling us it came from a protozoa. Okay, there you go.
Hold on. Didn't some scientists get in a laboratory and just try to force these tiny little cells to stick together to become multicellular? Like they put in a bigger cell to eat them, and if they ganged up, they couldn't be eaten, and then they became multicellular. Didn't that happen?
No, quite a few cells can work together as a colony to accomplish something, but they never become a multicellular organism. They're individual cells.
I mean, there's a ton of multicellular organisms already, so maybe they've taken up all the niches already, you know? It's just a thought.
But even if that did happen, that's not proof of this chart of how we evolved. This is all imagination. This is a religious chart, and it shouldn't be in the textbook. There's nothing scientific about it. They're showing the amoeba, a protozoa, turning to everything. I mean, they got them all up there. Let's see, the jellyfish, the frog. Do you believe you're related to a frog?
No.
Okay. Textbook says you are. So apparently you don't believe this textbook either. Good for you.
Okay, let's stop there for now. Brock, feel free to stick around. To be fair, let's move to the next guest on tonight's panel, which would be News Unit. So News Unit, aka Dave, good to have you.
Hey, Donnie, thanks.
Yeah, my pleasure. Hope you're doing well. And what's your question for Ken?
I have I meant to say a threefold question. It's in Genesis chapter 1. And did you want me to bring my screen up real quick? Or
if you'd like to, sure. And we'll
make it, yeah. Okay.
Now, it is a multi-faceted.
No, it's not just real quick. It's not going to take long.
Go ahead.
So I study the scripture a lot, Brother Kent, and I read this all the time, and you're real acquainted with Genesis chapter 1. I just wanted to get your ideas on this. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The heaven in the King James Bible is without an S. I wanted to know how you feel about that, and if that's important that heaven is without an S, number one.
Absolutely.
Also, earth, yeah, and I'd like to see get a little expound on it, if you would. And then earth is mentioned throughout Genesis, and you never see the word world until you get to 1 Samuel chapter 2 with Hannah's prayer. I wanted to get your idea on that. And also one more thing, and it has to do with then the evening and the morning were the first day. Do you think that was a 24-hour day or a 12-hour day? And the only reason I bring this up is because in John 11:9, Jesus asks this question, are there not 12 hours in the day? Now, I realize there's no greater light to rule the day and lesser light to rule the night yet. But I'm just kind of curious how you feel about how many hours in the day, or don't we really know? You know, I often, when I'm reading and studying this out loud, I'll say to people, Jesus said there's 12 hours in a day. Nobody answered his question. Nobody said, no, there's not. So I go with 12 hours. I'm just kind of kidding with that one, but I wanted to get your idea on that. So that's my 3-4 question.
I know that's too many. One at a time. Okay. In the beginning, God created the heaven, and it should be singular. Many New Bible versions have changed that to say heavens, plural, and that is wrong. Okay. There was earth and heaven. We see later in this chapter 1, that the birds fly in the firmament. Look at that, verse 6. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Right here is where God starts slicing up heaven into 3 heavens. And there are 3 heavens mentioned in the Bible. The first heaven where the birds fly, we call that our atmosphere. The second heaven would be outer space, because that would be the second heaven. I've got slides on that somewhere. Here we go. Look at this. Slide number 205. Alt-DV, 205, enter. God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature. My slides aren't showing there. Oh, yeah, they're okay. And fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. Then we see he said there be lights in the firmament, the sun, moon, and stars. So this is the second heaven. Paul said he was caught up to the third heaven in 2 Corinthians 12 when he was stoned to death or rocked to sleep outside of Lystra. So that's one of the few mentions of the third heaven. The Bible doesn't say much about it. I think it's because our brain couldn't handle it. But it could be the firmament shows his handiwork. Now in Psalms, it's heavens, because there are now 3 heavens. But in Genesis 1:1, it was heaven singular. You are correct. He divided the waters under the firm from the waters above the firmament. Now, there's a strange verse in Psalm 148. Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. Well, I think the original water above the first heaven fell down at the flood. The canopy of water or ice collapsed. Well, David wrote this in 1000 BC, way after Noah's flood. So there might still be a layer of ice or water above all the stars that we see. This whole universe with all these trillions of stars might all be in a glass ball on God's dresser. And he's sitting on many waters. Is that the verse? The waters that be above the heavens. So I think to answer the first question, yes, Genesis 1:1 is King James is absolutely correct. It's heaven singular. Now, what was the second question? If you can put him back up there, brother.
The question was just making an observation in regards to the word world. Should we correlate earth and world together all the time, or differentiate? I know sometimes it's somewhat a similarity, but you never see the word world in the King James until you get to 1 Samuel chapter 2 with Hannah's prayer.
I started looking at that the other day. The earth is the Lord's, the world and they that dwell therein. It's used both words in one verse. I don't have all my slides put together on that yet, but it could be that the earth is the physical planet that we're standing on, and the world is the world system, the people, the animals, the life, or whatever. I'm working on it. Don't have a solid answer for that one yet.
Right. No, that's good. And the other one was just simply, and the evening and the morning were the first day. And really a serious question on that too. I did point out that Jesus said, are there not 12 hours in the day? John 11:9. Right. But I want to know, how do you Schofield, I remember his notes. He says, and the sun later appeared in an unclouded sky. I don't know where he gets that from. It doesn't make any sense to me, because the greater light to rule the day wasn't created till day 4. So, how do you explain in the evening and the morning were the first day? I mean, just God did what he wanted to. He turns the lights off and on. I mean, just kind of getting an idea with that.
Yeah, I don't have a solid answer for that one. I think even right now, we still use the word day to mean those 2 different things. I'm going to go do that during the day when I can see, or I'm going to do that 3 days ago. Well, this days, we still have 2 meanings to the word day, the 12-hour daylight and then the whole 24-hour day. So I don't think it's a hill worth dying on.
I just wanted to get your ideas. Yeah. Because, sometimes, we don't understand everything, and I just wanted to see what you were thinking about it.
Okay. Well, you resolve it and make a YouTube channel on it, and I'll watch your video.
Okay. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks again, Donnie. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Dave and Kent. Very good. Great questions, great answers. Dave, feel free to stick around. Okay,
yeah,
so
I'll
the
stick
next,
around.
Yeah. All right, great panel tonight with some great questions. So we got Numi, and then we got Carlos. Carlos, I think I remember you from one of our previous open mics. You do hold to the evolution position. So you'll be after Numi. Numi, we'll start with you. So good to have you. Hope you're well tonight. And what's your question for Kent? And just make sure to unmute, Numi.
A quick question before we continue. Am I allowed to ask?
Yeah, since Numi might have stepped away because I don't see him unmuting and asking your question. Roman, we'll let you ask the next question. Go ahead.
Just 2 questions. Brother Kent, do you give out your slides like in drives, like USB drives? How can we acquire your slides?
I have how many 40 or 50,000 slides on a thumb drive you can get for $100 they're on our channel, drdino.com, our
Okay.
website. DRD. I spend hours every day working on PowerPoint slides I want to produce to help people, save them a lot of work. You just buy them and use them how you want.
So you
go to
sell them on your website, right?
Yes, drdino.com. Or
And
come
can I
by
ask another question, Donnie?
Sure, go ahead, Roman.
So I have a question. Can the non-canon books be trusted, and are they a reliable source of literature for scripture? And for example, the Book of Enoch, can we trust the Book of Enoch, like the non-canon books that don't go into the canon?
There are 3 books of Enoch, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. There's the book of Josephus. I'm looking at him here. I got him in my library. I think there's always been people writing books. I've written 67 books.
Right.
I don't claim they're inspired of God. I think there were people writing books during Jesus' time, and even before that people were writing books. I think it's in Ecclesiastes. He said, of writing of books, there is no end. But that doesn't mean they're inspired. But I think, yes, you can learn something from them, but I would be cautious. Like in the book of Enoch, I think there's a lot of amazing stuff said in there. If it contradicts the Bible, I'm going to stick with the Bible. I'm going to say Enoch, he stretched it out. But there's a lot of historical books that are well worth reading to glean from, but be cautious. They're not inspired scripture. People write history books. How many people are writing history right now of the Israeli-Hamas conflict?
Yeah.
A lot of people. Well, are any of them slanted one way or the other when they write? Probably all of them.
There's a saying. There's a saying. History is told, and history is written in the eyes of the victor.
So, like, when you read about the Civil War, the people down the South here, they're still fighting it. They still think the wrong side won, and they're going to keep going. So, so that Josephus, I would put those non-canon books in that category of interesting history. You can learn from them, but be cautious. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, very good, Roman. I appreciate it. Looks like Numi is back. So, Numi, good to have you. And what's your question for Kent? Make sure to unmute, though. Numi, you're on mute. Here, maybe I can do it on my end. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah. I was going to ask him what he thinks about your presentation about Hosea 9. Hosea 9. And you know how people say God is love and God can't hate. I think God despises those who despise him, and rightfully so, because they're no longer God's children. They chose their faith by despising God and turning away from him. They chose to be the devil's kids. So I just wanted you to elaborate on that, because some people say, oh, that's crazy, God can't hate, blah, blah, blah. But I just wanted to know what you think about that Hosea 9 topic. And
Can you read it for Kent, though, Numi?
Yeah, what's the exact verse, Numi? Hosea 9, what? You're asking for Kent's interpretation of the verse.
The one you had up, what was it, last night, Donnie?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want Kent's interpretation of Hosea 9:15, Kent, where God says, all their wickedness is in Gilgal, for there I hated them. For the wickedness of their doings, I will drive them out of mine house. I will love them no more. All their princes are revolters.
Well, I think part of what he said in his statement that God cannot hate, that's inaccurate. God hates sin. I think you'll find God hating a lot of things through the Bible. That's where the word abomination comes from, and that's used quite often. So God is love, and we should be thankful that he's willing to save us and forgive us. But no, he's very capable of hating. I have to put together, I call it up in a few minutes with a program, but my computer's dying, battery dying. But how many verses are there with God hating things? So
but see, Dr. Kent, I know what you're saying, but see, that's what people struggle with, because they say, how can he be a loving God and a hating God? But I understand why he hates, because people choose to hate him. It's not him hating them. They're choosing to hate him, you see?
if you love your wife and somebody breaks in your house to rape your wife, you're going to hate that man and probably send him up to talk to the Lord about it, and you would be right to do that. No, God can certainly hate. These 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. And he lists them there in Proverbs 6, I believe. So I'd have to put together verses on that. But no, God can certainly hate. He's God. He can do what he wants. He's the judge. He's the final judge. He decides what's right and wrong. And if you don't want to go along with him, well, go build your own world and do how you want. Meanwhile, if you're going to live on his world, you better abide by his rules.
That's exactly what I told my wife tonight, and she doesn't want to hear any of it. I said, when you pay the bills and you buy your own house, then you could tell me it's not up to you. Just like God, it's his house, it's his creation, so we got to abide by his rules.
Exactly right.
Okay, well, thank you, Numi, for your question. Okay, next
thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for being here. Okay.
Did news unit come back? Who's that?
Oh, it looks like that's Roman is back. News
the other gentleman. I'm done. Thanks a lot anyway. Appreciate it.
We didn't get Carlos in there, did we? Did we get Carlos?
So we got Carlos. Now we've got Carlos on the panel. Carlos, good to have you. Make sure to you just unmuted. Appreciate it.
Hi there.
And what's your question or point that you want to engage with Kent?
I'll be honest. I had an initial question and point, and then I kind of got sidetracked. But
you're a little bit muffled, Carlos. At least for me.
Oh, that's right. That's right. My bad. I forgot. I forgot to unplug my phone from the charger. The eternal charger issue.
No worries.
Mobile users. I had an initial question. I lost track because I got sidetracked by the house. But Kent, the Bible mentions the word kind. What was it? 24 times? 27?
24 times in the first.
And it defines kind as those that bring forth, right? Those that can make babies, correct?
They're able to bring forth. This would be. I'm getting a bad echo.
Yeah, I'm gonna just one second, Carlos. Looks like the echo is coming from your end. So hopefully on your end you can click echo cancellation or something. But if not, I'll have to mute you when Kent talks. Go ahead.
Slide. My battery's dead here.
Yeah, no problem. Are we still getting it? Let me know.
Okay, the Bible uses the word kind 24 times in the first 7 chapters, and it says they can bring forth after their kind. Now, it could be in the last 6,000 years, there have been variations that, like Chihuahua, Great Dane, that can no longer bring forth. They're still a dog, just barely with the Chihuahua, but it's still a dog, and they're still the same kind of animal. But that is not evidence the fact that they can produce varieties. Then the varieties seem to be limited, and they can maybe they can't reproduce. We've messed up the gene code enough. That would be man manipulating that to cause it. I mean, you can easily make an animal where it can't reproduce. That's what sterilization is, and castration and everything else. So they could bring forth after their kind at the beginning. And I Google at the beginning of my debates, quite often they'll ask about kind or species. I show that there's 26 different definitions of species. And here, I got it. A little battery left here. And quite a few of those definitions involve the word kind. Ask them, what is a species? Let's see. Debates. Here we go. Can you get me up on screen? Okay. What is the definition of species? Species. Group of animals that can reproduce naturally and with one another, produce fertile offspring. That's National Pornographic. Okay. Here's Webster's Dictionary or Meridian Dictionary. What is a species? It's a kind. There you go. Nobody knows for sure what a species is. Okay. There's 26 different definitions. I'll show you. They share heritable traits, species. They bring forth after their kind. It's in the Bible. Biological organisms that bring forth.
Can you read just one of those off? One actual definition of species, please?
I could have, but my battery just died completely. But the animals don't care how we classify them. This whole system, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, this is man trying to put the animals in a box.
That's fine, but that's irrelevant.
It's totally relevant.
No. It's irrelevant because if we're talking about what is a kind, whether or not things are the same kind or not, or the same species or not, to then say the animals don't care, that's called a red herring. That's irrelevant because
Okay.
we care. It's a matter of what we are classifying them. So whether the animals care is irrelevant. We're trying to have a discussion on what they are.
Okay.
This isn't a
again-
debate. This is Q&A.
I understand that, and I'm trying to ask
Okay,
him
let's allow
certain
Kent
questions to get to a
respond.
point.
Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Why don't you call Donnie and schedule a debate, and we'll just debate that topic. I point out
Will do.
to this day, scientists do not have a good definition of species. And I show the reference to that, but my computer just died. Okay. So there is no solid definition of species. It's a classification system that we are putting on the animals. They know what to look for when it comes for a mate. The squirrels don't look for a pine tree or a horse to mate with. They know they're a squirrel.
So then a lion and my apologies. So then a lion and a house cat are still the same kind, even though they can't reproduce, correct?
Well, I don't know. This is a battle that scientists have fought for centuries. How are we going to classify this? A lion and a tiger can interbreed. A wolf and a coyote and a dog, all three can interbreed.
Yes, but a lion and a house cat cannot interbreed, but they're both cats. So would you say they are the same kind? Yes or no?
I don't have a quick answer to that. I don't know. Would you say they're the same kind?
Well, if we're going by your definition, which is the Bible's definition, which is that they can bring forth, then would you not have to say no, they're not the same kind because a lion and a house cat can't breed, even though they're still cats?
Well, I'm not asking for my religion to be taught in schools. Since you want your evolution taught in schools, would you say a lion and a frog are the same, have a common ancestor?
Yes, I would, but that was a nice dodge.
No. Do you think in your religion, do a lion and a frog have a common ancestor? I've answered your question. I don't know.
It's not a religion, but yes.
It is a religion. I don't know where all these lines should be drawn, and no scientist knows where the line should be drawn. They don't have a definition of species yet.
Yes, they do. And you showed it, but you clicked through it really fast. If you would, I can show it. I'll probably go and get your slides since you say you have them up, but you had the definition right there. You just skipped through it so people can't see it. But I saw it at the top.
We just got the charger for my computer. I'll call it back up for you, Carlos. I don't think you want an answer, but I'm going to give you one anyway. The Bible says
it was a yes or no question.
Carlos, let him finish, please. Go ahead.
Okay.
Here it is, up on screen. Okay, species. This is which one did you want? Kind. Species.
The one that says genus. Generally members of a genus.
Let's see.
It'll be in the top left corner.
Okay, let's go back. I'll start at the beginning. Okay, definition of species. Here's where it starts. Tell me when to stop. A species is often defined as a group of organisms that can reproduce naturally with one another and create fertile offspring. If they can
go to the next one.
Okay. Species is a kind or sort. They use the word kind. Wow. Okay.
No, go back right there. It was right there. A local division of a genus or more comprehensive class. So when they use species, what they're generally saying is, would you not agree that they're generally saying a species are a member of a genus that can reproduce?
Well, the genus, the whole classification system, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species, is arbitrary. We are putting this on the animals. Would you classify this as an inanimate object? Would you
if it's arbitrary, then by using the same definition, would you not have to say that kind is also arbitrary?
Kind is a little bit arbitrary, but I think it's intuitive to most people. They can bring forth after their kind. Species is certainly arbitrary. Let me finish showing you, okay? A group of organisms that share genetic heritage are able to interbreed and create fertile offspring. A horse and a jackass can produce a mule, which is not fertile. So should a horse and a jackass be separate kind, separate species? Yeah, probably so.
They are.
They bring forth after their kind. Okay, let me show you. Species can also be defined based on shared evolutionary history.
Do you know what a colloquialism is, Kent?
Yeah, something that just a phrase people use and everybody understands what it means.
Do you understand that cat and dog are colloquialisms?
The word cat and dog, those are English words.
That's not what I asked. Do you understand that they are colloquialisms?
Well, the word cat is a generic word to define a variety of people, a variety of animals, okay? And dog is a generic word. that probably
This is a yes or no question.
That was not a yes or no question.
Yes. Do you understand that cat and dog are colloquialisms? Yes or no? You either do or do not understand that. Yes or no?
I understand your question. I'm not sure it has a simple answer, so I can't give it a yes or no.
It's a yes or no question.
Carlos, please let him finish.
Are elephants pink or orange? Yes, one or the other. You got to choose one or the other. No.
No to both.
No, are they pink or orange? Was the question? Yes. No, you can only answer yes or no. So no. Okay. Here, what is a species? To this day, Scientific American, to this day, scientists struggle with the question. The debate over species.
My apologies. You were probably confused there by my answer because no's can be inclusive or exclusive.
Let's move on, okay?
Okay.
Right here. Scientific American says species is still under debate. What is a species? Embarrassment of definition. It may come as a surprise to see scientists struggling to agree on something so basic, and you call in, want to trip me up on the word kind. Nobody's got a good definition of species. It's not the point. The point is, I'm not requiring all the students to learn my religion in school. You want all the students to be required to learn your religion in school. And
there are 26 definitions of species. Is one of those the same as kind?
Let's see. I just showed you a bunch of them. Here. There is no general agreement among biologists of what species are.
I understand that, but is one of those
I'll go back
definitions the same as kind?
Since you're not getting it, I'm going to go back to that, okay? Look at this right here. Biologist at Southern Utah University. At last count, there were 26 published concepts in circulation of what a species is. Now, is it kind? I'll show you one more time. Let's see. Maybe you'll get it here. What is a species? Let's hear. Merriam-Webster Dictionary says it's a kind. Wow. Synonym for species. Synonym. Kind.
Mm-hmm.
This is such a dumb argument to be having with you because.
So if. Oh, sorry, guys.
That's my point. The animals know what they're looking for in a mate until they become human, and then they don't even know what gender they are. So I think the cows look for another cow every time. They know what kind they're looking for. So it's intuitive, and I think a 4-year-old can tell you that a cow and a squirrel are a different kind of animal. Now, there might be some places where it's a little difficult to choose. I agree. That's why scientists are still struggling with species, and there may be some struggle over exactly what is a kind. Doesn't matter. I'm not.
So there's no good definition for species, correct?
I pointed out there are 26 definitions of the word species.
I understand, and I'm asking you yes or no. So then, would you say there is no good definition of species, yes or no?
I think there's a general idea that if they can bring forth animals that are able to also reproduce, they have to bring forth fertile offspring. Here it is. Produce fertile offspring, then they're considered the same species. But even then, there's fuzzy lines at the edge. So it's the same.
So then there is one good definition of species.
Okay, if you think there's a good definition of species, write to these guys at Southern Utah University.
Well, I'm going by what you're saying. I'm trying to get to this conclusion by what you're saying, but you won't give me any straight answers.
I'm giving you a very straight answer. Nobody knows for sure where the boundary is in these things, in species or in kind.
That's not a straight answer to a yes or no question. I'm done. I'll wait till the debate portion because you're not giving me any straight answers.
Okay, you're done. Praise God. Go get another channel, okay? Now, for those who want to listen and learn, I think the Bible says they can bring forth after their kind, and that's all we've ever seen. Nobody's ever seen a cow produce a non-cow. But I'd be willing
Evolution doesn't say that.
I thought you were done. Shut up, okay?
No, I changed my mind.
Donnie,
let him finish his thoughts.
Okay. You were done, okay? Shut his mic off, Donnie. Okay. I think it's intuitive. They can bring forth after their kind. It's 24 times in the first 7 chapters. But you believe, I'll show you what you believe. You probably won't admit this. Family tree. Here we go. We have a human and a bird. Are they different kind? Okay. Why do they have a line connecting them?
Can I respond to that?
I thought you were done. Shut it. Okay. They have the reptiles, birds, humans, and ladybugs. Do you believe you are the same kind as a ladybug? So this is where you evolutionists go crazy over this. You try to trip somebody up on the word kind, and you believe you're related to a ladybug, don't you?
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Donnie, next question.
Very good, gentlemen. Time's flying by, man. We've had a lot of guests here for tonight's Q&A. Kent, we're gonna have to do this every week, brother. The audience loves it.
It's been 2 hours. I've had a long day. I've been drinking water for 2 hours, so my throat doesn't hurt. I think we need to close it off pretty soon here.
Yes, completely understandable. We're just a couple minutes away from the 2-hour mark, which means Rick, and let me see that name, 58-degree wedge. So what we'll do is one question from each of you, and then we're gonna let Kent get out of here for tonight, as we've agreed to do this for 2 hours, and we'll hopefully get another one of these in here maybe next week. You never know. So let's start with, I think it was Rick who was here first. So Rick, if thanks for being here. Make sure to unmute yourself. And what's your question for Ken? Oh,
You're muted. Rick, somebody's muted.
Your mic's not coming in. So if it is,
let it evolve. Give it a few million years.
Couple beneficial mutations should do the job. Rick, as you're trying to fix that, just make sure to go into the settings down in the StreamYard and just make sure that the correct speaker and mic are hooked up. So as you try that, we'll go, because we want this to be a power round, so we can wrap up Kent's portion by the 2-hour mark. 58. We'll hand it to you. Good to have you here. And what's your question?
Kent, you're a hero of mine for the last decade or so. I became a true Christian because of your foundations, by the way, and brought it all together and made a lot of sense. I just wanted to your take on when God limited the man's lifespan to 120 years. Do you think that was built into us before then, or was it done by diet, or was it done by genetics after the fall? Just what is your take on that? Have you ever thought about that?
I have thought about it. I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I think because the earth was cursed, it would not bring forth its strength. I think the plants and stuff we ate, they originally ate, were designed to make them to live forever. And they would have had they not sinned. But God said, from now on, the earth's not going to bring forth her strength. And so it could be genetic degradation. I mean, we're a copy off our parents' gene code, which was a copy off of their parents' gene code. How many times can you copy a code that complex and still get it to work? You know, I think the fact that we're still able to think and sit up and talk and breathe is amazing, since we're a copy off a copy, probably at least 200 or 300 generations from Adam. And so I think it could be genetic. I think it could be environmental. It could be the food supply. But is 120. People have lived past that. There's always a few exceptions, but certainly not very many.
Sure.
I think 100. Yeah. So I don't have any more input on that one at this time. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you. And just the entropy of our genetics points to obviously a young Earth and a young time frame we've been in existence, which just annihilates evolution that requires millions of billions of years.
Well, see, the key thing evolutionists have to have is billions of years. They imagine all these animals having a common ancestor. Well, you say, how did this protozoa turn to a shark? Well, over millions of years. Well, if you can take away millions of years, their whole argument, it doesn't matter. What little changes we see between Great Dane and Chihuahua do not matter if the Earth's only a few thousand years old. There isn't time. There's no evidence of it happening anyway. But even in their imagination, now we took away the time that you can't even imagine an amoeba turning to a shark in a few thousand years. So yeah, and that's why my seminar part 1, if you get my video series, creation seminar series, $50, the part 1 is all about the age of the Earth. Scientific ways to prove the Earth cannot be billions of years old. It can't be. For the moon is leaving us 1.5 inches a year. That limits the Earth-Moon system to 1 billion years. Well, then why are we telling the kids it's 4.6? There's a physical reason it cannot be more than 1 billion. The Earth is slowing down in its spin. The sun is burning up its fuel. I go through about 30 different time limiting factors on part 1. You take away time, argument's over.
Yep. Well, okay. Well, praise the Lord for you and keep fighting the big fight, boss.
All right. Hey, come visit Lenox, Alabama. See dinosaur adventure. It's fun down here.
All right. Thanks.
Awesome. Okay, great questions. And we're on to our final panelist. And then, Kent, we're going to let you get out of here for the night and hopefully do another one of these sooner rather than later. Okay, Rick, I think you've gotten your mic fixed. And so good to have you. Oh, no, it looks like it's still not coming through, unfortunately.
Donnie, I don't know about every week, but I'll do one more often. And I'd be honored. Do they let you Canadians out of Canada yet? Are you still captive?
I might be in luck. I might be able to come visit you sometime in 2024, my brother.
It was a little chilly today. It was only 78.
Yeah, must be nice. It's freezing over here. Okay, Kent. Well, it's been great. We've touched on a number of awesome subjects: end times theology, salvation, creation, evolution. And so we're going to let you get out of here for tonight, brother. I'm looking forward to your next debate on November 2nd. And God bless you.
Do you live in California?
God bless you, Brother Kent.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Have a good night. And as Kent leaves, I'm going to bring in T-Rock.
T who?
T. Dwayne Johnson, the Rock, is here. And okay, we're basically just going to open up the mic for roughly about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. We'll see where it goes. We do have a number of topics we could discuss in terms of soteriology, praise, that's your cup of tea, end times theology, and creation versus evolution. But why don't we start with some creation versus evolution stuff? I'm hearing a little bit of background noise, not sure who it's from. But anyways, T-Rock, let's real quick, I just want to see where it's coming from. Oh, Roman, it's some background noise from you, brother. Okay, so T-Rock, what are you? Oh, I think you're coming in Mickey Mouse style. Yeah, but usually what fixes it is if you just leave and then come back, refresh it. You can be, you should be good. Yeah, maybe leave, come back. You're coming in Mickey Mouse style. Your mic. Okay, so let me mute T-Rock. Once he comes back, we'll allow Carlos and T-Rock to have a round two. Carlos, you and I, we had some fun in the open mic maybe about a month ago. We went at it on creation versus evolution, spent some time discussing the genetics data. So we can certainly discuss that a little bit more tonight as well.
Any chance that if you're waiting on somebody to come back in, I can go one-on-one with Carlos?
On the creation versus evolution topic?
Well, I want to. Carlos was disappointed on some question he was asking Kent, and maybe I'll do my best to answer that question, even though I don't have all the education that Kent has, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, well, first I just want to see if T-Rock's mic is working now.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You run it. I just want to make my request. I'll be standing by.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Hi, yeah. Is my audio better now?
You're coming in good, brother. You're sounding great.
But now your video is flickering, Donnie, for some reason.
I didn't see that. That I didn't notice at all. Actually, I was.
Is my video flickering for you, T-Rock?
It did for just a second, but it's
really.
Yeah, that was weird. Anyways, yeah, go on.
No, I'm interested in hearing what News Unit has to say about. I think you're going to address the definition of kinds.
Praise. Don't flicker it like that. It's getting.
Yes, you see, I'm not going crazy. You saw that too, right?
Yeah, it wasn't.
You guys got played. Okay.
Okay, gentlemen, what we're gonna do? We hit the 2-hour mark. So me and Kent, we did 2 hours together. I'm gonna take about a 10-minute break, and so for this 10 minutes, T-Rock and Praise, I'm putting you, brothers, up here. You guys are going to lead the way in terms of moderating and hosting and participating and just making sure things go smooth, professional, respectful. And I'll be back as soon as I can. So, gentlemen, go ahead. We can start with some creation evolution since we have Carlos here, and let the fun begin.
I'd like to ask Carlos a question.
Sure.
Do you believe you're related to banana plants?
Yes. Banana plants. I'm glad you said plants and not bananas. I would have had to say no.
Interesting. He draws the line there. You understand? The plant.
But your evolutionary, so the evolutionary paradigm, the way they draw it out, at least, it's everything goes back to a common ancestor, so a unicellular ancestor. So it appears that you are related to banana plants. I mean, according to the evolutionary paradigm. So are you trying to be more specific, or?
The issue, yes, and that's a big problem, because if we're going to be honest, a lot of people have an issue with what they'll say is being pedantic and blah 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 blah. But in reality, we're talking science here, and if you're talking science and if you're talking math, you're going to have to be very precise and circumspect. Okay, that's why scientists and mathematicians are the way they are. That's why they have a rep for being the guy who kills the party. Okay, so botanically speaking, a banana is the equivalent of essentially a uterus. So to say I'm related to a banana is the equivalent of saying I'm related to my mother's uterus, which, yes, you could say that from a genetics perspective, the DNA would pan out that way, but it's not properly noting the ancestral correlation, the process of actually, hey, this is my ancestor, you know what I'm saying? It's a body part.
You might as well be a banana.
Your mother might as well just be a uterus. But
you know what I mean? According to your theology,
it's not theology by definition. There's no divinity involved. And again, going back to being precise.
Well, it's an ideology, though. I would maybe you disagree, though. I would say it's an ideology.
No, I would agree.
Okay. Well, I mean, I appreciate that. So,
because my apologies. Just I'm going to try and be as precise every time. It's just my thing. Because I know I make a lot of mistakes often sometimes. Yeah, I would say it's an ideology, just because it's ideologies are one of those things that, in my view, are kind of very hard to define. They're so overreaching. You know what I'm saying? I was like, if you're thinking of something, or you have an idea about this thing that's an ideology, in my opinion. And if we can get into brass tacks about whether or not it needs to be pushed or how grand it is, but I don't think that is interesting.
To me, it sounds like an idiot tautology, because if you say you're a banana, it sounds like you're being an idiot. That's just me, though.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because that's the problem here, is that phrasing like that, because it's not precise, that's exactly what it does. It's essentially sophistry. Again, it sounds different from if I said to you, you're related to a uterus. That also sounds ridiculous, but it sounds, but you know what I'm saying? When you see the banana, it sounds even more ridiculous.
No, but in the Bible, it talks about, in the Bible, it talks about being in the womb. So it makes sense. And I know I was born inside a womb.
The Bible talks about being in the womb, but the Bible doesn't say you are related to the womb. You're related to your mother, correct? Would you say you're related to your mother's womb?
If you're in something, then you came from it. So what does that mean? Yes, it does mean you came from the womb. Yes.
You came from the womb. That's not the same as saying you are related to the womb. Are you related to the womb?
Because she's my mother, yes.
Well,
that sounds ridiculous. That sounds stupid. Because
it makes more sense than banana.
It's like saying, no, it's a body part. It's a part. It's like if I took your hand and said, your mom's hand, I said, are you related to your mom's hand? And you said yes. It sounds stupid, but
because I wasn't born out of her hand. But if I was born out of her,
it doesn't matter. It's a fact of genetics. You're trying to slide from the genetics to now whether you came from that or not, whether you were produced by that part. But it's still the same thing. We're talking about focusing on the aspect of genetics. The DNA would pan out that you are related to that.
I don't know, right? I don't remember when I came out, but it correlates with what my mom told me, correlates with the Bible, and correlates with common sense.
Common sense is pretty relative.
Yeah.
Because everybody came from there.
The only things that are solidly common sense I would have to say, and we could go into that later, but I don't think that's also going to be very useful for this, are notions that are related to what's going to harm us or not, and those are all just gained off experience, because all common sense is experience.
All right, so let me just make a counterpoint. So we do know pigs and cats have been shown to be almost 90 plus genetic similarities. So based on that, I mean, would you say like we're direct cousins from cats and pigs? And some people actually have, I I think, posited that idea that humans came from pigs having sex with monkeys. Are you familiar with that?
I am not.
So you don't think that's ludicrous that we're offspring of pigs having sex with monkeys?
It is ludicrous, but it's because of your verbiage again. So the problem is pigs and monkeys again. So this is why I was having the issue with colloquialisms with Kent. We're talking about what a kind is and what a species is.
Hey,
when you're saying pigs and monkeys, you're generally talking about things. Yeah.
Carlos, I want to talk about kind for just a minute. News Unit started in earlier. I thought he wanted to clarify that. He hasn't unmuted since then, but I would like to talk about the whole definition of kind thing for a minute.
Yeah. Sure. Let me. Dang, I forgot where I was gonna say. I want to just see if I can get this point out real quick. Actually, you know what? Never mind yet, because I lost it. Oh no, I got it. So when you're saying pigs and monkeys, what you're doing there is invoking. You may not mean to, but you're using words that are invoking in people's minds the notion of modern pigs and modern monkeys. We did not evolve from modern pigs and modern monkeys. That's why it's ludicrous. Because it's because of the connotations that the words that you use invoke in people. This is the issue.
So go
ahead. Let's talk about kinds.
So it kind of gets way off into an unnecessary rabbit trail to go through some of that, because a whole lot of that is easily understood in context. But having said that, I'm move on to the definition of what a kind is. What I would like to know, Carlos, is what is your perception of what the word kind means, particularly as it's used in the Bible?
As it's used in the Bible?
Yeah.
So honestly, I have to take time to one of these days, because I've got an issue where I pick up books and don't solidly read them all the way through. I want to read the Bible all the way through, so I want to make it clear that I haven't read all those variations of the kind. So I will just stick with what seems to be, from how most creationists and theists tend to use it, is just things that, like Ken says, can reproduce.
Let me make this, and so if that's the case, then why does the definition of kind seem to be so elusive?
Because here's the issue: if we're saying I want to note the distinction that I said generally, and what Ken will do when he's in these situations. I want to note that Ken doesn't stay for the debate portions. You can say it's because he has limited time. I say it's because he doesn't actually want to be held to the nail, like, on his thoughts.
Okay, can we stick to the definition of kind?
Yeah, sorry. Kind. So when you say kind, well, it's kind of. So some people will say generally. When they say generally, that's fine. I'm fine with generally, because generally would be the same as species. At which point I would say there's really no reason for you to deny evolution happens, because these species are the same. But
okay, that is a complete wrong misconception. Species is not kind. They are two very different things.
Well, what is your definition? How do you know a species? How do you define species scientifically?
Well, that's, to me, that's almost irrelevant. And the reason is because I'll assume, for the sake of argument, that there is a standard definition for the word species. The whole concept of species is not directly about reproduction. What it's more directly about is much more superficial kind of characteristics, like what size is it, what color is it, where does it live, what does it eat. So when you say familiaris, what does that mean? Is that a cat? Is that a dog? It's a pet, is what it sounds like to me, just knowing how it's used in some of the literature. But all it typically represents is some physical or geographic characteristic of the animal, and they're grouped that way because of a stipulation that they do reproduce with other members that look like them. So, but that's all that is that crossover zone between kind and species. It does not mean that species and kind are the same thing. It just means that they share that in common. So,
well, no, it depends on whether how you're defining these things again. Because if we're defining species in the way we tend to do, which seems to be the most useful ones, obviously there's a lot of caveats involved. But for the layman's understanding of what a species is, it is generally members of a genus, which can interbreed to produce fertile offspring.
Okay,
the genus part is very important here.
Let's qualify that just a tiny bit, because I actually directly asked this question of an evolutionist who is also a geneticist. So I basically proposed my own definition, and he said essentially yes, but there probably is some caveats. He just didn't care to go into any micro details. But anyway, what I said was species are those which do reproduce. They're considered different species if they don't or can't reproduce. And by can't, it can be a biological restriction, or it could be a geographical restriction. They'll be called a different species if one lives here in the US, another one lives in Europe, but they can never really interbreed with each other due to geographical constraints. So they're called different species. Doesn't mean there's a biological constraint there, because a lot of times there isn't. And that's kind of the point. That's where you start actually approaching the definition of a kind. So having said that, let me give you a very quick, easy way to understand what a kind is. Kind is ancestry. So if this whole debate is about ancestry, kind is the only thing that matters, because it's the only thing that is directly about ancestry.
See, my issue is that this gets really tricky, because I'm going to be honest with you. It just sounds like you're trying to employ an equivocation fallacy, because ancestry has its own thing in and of itself. So you have to explain exactly how ancestry deviates from its own definition, and then uses your own. You created a definition for kind, but you also have to now create a definition for ancestry to now support that kind definition. Because definitions for ancestry alone, it's not really going to work. But hold on, another issue real quick. I want to bring back to the geographical issue. From what I know, that's not much of an issue, because it's not really relevant. Because whether or not they'll come into contact doesn't mean they won't genetically be capable of reproduction. And that's what I know. What we care about, we can do that. Hence why we know with tigers and cats, because we're humans. Again, we gotta. A lot of the times, I think you guys just kind of sidestep all the things that we do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they'll never interact, but we can bring them together and see if genetically these things are the same, and if they can do these things. You know what I'm saying?
Carlos, this is exactly the point, though. I'm agreeing with most of what you're saying, but this is exactly the point. Species are determined by geographical separations. So, for example, a real easy to understand example might be like jaguars and leopards. They're essentially the same cat, but jaguars are South American and leopards are African and I think Middle East distribution, whatever. But they're on different sides of the globe, and so they are called different species. But they can directly interbreed. But that does not cause any scientist in the world to call them the same species, because that's not what the definition of species is about. Those cats they can't just hop a boat of their own free will and go mate with herds from the other side of the globe. They live in different places, they have slightly different looks, and they will always be considered separate species. But this is exactly the point, though, because you know that you can, in real time, take a leopard and a jaguar, and you can breed them. Where the confusion always seems to come in at is, let me use a different animal for an example, because I think this is a working example, not knowing a whole lot about it, but I think it is a good working example. If you take squirrels, for example, red squirrel, gray squirrel, There's what we call cat squirrels in the South. There's several different types of squirrels. But if you can basically establish that, let's say, a red squirrel and a cat squirrel can interbreed. They're different species, yes. Are they the same kind? Absolutely, because they can interbreed. But what if the red squirrel cannot interbreed with either one of them? Do we call them a different kind? Now it's totally subjective for the same reason naming animals different species is subjective. It's because you don't know their specific past history, so you have to make your best guess at it. So
are you trying to note off the point of generalities? Because if that's what you're going for, I agree. There are generalities and stipulations that we have to take into account. You know what I'm saying? But
what I'm saying is all modern scientists and creationists share this in common, that they make their best guess about what happened in the past. So if you have an outlier that I'm saying is a gray squirrel that doesn't interbreed with the other varieties of squirrels, you make your, as a creationist, saying, okay, does that mean it's a different kind? Well, you're making a guess at this point, so it is subjective and you don't know for sure. But there are two camps. One we call lumpers and the other we call splitters. Lumpers would say, yes, it's the same kind, because if you put a red squirrel and a gray squirrel side by side, you would make a very natural assumption that probably sometime in the distant past, they came from a shared population and they literally could interbreed at that point. But you don't know that for a fact. And then there's the splitters that would say, well, because we don't know, we're probably better on the safe side just to say they are a different kind. Well, I'm a lumper, and I would say they're the same kind. But how do you justify the position? It's because what causes what I was calling the other day in an online deal, reproductive compatibility, RC. I was abbreviating it, RC, reproductive compatibility. Animals become reproductively incompatible in a single generation. That means it could have happened a year ago, 500 years ago, 2,000 years ago. You don't know, because it happens in a single generation. A split on, and it, from what I understand, and anybody who knows more about genetics than I do can interject here, but from what I understand, it's basically caused by a chromosome reversal, and it happens in one generation. So when you don't know the history, but you look at a red squirrel and a gray squirrel and you go, wait a minute, they are quite obviously the same animal. Chances are you just don't know when that chromosome reversal happened. That's the most obvious, how do they say, the most parsimonious explanation is you just don't know when that chromosome reversal happened, but it's quite obvious looking at the two that they are the same kind, that they did come from a common population.
Again, this is the problem that I'm having when you say they are the same kind, because then it just brings you back to what are you meaning by the same kind? Because if you're saying it's not by all of reproduction, then your Bible definition is wrong of
No, I just
reproduction.
said it is by reproduction.
No, you just said it. You just said it's not. You did a whole tirade about how they're not the same. It's not solely based on reproduction, because you can have things that are geographically separated. So it's not based solely on reproduction.
Their historic reproduction. I literally pointed to their historic reproduction, not today's. They didn't. They're related because of their ancestry. Ancestry is past tense. All right, that's fine, but that is the only stipulation I put on it was reproduction.
But if you're talking, but then that's pointless, because we only care about whether or not these things can reproduce today. That's the only thing we care about. Are these things the same species because they can reproduce today?
Carlos, how can you say that with a straight face? Come on.
The
whole debate is about ancestry. Where did you come from? What produced what? That's what the whole debate is about.
Yes, but what you're doing, here is you're jumping from species. You're using an equivocation fallacy, like I said, because what you're doing with the word species. Well, not really. You're doing it with the notion of speciation. Because what you're doing here is we're trying to figure out whether or not things are the same kind or different species, and what you're doing is jumping from the speciation of a genus to speciation of actual species and speciations of families And those are all different forms of speciation that happen separately. Well, if we're talking about speciation, we have to focus on that one form. So when if I ask somebody, hey, are these two organisms today different species, or are they different kinds? We're focused on, do they reproduce today? Can these things reproduce today?
Carlos,
if I ask you,
origins is not today.
And you say that this, if I ask you, right, if I ask you, does speciation happen, right? Because the real issue is we were having the only reason this question matters is to get to whether or not speciation happens, right? So, and thus eventually macroevolution. So if you say to me, oh, speciation doesn't happen, right? And I point to two things are the same species, right? And I'm not gonna bother to give a two. Okay, let's a wolf and a gray wolf and a Rottweiler. I say, are those the same species, right? And somebody says yes, they're the same species. They can interbreed. Okay, cool. And then I say, hey, can the wolf and can a Rottweiler and a jackal, can those interbreed? I don't think so. Can a jackal interbreed with a Rottweiler? And you say, no, okay, those are different species. But then you come along, I say, no, those are different species. And you come along and say, but they're the same kind. What you're doing now is jumping from their species to the different clade of genus. Or not really, well, family, because what you're talking about is a dog, which is a colloquial term for a family. So you're bouncing around from you're actually kind of changing the topic subtly from what we're actually talking about is what the species, they're different species. Are species a thing?
Yeah, no, Carlos, you're unequivocally wrong about your assessment there. That's not what's happening at all. The whole debate is about origins and ancestry, period. It's not about what we perceive today. It's about what we think happened in the past that brought us to today. And all we're doing with the word kinds, and that's just it, because kinds is ancestry. You have to bring forth to be an ancestor. You have to be brought forth.
No, see, there you're talking about bringing forth. So when you're saying, can these things bring forth? That's a question for now. Can these things bring forth is a question for now.
No, I'm not asking.
Yes.
Can they bring forth now? That's not the question either.
If you ask, are these two things the same species or the same kind? The question you would have to ask is, are they the same? Can they bring forth?
No, you keep acting like the whole debate is about only what we can see and observe today, and it's not. It's about trying to figure out what happened in the past. And so if you don't bring forth, you're not an ancestor. If you were brought forth, you're a descendant and you have an ancestor. Your ancestor, by definition, that's what the word means, your ancestor is your same kind, period. And so what we're doing is bypassing. So you've got these upper level taxonomic classifications like the phylum and the kingdom phylum class order. And you're basically just saying, okay, do they all have internal skeletons? Yes or no? Then you put them in a particular classification, right? Well, that's a subjective grouping because some of the professional biologists and geneticists have pointed out that we also, in science, in real science, you use another system that's not quote unquote on the books. It's called functional classification. That's where you say.
Do you understand how things are grouped?
Yeah.
And what I mean, what do you think? What do you think I mean by that?
Functional class, and what I'm trying to convey to you is that all of the classifications used in modern taxonomy have a specific criteria that put them there. But there's only one criteria that tells you if somebody is your ancestor.
But do you understand how we determine criteria? Is my question.
It's irrelevant.
No, it's quite relevant because what we do. Hold on, it's quite relevant because what we do is we go from grander pictures to more specified things. So we start with something real big, all right, like a skeletal structure. What kind of skeletal structure do they have? All right, so we've got this overarching form of skeletal structure. That's one group. We've got a different one. That's another group. Now, in that first group of skeletal structures, we have certain variations. What are those? The most common variants that we can find among them. Those are the next subgroups, and we get more and more specific going in, going in, going in. That's how clades work. That's very important to why these things are the same. It's not that as arbitrary as you're trying to make it. No, these things are grouped by their larger generalities, and then they get more and more specified. In the same way as we would have we have shoes, and then we have boots, and there are different kinds of boots, and we have sneakers, there are different kinds of sneakers, and then we've got high tops, there are different types of high tops, we've got low tops, different types of low tops, and so on and so on and so on.
Carlos, that's brilliant, but having an internal skeleton doesn't tell you where you came from or who you came from or what you came from. It doesn't tell you that. What I was trying to convey to you a while ago about functional classification in modern science is where you step out of the taxonomic grouping and you step into more functional roles, like show me all the flyers. If you show me all the flyers, now you've got insects, mammals, birds. You've got all kinds
My
of stuff.
My spine looks different from a dog's, correct? My spine is different from a dog's, right?
Okay, but what's that got to do with ancestry?
You can tell by looking at a dog's spine that it didn't come from a human, correct?
Sure.
All right, then. So your prior statement of the spine can't tell you where it's come from is incorrect. Yes, and anatomical features that are similar, we can show that, hey, through ancestry, these things are probably related because they have similar features. To what degree is a different question, but there's probably we're probably related somewhere along the line.
It is mind-numbingly weird that evolutionists want to ignore bringing forth an ancestry in order to argue ancestry.
We're not ignoring bringing forth an ancestry. The question is, the problem is because we're talking about the speciation habit. I know we're not talking about like now. We're not talking about it now. But
Carlos,
the overall issue
this.
of evolution being evolution. Yeah, go ahead. Who's this? Oh, Donnie.
One thing that's important to consider when it comes to speciation events, when we look at the genotype, okay, what's going on genetically in the genetic content of the organisms that are experiencing these speciation events? What you typically find is that which is reductive. For example, we've recently, I believe it was in 2017, we discovered a new species of finch on the Galapagos Island. And when they studied it genetically, the new variation was due to a shift in heterozygosity, which is a state of more allelic diversity, to a state of more levels of homozygosity. So basically, there was a shift from heterozygosity to homozygosity, which is less allelic variability. Okay, and that's consistent with the biblical creation model, because we have archetypes going back about 4,500 years. And from there, we get changes. There's a lot of morphological adaptability built into each kind. Okay, so as time goes on, you get shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. You get migration, you get isolation, you get inbreeding, and you get new species, new variations, sure. But again, those variations are due to a reduction in allelic variability. And so these are not uphill changes. As a matter of fact, they're downhill changes. Speak to that, Carlos.
I'm not sure exactly what point you want me to speak on. My apologies.
Well, the point is that the types of changes we see when it comes
they're getting less varied.
Yeah, so you're not going to take your fish to fish. Like evolutionary theory would basically teach that billions of years ago, you had a single-celled like ancestor that evolved into a multi-celled creature. That multi-celled creature evolved into a fish, amphibian, reptile, mammal, and then eventually a sophisticated mammal like human. Okay, but you're not going to you're not going to get those massive jumps in phenotypic complexity through shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. That's just all reduction. I want to see a species. Here's my question, Carlos. Show me a speciation event, okay, that when we examine in terms of the genetic content, what's going on genotypically, I want to see evidence or a reason for us to believe that a single-celled like ancestor evolved into a sophisticated mammal over time. Go ahead.
I personally don't have that. I'm not sure we have too much, obviously, in terms of how single cells became multicellular. Obviously, that's a big point of contention. But as far as what you said earlier about things reducing, in a small matter of time, no, we're not going to get that amount of diversity. That's why we posit the notions of time, which are supported by other scientific ventures like there are different types of dating. But
remember,
I would posit the reason we see such reduction is typically because of bottlenecks, which again, as I tend to point out to people, is that you guys overlook our impacts on life on the planet.
No,
Bottleneck events are a big factor.
Ever-changing environments require ever-changing genomes. And so as a creationist, me and T-Rock, we would start with what's called created heterozygosity or design diversity, where the original created kinds, they would have been front-loaded with pre-existing DNA differences. And because the original created kinds would have started off with massive amounts of genetic diversity, just through processes like recombination, gene conversion, speciation related processes like migration, isolation, inbreeding, shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity, you're going to get new species. But that morphological variation, it's built in. And this is the opposite, because creationists, we look back in time and we see the expansion of genetic variability. When you look back in time, you see the contraction of genetic variability. And so both models make very specific predictions in terms of what we see genetically in these speciation events. And what we're seeing is more consistent with the creation model, where organisms started off with more allelic variability. And over time, we've gone from more allelic variability to less allelic variability. Go ahead.
So I got a quick question. Carlos can kind of tail end on this, but my question is, why should we observe similarities across a lot of unrelated kinds in a created world? Why should we see the similarities?
You're asking me in an uncreated world?
No, in a created world.
Oh,
what
in a
we're
created
saying
world.
is similarities exist in the YC model. The evolutionists say similarities are indicative of common ancestry, and creationists say no, that's not what they indicate. And I'm asking you, why should we see some?
T-Rock, did you mute yourself by accident, or were you done with your point?
Did you just get?
I was done.
Okay. Go ahead, Carlos.
So we see similarities in both models, correct? And you're asking why should we see it?
Why should
in a created model?
In a creation model? Why should we see similarities?
I don't think you should. You would see them in a creation model, because in a creation model, the creator created it that way. But that's not really a point to be made. That's kind of just the point of a creator having created something that way. That's kind of just circular. Yeah, you're going to see it if it created it, you see it that way. A more pertinent question would be, in an uncreated world, why do we see similarities?
No.
And we're saying it's because of evolution.
It sounds like what you're actually saying is there's no functional reason to have similarities. That's what it sounds like.
No, there's plenty of functional reason to have similarities.
Here's the thing.
In a created world.
See,
so you're saying there are functional reasons, but you said it was irrelevant a while ago. It's not irrelevant if there are functional reasons to have them.
Homology in general is agnostic to the overall question of ancestry, Carlos. And we would predict, as T-Rock is conveying, we would predict functional reasons for homologous patterns and nested hierarchical patterns in anatomy, morphology, and genetics. But the evolutionary community, you believe this is all the result of a long history of descent with modification.
Yes, because
again, this is where it is the battle of predictions. So you would predict
It's because similarity doesn't denote a creator. You can't conclude a similar designer from
Yes, we can.
similarities. No, you
See,
can't.
here's the
If I show you two bikes, you can't determine that they're simply created by the same people off the basis of them being two bikes.
here's
They're
the
completely
thing.
similar, but I can have them created by two different people.
I'm going to challenge you on one point. Okay, why is there any similarity at all? If where's your
because
background
we
music?
live in a world of cause and effect that has, so to our knowledge, has cause and effect and has physical implications. So when organisms are living in similar environments, they're going to have similar features, whether or not that similar environment is actually in a local geographic area to the other one.
Okay, I want to finish my
Two
question.
creatures that are both. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I thought that was your question.
Well, I heard some background noise. I want the panel to be cognizant. If you're not talking, be on mute, and then that way we don't have echoes and background noise and coughing like that. Okay, so be on mute. Okay, so my question to you: if evolution is true, why are there any similarities? Because if this is all just the result of descent with modification, millions of years of mutation accumulation, then mutations over time should have done away with any real homologous signature or nested hierarchical signature. And so the fact that we actually have similarities, let's say humans have similarities in genetics and also anatomy with a mouse, we have similarities with a chimpanzee, right? There is a nested hierarchy. Humans, chimpanzees, mice, lizards. We share more with the chimpanzee than we do with the fish. But if evolution is true, there shouldn't be a homologous signal like this. We shouldn't find homologous patterns. Again, mutations over millions of years should have wiped away those signatures. So how do you explain the similarities?
Quick comment on that, Donnie, super quick. Excellent point that you're making, because one of the problems with deep time period is that even if it's true, the more time that passes, the more impossible it is to tell how much time has passed.
Right.
So I would say.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I should make a clarifying point, Carlos.
Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna ask you real quick. Okay.
Yes.
When it comes to homology, when it comes to the evolutionary model, okay, would you argue that the majority of the genome, specifically the non-coding regions of the genome, are non-functional evolutionary leftovers?
Personally, no.
How much of the genome would you say is functional? Because evolutionary biologists that we've engaged here, you could read papers in the technical literature, they'll argue that no more than roughly 10% of the genome can be functional. And they have their reasons for that. But that would be evolutionary consensus. Are you arguing that you would say that most of the genome would be functional rather than junk?
No, I think it really depends on what they're meaning by functional, not to pull Jordan Peterson of his own time. But again, I'm trying to be as precise as possible.
Donnie,
because to my knowledge, when they say functional, they're not non-functional. What they really mean is there is no function to our knowledge. That's not the same as saying it actually has no function. It's just from what we can see, it doesn't do anything. So we just consider it non-functional until other such time that is otherwise. It's pretty much a null hypothesis.
So the evolutionary community has argued that the majority of the genome must be non-functional or at least neutral because the mutation rate is so high. And so they argue, well, the mutation rate is high. And I was just watching an interview between a population geneticist and another PhD, not creationist, but the PhD. This was on Dr. Zach Hancock's channel. He admitted that the mutation rate is high, but because the majority of the genome is junk, the mutations mostly hit the junk areas of the genome, and that absorbs the deleterious effects. It makes them neutral. essentially. But if the majority of the genome is functional, well, that means your high mutation rate acting on a mostly functional genome, that is going to be detrimental to organisms. That would lead to rapid extinction. Carlos, does that make sense?
Donna,
Okay.
you're probably the most qualified in the group
So,
right now to answer this
yeah.
question. But whenever the evolutionists say functional versus non-functional, correct me if I'm wrong, they determine whether a portion of the genome is functional by whether it codes for protein or not.
Yeah, they have a number of ways. Like when Dan was here, he pointed to conserved versus unconserved or non-conserved regions, right? Are these regions of the genome subject to purifying selection? And so they would argue that if a region of the genome, if a pseudogene, an ERV, you name it, if it's not under purifying selection, and so it's not conserved, they'll say that that's a good reason for it being non-functional because it's able to withstand a high mutation load. But that's false for many reasons. That doesn't mean it's non-functional, but that's one of the ways that they determine.
But does that imply, though, that a protein coding portion could be classified as non-functional?
Yeah, I think they would argue that most of your protein coding regions of the genome are conserved because those are the building blocks for organisms. I argue they tend to be more similar across creatures because they're the building blocks. But your non-coding regions of the genome, they tend to be more taxonomically restricted because they provide the metadata for the building blocks.
So here's my analogy. I'm in total agreement with you in why they've got kind of a fallacious approach. But my analogy looks like this: if you classify protein coding genes as functional and everything else is non-functional, that's the equivalent of handing somebody a pile of two-by-fours to build a house without the instructions and saying you've got all the functionality you need to build a house, yet you have zero instructions to do so.
Right. The non-protein coding regions, a lot of it is acting in regulatory means. They're regulating the function of the protein coding regions of the genome. And so basically my point is, and Carlos, look into your own literature.
Well, my issue here, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, your issue is the fact that your side would argue that most of the genome is non-conserved. And so it can withstand a lot of mutations. So if deep time evolution is true, why do we have homologous patterns? Why do we have nested hierarchical patterns? All those mutations in the so-called junk regions of the genome should have wiped away that signature. It shouldn't be there. Go ahead, Carlos.
So, real quick on the functional thing. Again, that's why I'm being real precise on how they are defining functional, because it may not be functional, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have a purpose. So it could be the case that this section of the genome through evolution literally become essentially a genetic, what would you say, free space playground. Think of going back to the construction analogy. It would be the equivalent of having a little bit of side area to put all your tools, make changes, essentially stuff like that, get things worked out. But going back to things being homologous, again, I keep having to stress the notion of bottleneck events, because
are you saying bottleneck events are why there's so much homology?
Yes.
And nested hierarchical patterns.
By definition, that is what bottleneck events do to the genome.
Do you recognize the bottleneck of Noah's flood?
No, I don't think Noah's flood happened. If it happened, it would be a bottleneck, yes. But then that would kind of go against your whole notion of increased diversity, because you had a bottleneck that lowered the diversity from the initial starting point.
Only by
one. I'm not asking if you agreed or consent that it did happen. I'm just saying, do you recognize that in the creationist history, we have exactly those bottlenecks at a very specific point in time?
I want to point this out too. Even in, and I'll point this out. Show me where the evolutionary community, Carlos, ever predicted homology before homology was discovered? Because I could show you at least one quote from an evolutionist years and years and years ago that predicted we shouldn't find any homology because mutation accumulation over time should have scrambled any real homologous signature. Then would we find homologous patterns, exactly what creationists predicted in light of the design hypothesis? Why do all modes of vehicles share tires? Why do they share windshields? Why do they share steering wheels? You know, this is good design. This screams of design. But this is the point I want to make, and feel free to address it. Even in your similar regions, let's say we're comparing humans and chimpanzees, even in similar genetic regions between humans and chimpanzees, there are massive differences in the way those genes are expressed. There's differences in the way those genes are regulated. There's epigenetic differences. There's 3D architectural differences. So how do you explain that, Carlos? Even in similar regions of the genome, there's still differences.
Of course, because again, we live in. I feel like you guys are kind of like sidestepping doing the actual, and I mean this in the nicest way, doing the actual thinking about how things can go about changing like that through cause and effect of things just the natural world that we live in. So if we're talking about the homology of things, as far as the mutation goes, if mutation was the only thing at play, then perhaps, you know what I'm saying, because that goes back to genetic drift, and even genetic drift, it's noted that that only matters if genetic drift was if that was the only thing at play, but it's not. We have other factors that are at play. We have environmental pressures. We have our own effects on the environment. We have, I say environmental pressures, but that's just an overarching term, obviously, for any event that can happen, like a meteor strike or whatnot, what have you. You know what I'm saying? Natural disasters. Those all play into lessening the diversity of genetic allele frequency.
But in noticing how everything we see, and I'm going to quote you, lessens genetic diversity. Yeah, bottlenecks happened. We have strong evidence that over 90% of species on the planet originated at the same time due to low levels of genetic diversity in the CO1 gene. It's a highly conserved mitochondrial DNA gene. Okay, we have low diversity in humans. We have low diversity in Y chromosome, mitochondrial DNA. This all points to a first couple, Adam.
No, because we already know diversity already happens from things like organisms traveling to different geographical
variability is my question. I asked you earlier to show me a single speciation event where allelic variability was significantly increased. Can you provide that for me?
I can't, because I'm not a geneticist. So I don't look into that.
Bottlenecks reduce diversity. Speciation events reduce diversity.
No, bottlenecks reduce diversity. By definition.
Bottlenecks reduce diversity. That's what I said. So that's not going to help you. And notice this on the screen.
Yes, and no. Bottlenecks, no, because here's the thing. You're jumping between points. Bottlenecks help me when you're asking me why there is homology. That's why there's homology. That's where bottleneck specifically helps me.
Okay, so you're arguing. Well, I want to understand your argument.
So causes diversity.
Okay, so you're arguing pre-bottleneck, the homologous signature was weak, but because there was a bottleneck, it made that population more uniform, where the homologous, those patterns, the signature of those patterns went from weak to strong. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the normal mechanics that the normal things that go on during evolution increase similarity, and while that's happening, you have bottleneck events that subsequently decrease diversity.
Did the evolutionary community predict homologous patterns before they were found?
I'm not sure.
Well, I'd challenge you to look into that question, because what we see in terms of evolutionary based arguments is post hoc, ad hoc rationalization. They're not predicting these things before they come about. And notice this on the screen. The vast majority of mutations are deleterious. This is one of the most well-established principles of evolutionary genetics. But wait a minute, the majority of mutations are neutral. Notice this, it seems unlikely that any mutation is truly neutral in the sense that it has no effect on fitness, which means most mutations are nearly neutral, but yet most are deleterious. So if a mutation is nearly neutral, here's my question, Carlos. what is it then subject to?
You would say drift, correct?
Right. So if it's subject to genetic drift, it's not subject to natural selection. The whole point of it being neutral is it's neutral to selection. Selection can't see it. So it's subject to genetic drift, and these mutations, these deleterious mutations, they spread throughout the genome. And in evolutionary timescale, there's what's called a fixation equilibrium, where every generation, the same amount of mutations, your nearly neutral mutation rate, are becoming fixed. So if it's 50 nearly neutral mutations per person per generation, then you got 50 becoming fixed every generation as well. And that's irreparable. That's unstoppable genetic damage, because if a mutation's stuck in place, that means that damage is population wide.
No, it's not damage though. It's neutral.
No, it's nearly neutral. The vast majority of mutations are deleterious.
Let me point something out real quick, partially for Carlos' benefit, because he talked a lot about trying to be precise. So, Donnie, earlier you brought up some statistics about differences in exon sites.
Yep.
Am I saying that right? Okay, so the general argument from the evolutionary camp is that we share 98% similarity in DNA with chimpanzees. 98%.
Right.
So that's supposedly over some several million years. 6 million years? Maybe. But anyway, so if that were true, if that were objectively true, over that much time, what you should expect to see is, if you pull out any equivalent 1,000 base pair length section of DNA from a chimp and compare it to the equivalent in humans, no matter where you do it at, you should see that same 98% similarity. This is what I was talking about before.
fallacious.
No, that is not. That if it
Yes,
were
it is.
objectively true,
That's
that
literally
is what you should
that's
see.
no,
Because
that's literally a fallacy from the parts to the whole. What you're
No.
saying is that because the whole thing has a 98% similarity, that the parts also have to have a 98% similarity. That's not.
There is a mathematical
That's
point
fallacious.
here, Carlos, that you've missed completely. Mathematically, when they do population genetics and they're doing what I call chronological distance between species, that's 6 million years between now and our supposed common ancestry with chimps, what they're doing mathematically is they're assigning one mutation per X amount of time. So the whole concept is developed on a constant mutation rate over time. But the mutations mathematically have to have a random distribution in the genome. If that were true, objectively, mathematically true, any 1,000 link set of codons should look only 98% different from one species to the next, period. That's a mathematical certainty over that much time. And so what you actually see in that, Carlos, is a real equivocation fallacy.
Perhaps I'll have to look more into the codons. But again, if you're just looking at the math, even just the logic of math, it's like, yeah, you're saying 98% of the DNA is the same. There's going to be 2% that is not the same at all in that 98%.
So the true equivocation fallacy that happens here is where they say we know we're related because of mutation rate over X period of time, except all they're assigning that mutation rate to is strictly the protein coding region. They deliberately ignore one of the points that Donnie brings up, and I think
that's not how an equivocation fallacy works.
The strongest argument that in this whole genetics conversation has to do with like the Y chromosome. So
no, that's not how an equivocation fallacy works.
In the Y chromosome, we have a high percentage of similarity across contemporaneous humans, but it also has a high variability rate. But they also only use that for what's called pedigree, which means your immediate ancestors, but they ignore it for distant ancestry. That's the equivocation.
Hey, Donnie, can I say something?
Yeah, Brian, 1 second. We're going to get you involved. I wanted to make a point because T-Rock mentioned, I think it's a great point. The differences make all the difference. This is something I like to say. The differences make all the difference. We can argue about similarities all day. We can argue about similarities in forearm. We can argue about similarities in form and structure. Okay. But it's the differences that matter, because both models can explain similarities across the biological world. Okay. The evolutionists are just going to say that these similar structures, these patterns are due to descent with modification, common ancestry. The creationists, we're going to argue that they're there for common design, for functional purposes. But your differences, which model, creation or evolution, universal or separate ancestry, have the problem explaining these differences? T-Rock just mentioned it. Human Y chromosomes, incredibly uniform. Every single male Y chromosome on the planet is nearly identical, 99% the same, low variation. But when we test the evolutionary model and bring in chimpanzees, our supposed closest cousin, what do we find? Well, all human Y chromosomes nearly identical, basically the same. They all go back to a single ancestor thousands of years ago. Bring in the chimpanzee, gene content's different, heterochromatin's different, architecture's different. It's really only about 40% the same when you consider overall gene content, size differences, and architecture. And so right here is a point for the separate ancestry model. Okay, this is a way to discriminate the model, is by focusing on the differences. And right here, the audience can see it. It doesn't take a genius to see that the chimpanzee Y chromosome, which is right here, is nothing like the human Y, like literally nothing. Everything about it is totally different, including the gene content. Look at the heterochromatin here. Heterochromatin is this very densely packed type of DNA that mostly comprises repetitive sequences like satellite DNA. Okay. And it's functional. It's important to chromosomes. And yet you barely find any of it, if any, at all in chimpanzees. And so how do you explain to any evolutionist on the panel, how do you explain the differences? We could talk about the similarities all day. I want to see how you guys can explain these massive differences.
For that one right there, it's simply the lack of recombination.
No, the lack of recombination would keep it more similar.
No, it wouldn't.
Because the lack more stable.
No, because the lack of recombination. So what happened when some time back, the Y chromosome lost the capacity to properly recombine with the X chromosome, and so what we would see is that the X chromosome is obviously going to stay pretty much the same, while the Y chromosome, which no longer can do that recombination, is going to start changing more and more and more because it's not getting that interaction that would normally stabilize it.
Changing how?
Normally through different mutations, yes.
Okay, so if humans have been evolving for 200,000 years since the so-called out of Africa population bottleneck and eventual dispersal, that's 200,000 years of mutation accumulation in the Y chromosome. So my question is, why is every single male Y chromosome on the planet nearly identical? Why is there such uniformity and homogeneity? Why not more variation?
Because there are more minor scale bottleneck events. All you're doing is focusing on the massive ones.
Right.
You realize the Holocaust. Hold on. You realize the Holocaust was a bottleneck event, correct?
Sure.
Okay. You realize we have tons of wars.
Okay.
So every day we're literally currently in the process of lowering the diversity of the male gene. Literally, we're currently seeing it happen in front of our eyes. We are causing that partially to happen.
But
and we have that on a grand scale.
Carlos.
No, that is a great point. That is the point of that's what bottlenecks do. Do you know what a bottleneck is defined as?
It's a horrible point because you would, in order to substantiate that claim, you would need a fairly robust genetic sampling from several thousand years ago before the modern wars happened. And if you find out that they were the same then as they are now, your point is it's a non-point. But to put an even better point on it, if you compare modern DNA to Neanderthal, it's still extremely similar.
No, we have a current. We We have a current population size, which means we have a current degree of diversity. If nothing happens to our population size, if everybody survives and we reproduce, that diversity is going to go up. People are dying. So we are losing diversity.
I want to make a point. We have people, even according to the out of Africa model, who have been isolated from each other, you would say, for thousands and thousands of years. For us, we would say your out of Babel dispersal event was about 4,500 years ago. And what's interesting is we actually find in the Y chromosome, we find geographically specific Y chromosomes, because as you have people moving and migrating to different parts of the earth, what they start doing is accumulating their own unique mutations. And so they have their own unique genetic markers. And so we got Chinese Y chromosomes, African Y chromosomes, Australian Y chromosomes, European Y chromosomes. And this speaks to the out of Babel dispersal event. But in light of that, in light of these geographically specific Y chromosomes, when you compare them all, there's still incredible uniformity among Y chromosomes worldwide. There's still low diversity. But if we've been spread out for longer than 4,500 years, even in light of what you're talking about, bottlenecks, there should still be some highly divergent people groups in terms of the Y chromosome, because they've been accumulating mutations for longer than 4,500 years, according to your out of Africa model, Carlos. How do you address
Yes,
that?
but then none of them have lived the substantial amount of time that we have. The average lifespan for some people was around 18. Some of them, it was the max what they were getting to was 40. In mostly Asian cultures, you would have people getting up into higher ages, around 80, sometimes 90. That's mostly because of the cultural differences that they have in terms of how they treat their elderly people.
How long have the
for the
Chinese
most part,
been
it's only till separate. Chinese been separated from who?
Well, how long since the Chinese civilization has basically had their own population, their own people separated, isolated from other people groups? How long?
Well, see, the problem is we can say they're isolated so far as in they don't have contact with these other major groups, but that doesn't mean there aren't stragglers here and there that go into other places.
And we can travel and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so today we can say that there's...
from what I know about China's history, I'm not too much of a history buff, because a lot of history is repetitive.
Okay, well,
but from what I know about China's history, they have a large history of...
I want to answer this according to the law of parsimony, because what we get from the evolutionists is story after story after story. Here, what's the most parsimonious explanation? We have two models: the universal common ancestry model that says humans, chimpanzees, and banana plants are related, or the separate ancestry model that says, yeah, there's limited ancestry, okay, but not universal ancestry. We would argue humans and chimpanzees are not related. So we look to the Y chromosomes. Everybody can see. I'll even put this full screen. People were saying they're having trouble seeing. Yeah. Just look at the chimpanzee Y. It turns out the human Y and the gorilla Y are more similar to each other in gene content, architecture, and size differences. This is the gorilla Y than either are to the chimpanzee, and yet chimpanzees are supposed to be our closest cousin. Here's directly from the paper. They're enormously different in size and gene content. They were surprised. Again, they did not predict this. They say puzzlingly, in terms of shared genes and overall architecture, the human Y is more similar to the gorilla Y than to the chimpanzee Y. So the most parsimonious explanation for this is the reason why human and chimpanzee Y chromosomes are so vastly different, why they're nothing alike, is because humans and chimpanzees are not related. They don't go back to a common ancestor. But you're going to sit here all day with rescue devices and stories, but that's not science, Carlos. That's pseudoscience. Go ahead.
It's not rescue devices and stories, and you can say it's not science, but it's simple. It's honestly just simple reasoning. If you sit here and think, okay, well, these are two creatures. We have chimps and gorillas who still live in pretty much similar habitats. Compare that to humans who for centuries now have been living in villages, towns, cities. Look at what we built. Look what we've lived in for the past 200 plus years. Of course, there's a huge amount of difference from us to them, but them still being so similar. They live in similar habitats. Again, we live in a world of cause and effect. So it's not like if they're living in similar environments, they're going to be prone to they're going to be susceptible to the same environmental pressures. We don't live in those same environments. We don't live in the jungle with them. We have medicine.
if that
We
were true,
interbreed to a degree that they do not interbreed.
You don't
We can
realize that you
travel.
have to explain. You don't realize that you have to explain massive chromosomal alterations, massive gene loss, and also in the addition of entire new gene families.
No, I
Okay, so
do.
your
I do.
explanations are
I say
not
the
working.
bottlenecks, but the problem is you just wave it away. I don't understand why you're waving away bottlenecks as if
Bottlenecks
those
are
events
real.
aren't literally lowering the amount of diversity.
That's
Are
not
they
going to
not
help
lowering
you.
Why not?
Not going to help you in the Y chromosome though, because
Why
the Y
not?
chromosomes are uniform in humans. Are you
That
saying
doesn't matter. The
chimpanzees?
fact is that we are lowering the amount of diversity by literally killing different people. We also, if you look at, there's other interactions that we have that I'm trying to not, discuss, but people assimilate other people's women into their own and produce, they kill the men and they assimilate their women. There's plenty of explanations. You're just kind of hand waving them away. Because I feel like you kind of know that if you sat there and think about how long that's been going on, you can't name a point in history where we haven't fought wars and been killing people, killing
Well,
each
we have
other.
evidence
Even
for
in
one.
even in isolated groups, those groups have been killing each other. So they're limiting the variation in their own group. So by the time that they start branching out to others, they're already limiting their variation.
We got evidence for one major bottleneck event. Are you
Again, you're
familiar with
focusing on major bottlenecks, but that's not going to help you because
we've had
minor bottlenecks are
bottleneck
occurring
events.
all the time. There are
Carlos, you're
floods.
over
There are
talking.
tornadoes.
I'm trying to ask you
sorry.
a question. Are you familiar with the Rockefeller study that looked at the CO1 gene, that highly conserved mitochondrial DNA protein?
No.
Okay, well, I would recommend you look at that. I think it was from 2017. They concluded a massive bottleneck in the past, the not so distant past, and they concluded, based on levels of genetic diversity in this CO1 gene, they concluded that over 90% of species today, extant species, originated at the same time. They don't really know why. They don't have evidence for it in the geological column, but we as creationists, T-Rock, you can speak to it if you'd like to, brother. We understand that this is the flood bottleneck. This was a universal, life-altering, planet-altering bottleneck. Now, since then, yes, we've had moments in 4,500 years of isolation and sub-population bottlenecks, you could say. I mean, the cheetahs, they've experienced a bottleneck. They're down to 7,000. Their sperm's degenerate. Environmentalists are incredibly concerned and worried about the cheetahs. But my point is, aside from that universal bottleneck that we have evidence for, what you're saying is not going to help explain the massive differences in humans and chimpanzees. But you're an evolutionist. You can go write a paper and you can test your hypotheses and give us an answer. Let's see, because they're still looking for an answer. Go make it empirical, test it.
Let me tether on to that point there. It has to do with rates of change over time. Anytime you have a fast rate of change, but a high degree of similarity in the same sample set, there's only one conclusion you can come to, and that is a very short history. And so Donnie kind of emphasized this earlier about the battle of predictions. In biblical creation, you literally start with the biblical text and literally make genetic predictions actually maybe being sort of I don't know what the word I'm looking for. It's kind of a pseudonym. It's not really a prediction per se. It's basically it establishes what the pattern should be. So you're following a patternistic development. But anyway, you read the biblical text and you literally make what we call predictions in genetics based on very specific information given in the Bible. And it was written long before anybody knew anything about genetics. Everybody fell asleep. So, Carlos, let me ask you if you're still able to chime in. Are you familiar with any of the biblical data that contributes to genetic predictions?
No.
Do you have any hint of an
Aside from
idea?
what I hear, like on aside from what I hear on such debates as these, and those really only spring to mind when somebody
So-
mentions them. I don't have an exact memory bank for them.
So I'll give you a very quick rundown of where you can go read specific biblical data, as it were, that helps establish the creation model. And that is when you follow the lifespans of the patriarchs from Genesis 1 to Genesis 6, and then continue from there from Genesis 6 on through about 9, I think. Anyway, follow the lifespans and plot them on a graph, and you will get a biological decay curve identical to what you see in college level textbooks.
We're going to go to the doctor, get it checked out.
Okay, let me jump in real
I'm
quick because I
I'm
know
look more into that.
Carlos, just time out because Mr. Anderson from the Matrix, appreciate you being here. He says he only got a few minutes, so, and I can tell
Yeah, no
obviously you're busy with your background, my good man. So firstly,
Sorry about
thanks
that.
for being here. Secondly, I'm looking forward to your round 2 on November 2nd. And thirdly, and then I'll let you speak, your debate with Kent was excellent. It was fun. It was engaging. It was entertaining. And it's gotten a lot of good feedback, Mr. Anderson. So I'm glad that you've decided to join us in the debate community. How you doing tonight?
I'm great, and thank you for the warm welcome, and thank you for for everything, for welcoming me into the community. It's always a little bit of a gut check coming into the lion's den, as it were.
Right.
Going up to the lion and going, "Who's a good lion?" Right. It's a good lion.
It's the debate dojo, and I always say I have mad respect for anybody on both sides, whether you're an evolutionist, a creationist, whether you don't really believe we're here, whatever your position is. I just have respect for you and for anybody who's willing to get in here and discuss these issues, right? This is a platform where differing views can engage each other. So, Mr. Anderson,
I appreciate it. Yeah. I had one little beef with the exchange that you're having with Carlos there. You had a paper up there. I think it was by Cherkov et al. Or something like that.
Yes, I can put it up on screen and allow you to.
Yeah, just throw up that. I think one more
there's
slide.
a couple. So there's one, I think, from
2000. That's the one. There's the one.
Okay.
This is the one I'm talking about.
Okay.
And nope, that one. And you said, look, this this paper, it says that that we can't explain the chimp Y chromosome and why it's so different. But if you open up that paper, and I would invite you to do that if you like. The rest of that paper explains like a theory as to why that Y chromosome is that way. And I would just encourage you, because because you're so knowledgeable and you've read these papers, and especially when you're debating like a layperson who's coming in, you have an obligation to sort of make sure that you do more than you, like if you were debating somebody like me, it's fine, right? Like have at her. But when you're debating a layperson, like you have to make sure that if there is a contrary viewpoint, especially if it's in one of the papers that you are citing, you have to bring that out and just say, now the paper also says XYZ, and then you can kind of refute it, but you got to kind of lay that out.
Okay,
let me respond. I want to respond, T-Rock, and then we'll let you go. So here's the paper, and I have described the many various hypotheses that the evolution community offers, including those from this paper. And I'm sure because you said you read these papers, you know what they are.
I read the one paper. I didn't read these. I didn't read them all.
Don't worry, because there's a few associated with it. This is one of the more famous ones here from 2010. Chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes are remarkably divergent. So to help the audience with all this technical stuff, they've actually put out a review article. They often do that with technical papers. Then they have commentary articles where they break it down for the layperson. Well, this has to do with, let me just double check though. 2020, the Mayer K paper. What's the one we're looking at? So right here. Okay, so this one specifically is from 2020. Okay, so what they say is, sperm competition. The 2010 paper, they described faster rates of gene conversion, I believe it was, and sperm competition.
Yeah, that's I'm not even going to pretend I entirely understand it, right? But
well,
like,
and here's
it's
my
something to
response,
do with.
Here's my response, Mr. Anderson. I appreciate it. Where you say theory, this is what they say currently as of 2020 and even 2023, because I've left a comment on one of the lectures associated with this topic, and they've informed me, I've got the screenshots and everything, that this is still something that they're working on. Okay. But they have hypotheses. But notice what they say when it comes to sperm competition. They say, but this hypothesis, okay, while consistent, so they are saying it's consistent with their findings, notice, needs to be evaluated in subsequent studies. And so I've been arguing now for a while that until those subsequent studies come about that give us a very sophisticated mathematical model as to how these chromosomes can change, how these gene families can be added, how heterochromatin can basically be completely lost, then that's all it is.
How heterochromatin can be lost. Heterochromatin doesn't get lost.
Well, what I'm saying is,
sorry, you've lost me.
Do you know what heterochromatin is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Barely, but yeah.
Okay, so here's it's densely packed pieces of
DNA.
Yeah,
it's densely packed pieces of DNA that aren't involved in transcription. What do we?
But it is
Never
functional
mind. You know what?
in terms of chromosomal integrity and architecture. So it is a functional piece of DNA.
Well, I think it's debatable about whether it's functional, but I think we're getting way off topic. You know, that's a super interesting question for another night.
Right. Okay, so here's my question.
Like I say, I've only got a very short period of time, so the focus.
I just want to ask you this. I want you to take as much time as you need. Here's the chimpanzee Y. Here's the human Y. Yeah. It's all color coded, right? Here's euchromatin. Here's heterochromatin. So notice all the heterochromatin in the human Y, and where's all the heterochromatin in chimpanzees?
I don't know.
Okay, so was it gained or lost over time? It's not there, but apparently
the heterochromatin.
Yeah, the heterochromatin.
I mean, heterochromatin is usually like inactivated DNA, right? So, I mean, it could. I mean, I don't know. The loss of heterochromatin doesn't really involve a loss of any kind of, any significant amount of gene function. But be that as it may, like the Y chromosome of the chimp is way different for like a bunch of reasons, right? It's super duper different from. Well, it's not. I mean, compared to like humans and like gorillas and stuff like that, it's quite different. And
I mean, you
and
can see
the reasons for that are
a lot different. I mean, it's half the size.
Yeah, no,
so right off the bat,
it's way it's way different. It's super. Yeah, it's way. I agree with you. It's there's no doubt it's different, right? It's just the only thing that I'd really encourage is that as somebody who's read these papers, has got some expertise in this, when we're coming up against somebody who hasn't read all that stuff, it's a little unfair to say, explain this to me. When it's complicated, number one, and number two, that the paper that you're showing does give one of those explanations. Throw the guy a bone.
But it's an untested hypothesis, and they admit it. They say, okay, here's our hypothesis. Now
you can say that. Yeah, I mean, you can say that. You can certainly say that. You can say now there is one untested hypothesis which I don't buy, but if you want to defend that, go ahead.
Well, that's the main hypothesis.
That's fair.
Though. That's their main hypothesis. That they're basically arguing that the chimpanzee Y is the odd man out, and so they're pointing out.
Yeah, that's definitely the argument.
They're evolving normally, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But your chimpanzee Y, because of sperm competition, polygamous relationships within chimpanzees, the chimpanzee Y has changed so much to now where the human Y and the gorilla Y, they're more similar to each other than the gorilla Y. But what they need, just like when we say, oh, heat problem, maybe this, maybe that, maybe this. What do you guys say? Show us the math. We want a sophisticated model, mathematical model demonstrating.
Well, this is a little bit. I mean, like this is a little bit different than the heat problem because the heat problem. I think it is.
Challenge.
Let me answer Mr. Anderson's point real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's saying, okay, we've got these apparent discrepancies, but there's an explanation in the background. And you guys have some of the examples you put up, Donnie, are very fitting for what's actually happening. In creation apologetics, what we're doing is we're giving the evolutionist the benefit of the doubt and saying, okay, whatever you can know, whatever you reasonably can know in real time, we accept as evidence. It's the storytelling we're rejecting.
Right.
Well, if I
okay.
Well, if I may,
just want to say
that is something that will be interesting to explore in a further conversation. Now, at this point, I'm afraid I do have to run.
Let me draw a contrast.
I don't mean to slap and run.
No, that's fine. Let me draw a contrast.
How dare you
for
slap
real
and
quick.
run, Mr.
I'm so sorry.
Debater.
That's exactly what this has effectively become, and I deserve to be roasted for it.
Let me draw you a distinction real quick. On the other side of the fence, the evolutionist will not give a creationist the benefit of the doubt for any of their published material, even if it's loaded with factual things that we can know and that are consistent with mainstream science. They utterly reject creation material because it's creation instead of accepting what is knowable fact. And that's the dichotomy that we're always up against.
That there, like, I think that there's some truth in that there is a degree of dismissiveness amongst scientists who are non-creationists of creationism. I mean, there's been some bad behavior within the creationist science community, but that having been said, I mean, if you look at people like Dr. Dan or, Zach, I think Hancock, I think it is, like, they're taking you guys seriously and they're taking your claims and they're engaging with them. So, like, you're right, there's a lot of dismissiveness, but not everybody's dismissing. And certainly I'm not dismissing you guys. Like, I'm taking you guys seriously and that's why that's why I jumped on here to say, like, this is like, we have to be fair to people who haven't read all this literature. Like, let's present. I know you think that side, that counterpoint with respect to the Y chromosome and the gene competition and stuff like that's bogus, Donnie. And if you want to deconstruct that and tear it apart, like, go for it, right? But let's just acknowledge it exists.
If I may jump in real quick, because
I just want to say this.
Go ahead.
And I appreciate your time, Mr. Anderson, because I know how busy you are.
No, of course, and I don't mean to, like, don't take this as like me chastising or like wagging my finger at you.
No, I understand, because if you do watch the entirety of a lot of my debates on this issue, I will put up that slide where they admit, okay, here's our hypothesis. Their main hypothesis is sperm competition. They've got some others, again, faster rates of gene conversion, faster mutation rates, so on and so forth. But their major one is sperm competition. And as of 2020, they admit that, okay, here's our main hypothesis. Now we need to test it. And so I say, okay, until it's been tested, you can't really go and say that this challenge has been resolved, because we need a sophisticated mathematical model. We got to see the answer to the heterochromatin, the chromosomal rearrangements. How did the chimpanzee lose half its chromosome? What about the addition of all these functional gene families? I think you know what I'm saying, Mr. Anderson, right? It's a lot more complicated than just saying, well, sperm competition. You're going to have to do a lot better than that, is what I would argue. Anyways, Mr. Anderson is gone, so I appreciate his time that he's given to us tonight. Okay, gentlemen, you know what? Let's be fair. Apologetics 101. You were working to say something for a little bit there. And so go ahead. You look good, freshly shaved, brother. I'm used to seeing you with that beard. So how you doing tonight, Brian?
Good. Actually, I want to say something back when y'all were talking about cons. I want to start with a question. Carlos, how would you define an equivocation? Is Carlos there?
Sorry, I was finishing a comment. An equivocation fallacy? I use the logical definition generally. So when you're using a term to refer to two things and then baiting and switching in order to prove your point.
No, it's when you switch definitions in the middle of a context.
That's what I said. When you're using a term to refer to two things in an argument, and then you bait and switch, you swap the definitions in your argument in order to prove your point. That's what I said.
Listen. Why do you think T-Rox switched his definition by being more precise with the word kind?
Because again, you have to walk through the conversations that we would have. If you as a creationist ask me, does speciation occur? And I say yes. And I show you two organisms, let's just for now, not worry about whether or not they can actually interbreed, but just for the sake of the discussion, if I show you a gray wolf and a Rottweiler, and I say they can breed, so those are the same species, and I show you a Rottweiler and a jackal, and they can't breed, I would say no, they're not the same species. But you guys would say they're the same kind, which means you're jumping up from, because you say they're the same kind because they're both dogs. Or a better analogy would be the cat, which would be a genus as opposed to the species.
All right, Carlos, I know you try to talk a lot, but just let me talk, okay? Let me get my point out. Okay, first of all, most a lot of species, as long as they're within the same genus, most species can sit there and intermingle. Different species can intermingle if they're within a certain family and a certain genus. So that doesn't really follow that if they interbreed, they must be the same species, because they could be different species and interbreed as long as they're within the same genus. But as far as that goes, okay, there is a word study fallacy called the semantic anachronism fallacy. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
All right, semantic anachronism fallacy says that it tries to take a modern definition and import it into an earlier meaning. In other words, how the Bible writers used the word kind is going to be different than how we normally use the normal, the family, species, things like that, kingdom or whatever, the normal classification system. The modern classification system is only about 200 to 300 years old. Doesn't date back to the time of the Bible. So the way the Bible classifies kind is not going to be exactly the way we normally would define our modern classification system. So to sit there and use the word kind, what young earth creationists do is they use the biblical understanding of the word kind. Okay, they're not trying to import the later meaning. Now, to make this analogous, they sometimes will say, okay, it may be closer to a family, somewhat similar to a genus, maybe somewhere in between, something like that. But they're not going to be able to identify it specifically. Most young earth creationists will probably say family, but even that's not exact, because, like, for example, in the case of a fox can only interbreed with other foxes. They can't interbreed with anybody else in their family. So that's how they understand it. Trying to be precise with kind is not the same as an equivocation fallacy, is the point that I'm making. That's not an equivocation fallacy. You
I'm not saying
have
it
to
is.
change the meaning. Well, that's the whole point. T-Rox is saying, okay, we can't.
No, let me explain. No. I have to explain because hold on. And you, I know you said I like to talk a lot. That's not what it is. I like to be precise. So when people are trying to mischaracterize what I'm saying, or when people make something that I have to correct, I will correct it. No, the issue is that when Kent says essentially that they're not the same kind, he's not engaging with our version of the argument, which becomes an equivocation fallacy on his part, because he's trying to say speciation doesn't happen in the way we're talking about when we're talking about these species, and then say because they're the same, they're still the same kind as in the genus. That's the equivocation that he's essentially doing. If I say to you, And again, the big issue is the generality, because if we're working with generalities, that's fine. Most things in biology are generality. If most people were saying are generally things that can reproduce, that's fine. I don't have an issue with caveats. I understand that. But when if you're going to say that things that can reproduce are the same kind, that's the biblical definition that you're using, and we're saying that's the same thing as species, then you have to you can't say that the speciation doesn't happen unless you're saying that it's referring to the family, at which point you're not saying it's things that you're not using the biblical definition, which is things that can reproduce. You're talking about things that are on a grander scale, more anatomically similar, as opposed to reproduce, which is the biblical one. You're switching from a biblical definition to a grander anatomically similar definition.
I wasn't here when Kit was talking about all that stuff. I only know about your and T-Rox's conversation because I was away from my computer. But anyway, as far as that goes, is that most young earth Christians would not say that they're the same species. By the way, young earth Christians, most young earth Christians will agree with speciation. We just don't believe it's evolution. But because we agree with variations within a kind and that sort of thing. Most young earth Christians would not identify kind and species the same. So, and I think T-Rock mentioned that as well. But I don't exactly understand where Kent falls in that, because he has said something to that degree of kind and species. But that most young earth Christians would agree with what T-Rock said, that species and kind, not the same thing. And we have to go with what the biblical definition is. We don't hold to fixity of species.
What's the biblical definition?
The biblical definition of a kind or biblical definition of species, which I don't know if the Bible has a definition of species.
I don't think it has a definition of species. No, hold on. I want to see if we can get this somewhere with his point. What is your biblical definition of a kind?
Can I chime in here real quick?
I'll mute my.
Can I ask a question first?
Yes.
All right. A definition of a kind is an organism that can interbreed interbreed out of its own kind, because that's what the Bible says, and basically has certain types of exterior, I guess, physical features that are commonplace. Like, for example, if you look at a wolf and a dog, you could tell they're the same kind. I mean, just by looking at them. Now, this don't change that to the amount. I've been debating back and forth with some of the evolutionists that seem to think that we would argue like y'all do, like the amount of diversity or change, like this is 85% similar or something like that. And it's like, no, we're not concerned with how much they differ or similar, because we can account for both of that within our paradigm. I mean, we can count for it either by a common designer or, variations within a kind. So it doesn't matter to us how much they differ or similar, but it's the kinds of similarity or differences that they have that distinguishes them. And so if I look at a wolf and a cat, I could tell that they're not the same kind. I could tell that they're not. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Okay.
Even, I mean, if you put them as the same thing or the same kind, even in the same family, I mean, you could just tell that they're not
does the biblical definition note generality, or is it cut and dry that they can't? They need to essentially reproduce.
This would be a really good time for me to chime in.
Because if you're saying that they have to be able to reproduce, because that's the biblical definition. If the biblical definition is saying they have to reproduce, then in the case of
can I say something,
a house
Carlos?
cat and a tiger, they can't reproduce. But also,
Carlos,
if you're saying generally,
Carlos, stop for a minute, Carlos.
They have to be able to reproduce after their own kind, is what the Bible says. It doesn't. It's not just the fact that they have to reproduce.
Apologetics. Okay, I let you talk. Let me talk. So, two things we know for sure. God knows what a kind is. Carlos, my turn. God knows what a kind is. God knows what a kind is, and the kinds know what that kind is, like Dr. Kent says. A cat knows what its own kind is. It tries to mate with its own kind, never tries to go outside of its kind. Now, when the Bible was written and the word kind was used, there was less species here. There was 2 cats with all the genetic material of all the cats that exist today in those 2 cats. Now, over time, they lost the ability to interbreed because this cat's so small and this cat's so big, they just can't do it anymore. That doesn't mean they're a different kind.
Yes,
and
it
if
does,
they
because
are,
your
God knows,
definition was literally based off of whether they can interbreed.
but we're talking, that was when the Bible was written. We're talking about trying to prove whether evolution
It
is
doesn't
real
matter.
or
You're
not.
still using that definition. You said that you're using that definition. So whether it was that was when the Bible was
listening to
written
you.
is
I'm here to
irrelevant.
learn. I'm here to learn, but I study the Bible, and I'm telling you what the Bible, God knows what a kind is, and the animals know what kind they are. They go
That's
after
fine,
their own
but
kind.
we're
You go
trying to
after
figure
other
out what kinds
hopefully
are.
you go after other human women when you're trying to reproduce. Hopefully you're trying to go after your own kind, your own species. I don't care what word you use. I have a high school graduation. I've never been to college. But I know what I can see, what I can observe, and what I observe is the loss of genetic material over time. I don't
This
see
is a simple
anywhere over
syllogism from the
time.
definition of how you define kind. This is a simple syllogism. It directly follows that if you're defining kind as something that can reproduce and bring forth its own kind, then a house cat and a tiger cannot do that. They are different kinds. But you would say they're the same kind regardless because they're phenotypical traits. So you're breaking your own definition, is my point
What
here.
is that? What is that? I mean, like I told you, I graduated from high school. I could give 2 cents what if
So
you
did
guys were
I.
to use species or use the word kind. I could care less what you use as a word in your dialogue. It really bothers me that you guys spend so much time arguing over what the definition of this word or that word is. I want to see where, okay, this is where this species turned into this species. That you said earlier.
That's
that
why we do
this
that, because if we
species,
can't
hold on, let
agree
me
on
finish.
what
Let me finish. Or you said earlier that this species turned in, that was probably related to this species because of the spinal column and everything. So at that point, were you admitting that you don't have any hard evidence that that species is related to that? Because you yourself use the word probably. So
No, that's not what I said, and that's not what I was having evidence
listen
of.
for a second, Carlos. You keep on making the same exact mistake over and over. It's not an equivocation because you can read the professional creation literature. They tell you the same thing I'm telling you. Species and kind are 2 different things. There's different criteria for them. Number one, so it's not that we're not equivocating between the trying to make a definition of kind equals species and then jumping out of that definition to mean something else. That's not what we're doing at all. That's one of your mistakes. The other mistake is what happens today is not origins. What happens today is today. The whole conversation is about origins. So in the domestic house cat versus like a Bengal tiger, for example, we know they're the same kind because there is an interconnected web. There's a web that connects the reproduction compatibility between like tigers and lions, lions to leopards, leopards to jaguars, jaguars to pumas and cougars, and so on and so forth, all the way down. You can trace this all the way down to the common house cat. They all have some degree of interbreedability. It's just that A breeds with B and B with C, but A doesn't with C. But because it's just like the mathematical definitions that we use, if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. It's the exact same concept. It's not complicated. But when we talk about
It
kinds,
is, because that's not how it is. They're not A equals B and B equals C. That's not the same at all. Those things aren't the same thing. You're talking about an interaction between them. You're not talking about whether or not they're exactly
ancestry. If we're talking about ancestry, then we're talking about reproductivity.
Hey, look,
yes, you're talking about reproductivity. If your definition
we're talking about the biblical
of
definition
a kind,
of kinds is bringing.
I understand. If you're talking about the definition, if you say your definition of kind is that these things can reproduce to bring forth the same species, correct?
You're stuck
Or
in
not
the,
species,
you're
sorry.
stuck in the
These
present.
things can bring forth the same kind, I'm sorry. If you're saying that these things can bring forth the same kind, well, what you're the problem is you're using the word kind to define kind. So
No, I'm
what
not.
is,
I'm using reproductivity in history to define kind,
no,
not in the
yes,
present.
the
In
definition,
history,
if I
do you
ask
see
you
the
what is
difference
the
between what
definition
we can
of
know
a
today
kind,
and what happened in the
Carlos,
past?
I've answered your question about
no,
what the
you guys have
definition
sidestepped
of.
it. You guys are sidestepping
I
it.
want to finish my response without being interrupted. So I've answered it numerous times, to you at least one time. Okay, a kind is a group of organisms that can be traced back to a common ancestor. And that's why we have argued for hours and hours about humans being their own separate created kind, as in they are unrelated to any other form of life, including chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, australopithecines. Okay. And I have demonstrated that to be the case through
No,
what?
you haven't, because
Chromosome.
no, because we're related
Beginnings of
through
your
genetics.
sentences are starting in the middle of mine. The audience has already seen you fail, and I mean this in the nicest way, fail on 2 separate occasions to address the Y chromosome data. We've discussed mitochondrial DNA data. We've discussed DNA function, speciation rates. You still haven't provided, and feel free to look into it afterwards, provided a counter to my point that the majority of speciation events are due to shifts in heterozygosity to homozygosity. So notice here, what's a kind? Well, I would argue, here's my model. Humans are their own created kind. And my definition is groups of organisms that go back to a common ancestor. And so here's humans, their created form. Here's living humans. Here's all your extinct humans. Okay, those are your side branches. And they are unrelated. And we can demonstrate this using genetic data, as I have, to any other form of life. So there's an answer to the question, show me a created kind, and what is your definition of a kind? There it is. And you've yet to refute it, Carlos. Go ahead.
No, honestly, going back real quick to the whole thing about the homology, no, I did not fail twice. You guys keep hand waving away the bottlenecks. Honestly, literally, if you just
Mr. Anderson was already in here.
If you look into genetic drift, if you look into genetic drift, there's a whole thing right there in the bottom, even just on basic Wikipedia, that shows you that bottlenecks explain how there's that homology from
Carlos,
heterozygous.
What's fixation equilibrium?
He's kind of throwing me off with the equilibrium word, but fixation is essentially when certain alleles get basically fixated into the genome. They get stuck in the genome. They don't.
Right.
They're
so
permanent.
Evolutionary time scales are true. So for sake of argument, let's assume evolutionary time scale. I've pointed out this is a mathematical reality.
Yes, and there's constructive neutral evolution.
Your nearly neutral mutation rate, okay, but most mutations are deleterious. So your nearly neutral mutation rate equals your long-term substitution rate or fixation rate. So that means if 50 nearly neutral mutations are accumulating per person per generation, 50 nearly neutral, slightly deleterious mutations are becoming fixed every single generation. That is too massive of a genetic load for evolution to be true. That puts shelf lives on genomes. That means species cannot persist for millions of years into the future. It also means they could not have persisted for millions of years into the past. There's been no solution provided to the fixation equilibrium challenge, Carlos.
Literally in fixation, if you go into fixation, even on basic Wikipedia, again, it tells you, it explains to you that, again, fixation and genetic drift do not happen in isolation. They work with natural pressure, selection pressures. They work with bottlenecks. So it literally does.
The definition of a neutral mutation is that it's not.
You also have constructive neutral evolution, which posits that because essentially what you're trying to do is get at the adaptationist fallacy that everything that we have is a result of being a beneficial trait, which I don't agree with it. So there would be certain neutral ones. If we have most of them being neutral, there would be neutral ones that just don't get weeded out, and those also would be fixated because they're neutral. So you have deleterious ones. The deleterious ones can accumulate all they want. It doesn't matter because once they get to a point where they're actively
It does matter because notice here, this is Fatuma. basic evolutionary textbook. The number, so for NE, how long it takes for these mutations to basically become fixed, point of equilibrium, so on and so forth, okay? The same number of neutral mutations should be fixed every generation. The rate of fixation of mutations is theoretically constant and equals, notice this, equals the substitution rate. This is basic population genetics. Notice this, the great majority of those mutations that are fixed are effectively neutral with respect to fitness and are fixed by genetic drift, okay? The whole point of a mutation being subject to genetic drift and not selection is that it's unselectable. That's why it's spreading throughout the population, okay? And every time you get one stuck in place, that's a fixation event that is irreversible, that is irreparable genetic damage. It's not a problem for a young earth creationist because we only have 4,500 years of mutation accumulation. There's no fixation equilibrium in a young earth time scale.
Fixation equilibrium only occurs with smaller populations.
Do you agree with this quote from Fatuma or not? You know what Fatuma is?
I can agree with it, but the point is, again, that occurs with smaller populations. This is really only an issue for smaller populations.
It doesn't matter. If you continue the quote, small population, large population, doesn't matter because larger population has more individuals and more mutations in that population. Because let's say today you have 7 to 8 billion people, right? The mutation rate's about 100 per person. So you have 100 new mutations per person per generation. You got 8 billion people. Do the math. That's 800 billion new mutations this generation alone. So you have more mutations to become fixed. In a small population, yeah, you have fewer individuals, but you still have a fast mutation rate, which means fixation rates are going to be faster. And so there's a compensation there. And that's what Fatuma says. Large population, small population, doesn't matter. Because there's
that's wrong. Then that's wrong because smaller populations achieve fixation faster, whereas the limit of an infinite population fixation is not achieved.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Fixation equilibrium says large population or small population.
This isn't a large population. This is an infinite population. The population is theoretically infinite.
For clarification, real quick, Donnie, can you describe what N and E represent in that?
Yes. So you have, I should pull it up again, 4NE. And so you have population size.
N is population size, correct?
Right. Let me pull it up.
And what is E?
And then you have, so basically alleles, population size, and how long it takes for these nearly neutral mutations to reach fixation.
Are you saying
on a diploid?
Are you saying E represents the number of alleles in question?
Well, it would also go by, so whether haploid, so one set of chromosomes, or diploid. And so the whole point of 4NE is just how long it takes for these nearly neutral mutations to reach fixation. And it is agnostic in terms of population size.
Right. That was kind of the point for Carlos, because he said that only is true for small populations, but the very terms in there tell you that it's scalable to any population size.
Right. And it'll apply to haploid or diploid. So, we're diploid organisms, but oftentimes when you hear geneticists talk, they'll say, we have a genome of 3 billion letters. Well, that's haploid. Technically, we have 6 billion letters because we're diploid. We have 4 sets since we have 50% from mom, 50% from dad. So the point is, according to evolutionary timescale, fixation equilibrium is a reality, and it's a major problem for evolutionists because that's irreversible and irreparable damage every single generation.
Well, Carlos made one of
not really because neutral. Go ahead. Sorry.
Listen real quick, because Carlos made one of the very good points for creation, the reality of the young Earth creation model, and that is that he says that the fixation happens very fast in small populations. One of the things that we always get kind of hammered with is we must believe in hyperspeciation. But if you go back and look at the flood model, you get 2 of every unclean kind and 7 pairs of every clean kind. And the whole story is about repopulating an empty Earth space, which means that if you start with the population of 2 mice, for example, and it's just, don't take that any specific way, just you got 2 mice and they walk off the ark and they start reproducing at a very fast rate. They also start diverging into many smaller populations very quickly. So your fixation rate can happen very quickly in any one of those, and that's where we get rapid speciation from.
Right.
No, because if the fixation rate happens faster in a smaller rate, it wouldn't be the case that within the amount of time given, you would have such a large amount of diversity. That's literally contrary. You have a small population, so the faster you're going to have a faster fixation rate. There's literally no way to get the amount of diversity from that smaller population within the amount of time that you're proposing.
That's demonstrably untrue, Carlos. You said you like to be precise and do math, so try this.
I didn't say I like to do math. I said I like to be precise and correct people when they mistake what I say.
How long do you think it takes 2 mice to become 4 mice?
It depends on how.
It takes a couple months at most, Carlos. And so my point then is, if you do a little bit of math, you can easily refute your own point, because if the time the 2 mice takes to become 4 mice is 100 years, which we know it's not, that's way too long, that means you would have more mice on the planet today if they actually reproduced at that rate. You'd have more mice on the planet today than there are atoms in the Earth. The point is they can
first off, there were mice that far, and
they reproduce very fast, and there is more than enough reproduction time to turn 2 mice into 40 or 50 species of mice easily. It's so trivial. Your comment is just nonsense.
No, it's not, because for that to happen, the population size would have to outgrow the fixation rate, which is not going to happen. The fixation rate is gonna since it's growing faster in small populations, you're gonna reach fixation before that population reaches a point where fixation isn't even relevant.
No, Carlos, that's not the way it works. They split out into subpopulations, and each time they split, they carry the pre-existing body of mutations with them, and then start.
It doesn't matter. They're reaching fixation at a faster rate. They're going towards fixation already. Even if they start branching out a little bit into some small degrees of variation, the fixation is going to overdraft the amount of variation and would fixate them in that amount of time, given the population that you're proposing.
Hey, Carlos, let me hop in there. I got one question. I got to go. Before you were talking about the population and, going back on your timeline versus the creationist timeline, right? And right now we're at 8 billion people. You mentioned there's a lot of people dying. There's a lot of war right now, right?
Yeah, there's always been war as far as I know from all human history.
And according to science right now, it's more global warming than ever, which equals more natural disaster than ever, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so based on your timeline, with the mathematics assuming there was always war and actually less natural disaster to kill us off, then how are we not a way bigger population? You would need a lot of major equivalents to Noah's flood to justify the math of where we're at now.
Yeah, I think what Mars is alluding to there is population growth rate. It does not make sense in an evolutionary sense. I like to talk about doubling time, but there's the mathematical equivalent is just
it certainly does. People have had harems in a lot of cultures.
Percent per year of population growth. If you run the numbers, for example, on rabbits and assume that rabbits have been around for some 60 million years, what Mars is saying is absolutely relevant, because you basically have to have stifled rabbit reproduction rates so much that even super reasonable or super low reproduction rates make zero sense over the 60 million year time scale.
We do. We do. We have hunting. Again, you guys sidestepped a large amount of impact that we as humans and even other animals have on the environment. We do things to the world around us. It's not like
60
things just
million
happen to
years
us.
well
It's not like things
predates
just
modern
happen to us and
hunting.
we take it and do nothing. We do things in
Carlos,
response to the things that happen to us.
Yeah, but
We
Carlos,
hunt rabbits.
you're
We
not
hunt these creatures
justifying
out
the
of
extra math.
extinction.
When do you think humans started? When do you believe they actually completely branched off to the hunting capabilities we have now? Under the hypothesis that the other animals were already doing what they're doing now. We're not disagreeing with that on the hypothetical of a much older timeline. So, you're kind of preaching to the choir here. We understand that. You're not telling us.
No, you don't, because you're saying that it doesn't help the point of evolution and the homology.
No.
It does.
You're misconstruing the argument. We're saying that the ratio does not outweigh. The death rate does not outweigh the birth rate of what we're observing, and if anything, we have more natural disaster now than ever before, right? So, but we'll put that to the side.
Yeah,
we're
that's
talking
now,
about
though.
everything else.
Everything else.
Sorry,
one of the points there to make is that when you talk about hunting in a 60 million year timeline, hunting can only be in the evolutionary timescale. Hunting can only be relevant for the past several thousands of years, 10, 20, call it 40, call it 100,000 if you want. That's not enough time for a 60 million year time frame. But if you look at, for example, a common predator of rabbits, which is the wolf and the fox and a number of other wild canine types, they're not stifling rabbit populations today, hardly at all. In the broad scheme of things, they have very little influence on the rabbit population. Rabbits adapt very well and move into human space, and humans have a bigger impact on them than wild animals do.
I understand that. That's a big point that I'm making, is that humans have a large impact on the environment, and the way that things happen, that you guys are literally circumnavigating. And hold on, just real quick on the hunting part, because I'm not specifying that hunting has to be the same as that it is. I'm talking about hunting in general, the act of human beings going out to take down creatures.
You're sidestepping. We were talking about
No,
humans.
that's not sidestepping.
We
That's what I just said. The act of human beings going to take down creatures.
Carlos. If you want to answer the question, listen to the question. Okay, you said I started the question. You think you're answering, right? We're talking about 8 billion. 8 billion was referencing the human population, right? Then T-Rock hopped in talking about rabbits as an example, but you're diverging from the original point. I'm talking about human population because it's an easy number, because we know what we have right now, probably more accurately than we have with other animals, right? So that's what I'm getting at. Can you answer?
So ask the question again, then.
Yeah, the question is, on the ratio that we see now, we have more natural disaster than ever. I know you guys talk about global warming a lot. So our natural disasters are wiping out humans more than ever, okay? And I'll give you a better one. Less than 1,000 years ago in Europe, we had the European plagues. They took out 1/3 of Europe, equivalent to about 25 million people. So that means in Europe there was about 75 million people. And yeah, we still, in 700 years, increased to 8 billion people in a global level. So
yeah, there was a lot of inbreeding in that time. There was a lot of inbreeding in that time.
Why didn't this happen before that? Why didn't this number get you? The point is, you would need a lot of global floods to justify the numbers on your timeline.
That number didn't get to before that because we didn't have the amount of devastation. We couldn't cause that amount of devastation before.
Carlos,
you're asking why we didn't have that amount of death because we didn't have that amount of that capacity.
That's not what you just said 2 minutes ago, though. That's not what you just said 2 minutes ago.
Yes, it
talking
is.
About the animals.
Carlos,
no, it's
listen.
not.
Josh was trying to speak just a minute ago, and I'm not sure, Josh, if you're.
I just wanted to point out, like T-Rock, how you said about if you put 2 mice in Noah's Ark, how long would it take for it to turn into 4 mice? And I have quails, and I have mice that break into my quail cage, and they're just doing their thing, and I left them alone for like a couple months, and eventually I realized that they were drinking all my water, they were eating all my quail food, they were stealing my quail eggs. So I had to find the mice. I found the little nest, and I found about 15 baby mice, little baby mice. They couldn't even open their eyes. I took them, I put them in the middle of the desert somewhere and said, let's see if they survive. So Carlos' idea with evolution is that those mice, left alone, left undisturbed, are somehow going to produce a rabbit. Like, you can't.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not.
You have no evidence for any single animal. Like, pick any animal. Alligator. What came right before the alligator? Can you tell me that? What came right before the elephant? Can you tell me that? what came right before the zebra? Can you tell me that? The only thing that evolutionists ever point towards is, oh, humans came from the bonobo chimpanzee. And there's no real evidence of that. There's no evolutionary fossils.
No, they don't say that either.
Okay, so explain to me what came right before the alligator.
Some organism that was not an alligator. We don't. Evolution doesn't say that humans came from chimpanzees. Evolution says humans and chimpanzees came from some organism that was not a human and not a chimpanzee, but over the generations, through a slight gradual change in allele frequencies and phenotypes, we eventually end up with a population that is what we call humans.
Specific animal. It's very convenient that, like, with all the science,
but they're different, right?
Before the past 50 years, before Darwin and Darwin's evolution, like, all that we can do is look at observable science. I would probably look at a zebra and look at a horse and be like, yeah, maybe those two are kind of similar. But now that we have all the science in the world, we have all the genome mapping, we can look at all the biology, all the genetics, and you still can't tell me a single animal that came before another one. What came before the elephant? And you Google it. Like, you really have no basis on what you're saying, man.
I can't tell you because personally I'm not a paleontologist or a zoologist. There's people that, if you wanted to know that, I'm sure you could find the answer, but you would just deny it. That's all that would happen. You would say, no, that didn't come from that. That's a different thing.
No, to
I want to ask something.
Go ahead, Dan.
So you would admit that they're different, right? Like, they're not the same. When they did speciation, ultimately makes them different, correct, Carlos?
It makes them different in a variety of categories, yes. But the issue is, because of how clade systems work, they're different in more and more specified ways. That's why it gets harder to see the variations, because they're not getting different in vague ways or extreme ways, like going from having 2 arms and 2 legs to having wings. They're changing in specific, small, specified ways, like going from a circle, having a black circle pattern on you, to having a black hexagon pattern on you. That's a big different thing. And over time, those will happen. You can have something like that occur in like the grander changes of the leg, the wings. Like, you could literally, I challenge you right now to sit here and just try and picture it. You could do this. You could do this on a piece of paper, just drawing it. Draw a random organism. Draw a circle, just a circle. All right. Now, say I'm gonna draw this circle. The next generation, I'm gonna draw this circle a little bit longer. Right. And the next generation, I'm gonna draw this circle a little bit longer. Now, this next generation, this circle is gonna have a slight dent at the bottom, and the next generation, this one's gonna have a slighter, longer dent in the bottom. You keep doing this, you're gonna end up with like what looks like an organism with 2 legs that's slightly more humanoid, and you can keep doing this with different parts of the body.
That was intelligently designed.
Wait.
That's not intelligent design. That's just reproduction.
This actually brings me to my point. So this last time you said, that I think you were attributing it to the evolutionary tree of life. Like you said, it's like a spectrum, it's a slow, gradual change, and like it's a spectrum, right?
It's a gradient. It's a gradient.
Okay, here's the issue with that analogy. You want to go from yellow to a bacteria to purple, which is like a human, whatever, that's in the tips of the trees. But the problem is you only have yellow. That's the only color you have. You can't go to purple if you don't have any other color. You only have yellow. How are you going to get to purple if you only have yellow?
So to that point, what the actual problem here is, Carlos, everybody understands the analogy just fine, the gradient analogy. You have a hard time pinpointing exactly what the change was and which one it should be. The analogy is perfectly easy to understand. The problem is you can never demonstrate it. You can only speculate that that's what happened. There is
yes, we can demonstrate it. We do it with breeds all the time. Dog breeds. You can't point to a specific point in time where the Rottweiler came from this other specific dog. You can't say, hey, this is when it's a Rottweiler. No, because it's a slow gradient over time. That's how we get different dog breeds.
We have direct.
And again, de-evolution, lots of information.
De-evolution isn't a thing.
So, Carlos,
the lots of information. Dog breeds are lots of information, not the
That's not the evolution. That's just evolution. Evolution isn't about gaining. Evolution is about change.
Carlos, we have direct.
Okay, whether it's
But to
go
go
ahead,
from a
ability.
single cell to a human, you have to
T-Rock's
gain
trying to say
something somewhere, correct?
Not necessarily. No, that's why you have.
So
I challenge you. I
you
would
don't have
encourage
to
you guys
gain
to look
anything to go
into.
from a single cell to a
No,
human.
no. You can lose things as well to gain things.
So you're a single cell and you lose things to become a human. Brilliant.
Do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what constructive neutral evolution is?
Carlos, forget
Carlos,
that
can I
for a
ask you a
minute.
question?
Oh my God. Thank you for the laughs tonight,
Dino to
Carlos.
bird.
It's been great. Love you, buddy.
Carlos, can you hear me?
If you take dino to bird evolution, for example, the whole premise is that the forearms of a theropod evolved into wings. And so in your gradient example, what we should see, and this is a long-standing creationist argument, what we should see is something halfway between the forearm of a theropod and, for example, the modern, there is a bird species that has like little tiny claws on the ends of their wings. We see nothing in between those, like zilch. And so your gradient example, again, you cannot demonstrate it. Your Rottweiler example, you vet that out with interbreedability, compatibility, because that's what ancestry is. So we have a very applicable modern test for that, but we don't have the equivalent test for getting from a theropod to a feathered bird.
No, you wouldn't have an exact halfway point.
Okay.
Again,
Carlos,
it's a gradient. You wouldn't have that exact waypoint.
You would have some
You'd have to.
examples
You'd
in
have
that
to.
range,
You'd
Carlos.
have
You
something
would have
close, and
some-
even if there
you
was
would
an
have
exact halfway point, that doesn't necessarily
you
mean
would have
we would have the that one thing. We can still have.
I did your evolutionary homework since you don't want to answer me. This is what it says on Google. I asked, where did the elephant evolve from? It says one of the earliest proboscideans is speculated, so they don't even know, they're just speculating, to be the ancestor of our extant elephant species, the Mauritium, which is a small semi-aquatic hippo-like mammal that lived about 37 to 35 million years ago. So between our current animal, elephant, that we recognize, there was 37 million years from the species that came right before that, and they speculate that it was some kind of semi-aquatic hippo. How can you believe evolution when there's no clear definition that
and nothing
like,
in
this
between
animal
it.
came from that animal? Like where you have a lot of faith, bro. Because you know sometimes, like as a Christian, like I doubt my everything. I doubt whether God is gonna deliver me from hardships. I doubt whether I'm gonna make it through the next day. You know, I doubt a lot of stuff. I have a lot of doubt. And you know what I do? I stick to the Bible and I stick to the Word and I try to grow in my faith. But you have way more. I wish I had the faith that you have in evolution to believe that we can't clearly identify what species came before the elephant, and then we throw in a 37 million year gap between the closest relatives to an
And
elephant.
it's imaginary. There's no
It's not faith.
evidence.
It's based off genetics. It's based off
It's
based
an
off of
imaginary
region.
creature.
It's based
There's
off of
no
multiple
evidence of it.
fields
That's
of
why they
science that I'm
speculate.
sure that the same way you guys are roasting me for, you guys have not searched into either. Since you don't want to answer a question either, do you know what constructive neutral evolution is? Did you do your homework on that?
Carlos,
Since we've been talking about fixation.
big words that nobody cares
It's
about.
neutral, it would be evolution.
Talk to me like I'm in the 5th grade. Apologetics. Go ahead, man. I know you've been trying to get a word in. Go ahead, apologetics, because I think we can all hear you.
So do you know what constructive neutral evolution is?
You know what constructive criticism is? Because that's what I'm giving you. I'm giving you the
You're
criticism
not.
that there is no way to tie a link between a species that lived 37 million years ago and our current animal, the elephant. The elephant
Yes, there is. It's called genetics. In the same way we can use paternity tests to figure out who's related to who, we can see if these creatures are related to those creatures. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, there's a common design there. That's
It's
why.
easily and more plausible to say that those genetics are just the building blocks of our creator. Thing with my son and I use the same Legos to build different constructions that we build with Legos, but they're still made with Legos. So does
Okay,
that
but
mean that
no,
they
no, no, no,
evolved?
no, no, no. They're made with Legos, but you and your son are different creators. So if you and your son both build tanks, I can't conclude that because they're both made of Legos, they were made by the same creator, can I? No.
And we're not talking about whether they were made by one creator or two creators. We're talking
Yes,
about
you are. You're saying
whether they
that
evolution or
he
not.
is
Listen, evolution is on debate tonight.
Yes,
from what
you're
I
trying
understand.
to. Yes, but what you're doing then is saying because
You're defaulting to saying that because evolution isn't, you don't think evolution is proper, then therefore your creationist model must be proper, which isn't the case because you cannot conclude through similarities that a common designer. You're not going to sidestep that implication.
I'm just saying that there was a designer. I'm just saying that there's a designer, not one. You
can't conclude that either.
There's one. I believe there's one designer. There's God Almighty, the Creator. He sent His Son down here. That's what I believe. But that's not what's on. My beliefs aren't what's on debate tonight. It's evolution.
Okay, so we were talking about fixation and genetic drift, right?
No, we're talking about
in this debate.
We're talking faith in an imaginary evolution. See, we are willing to admit that we don't know how. In the Bible it says God said. God uses words in the Bible. In John 1:1 it says the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. And then the Word was made flesh and manifested, and we beheld His glory. This is Jesus. This is the Word, and how the Bible says it, the Bible describes it, is that God snapped His fingers and it happened, basically. See, we don't need to prove that. We have faith. We understand that there is gaps in that. We understand that we don't have all the answers. You're trying to come up with some crazy evolutionary fairy tale imaginary animals to bridge the gap between our existing animals to something that happened 35 million years ago, when we can't even accurately predict the weather that's going to happen tomorrow. You want to believe that 37 million years
see, that's dishonest. Because we both on both sides, on both sides.
What about a pig? What did the pig evolve from?
On both sides, you guys gotta understand, I'm like the only evolutionist here, so I'm gonna have to take a little extra time. So don't come and try and act like I'm hogging all the time. So
what did the pig evolve?
We both admit. No, stop, because you're trying. Stop. I don't know, but that's irrelevant. Whether I know specifically is irrelevant. That doesn't mean somebody else doesn't know. Now, the point here that you're trying to not let me make because you're trying to avoid it because you know it's going to crap on you is this. We are both willing to admit that we don't know certain things. The issue is we, using science, say that this is the most likely explanation because it's supported by the facts that are most concordant with reality. You do not. You say, hey, this is this thing, so I'm going to believe my one belief out of over 4,000.
Listen, science.
You have thousands of competing God methods and spiritualism and animism.
No amount of science can tell you what happened 3.7 billion years ago.
Because science doesn't deal in absolutes. But the problem is you're trying to sidestep that by saying that you have a God that can deal in absolutes, which you don't have evidence for.
With absolutes, 2 + 2 will always be 4. That's scientific all the time.
Science doesn't deal with absolutes. No, that's mathematics. That's not science. 2 + 2 is math. What are you talking about, bud?
2 + 2
2 + 2 is math, not science.
Is the instruments
Evolution
of
is not
science.
absolute.
An instrument of science. That doesn't mean it is science. Logarithmic equations are not science. They're math.
That's how
they're used in
gravity
science.
is measured. That's science.
Sugar isn't cooking. Sugar is used in cooking.
Carlos, how about you admit that you have no evidence for evolution and that's just something that
we have more evidence than you guys have for creation, which is why you guys never do a debate on creation being on stand.
Name one.
We have faith.
Oh yeah,
we have genetics, we have paleontology, all of the genealogical column. You guys just deny it.
Carlos, I'm asking you to name the evidence.
I personally don't have that specific evidence. We can do. I'm here to. What I can do. What I do is just the logical reasoning, which you guys don't even seem to be able to want to do. Because if you do the logic, if you did the simple reasoning, then it's easy to see that these things happen, but you don't. Again, like with going back to the bottleneck position, you guys deny the whole bottleneck thing when that literally happens all the time. It's still happening, but no, that's not enough.
I used reason and logicking to rule out evolution in my 20s.
You guys sitting here telling me that inbreeding, murder, sexual assault, natural disasters, climate change can't reduce the amount of frequencies. That's like the allele frequency and genetic variation. That's crazy.
Reduce. You need to grow. In order to go from a single cell to a human or to an elephant, you need to gain a bunch of information.
And regular evolution already describes how the growth happens through reproduction and mutation. So you're just asking for what is already explained through the regular evolution through products of
the storytelling of evolution.
It's not storytelling.
Let me ask you a
Yeah, we
question.
want evidence of this.
If the issue is just over things changing, then where is our disagreement?
The fact that we can see this, the fact that we can see this, and that it maps more onto the notion of evolution, is more evidence than creation. You can't sit there. You're not sitting there and say, "Give me evidence." You don't have evidence for creation either.
You didn't even.
We have evidence for
the loss of
evolution.
information over time.
Carlos, let me help you out a little bit. What you've got is an extrapolation fallacy, an extreme extrapolation fallacy, because we can do math all day long and extrapolate, and what extrapolation leads to is absurdity over deep time. So an example, going back to, going back to one of the examples that was given earlier about human population growth. If you do population study on biblical timeline from the flood till now, what you say is you had 8 people, 6 that contributed to today's population, became almost 8 billion people over 4,400 years or so. So you can do the math on that, and you can figure out what the annual population growth rate was. And I tend to do it by doubling time instead, because it's a little more intuitive to most people. The population doubling time in the biblical timeline is about 149 years from the flood till now. 149 years. What that number should mean to you is about 2 human lifespans. But we know that we can reproduce much faster than that. So one of the I think Mars was the one that brought this up earlier, that wars have contributed to that rather slow population growth rate. But then the point is, compare that to the
If you want the population growth rate, then it's
listen to me.
Sorry, go ahead.
Listen to me. I'm going to finish the comparison.
Yeah, no, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
If you compare that growth rate, 149 years, 2 human lifespans, compare it to the evolutionary time scale of roughly 200,000 years from the beginning of Neanderthal to modern human, what you end up having to do is stretch that out so long that you go into extinction. And so, per one of Donnie's earlier comments, what's the most parsimonious explanation? 4,400 years, 2 human lifespans as an average doubling time, with a known bunch of plagues and wars and so forth that have stifled it, or a necessary timeline that goes so far beyond human lifespan that it can only spell extinction?
Hey, Carlos, I really want to believe you, man. I really want.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry. I think that's a false dichotomy.
I really want to find. Like, I believe in God. I believe in creation. But like, I feel like if there's this many people who genuinely believe in evolution, then there's got to be something I'm missing. What am I missing, Carlos? Like, I'm trying to reason with you. I'm trying to be your friend. I'm not trying to be mean or rude or disrespectful. I'm really trying to get to the bottom of this. Like,
Don't. Look. I'm not gonna take any heatedness that any of us have in this debate as actual malice. We're here. That's the point of it's kind of like just how the debates go. We're not
Carlos,
heated. You know what I'm saying? So you don't got to worry about that.
Gentlemen, let me jump in
so.
real quick, because as we start to wind things down, as we're gonna go up to the 4.5 hour mark, which is in about 10 minutes, I want to get this super chat in here and any other super chats. And so, T-Rock, it looks like it's for you, brother. And Pseudonym, appreciate the $10 super chat and the support. And so he's asking, curious, what kind of human was Noah on the ark? Was he a Homo sapien, or was he maybe Homo erectus? If so, without a fossil record, how do you show these changes in humans change while applying mitochondrial age?
I mean, on the one hand, that's a fair question. On the other hand, it's almost nonsensical to me. But when you say what you're basically saying, what species was Noah? Species in the biblical, in good theology, species among humans is completely nonsensical. Because we're all one blood. The Bible actually refers us to as being the families of the earth, not Homo sapien, not Homo erectus. But on the other hand, it's kind of a fair question, because what you're asking essentially by asking what the species is where does the
the morphology. Where does the bone morphology fall in? Well, we don't have Noah's fossil bones left behind to be able to make that estimate. What we do have is quite a few of the species that you are named probably belong to the Japheth line, or the Shem line, or the Ham line. One of those three. They're also almost all universally considered post-Babel. And so if they're post-Babel, what you're seeing is the three family lines coming out of Noah, and that's the best approximation you can make to what Noah's bone morphology was. But he's not a species, he's a human. He's a member of a family of humans.
I would say Noah was probably a much larger type human, very similar in like functionality, same body organs, arms, legs, maybe 6 fingers, maybe 6 toes on each foot. Definitely a much larger type of human that, as you know, over the last 6,000 years, which is the young Earth creation timeline, it is possible that we'd get a little smaller, we live a little less, right? Noah lived, what, 900 years? How long did he lived? A long time. So, you know, you really need like something big and robust to last that long. So I would probably say that Noah was not a Homo sapien, not Homo erectus, just a slightly larger human. The same way that you have a midget standing next to Shaquille O'Neal, there's big differences there. That doesn't mean that either one of them isn't a human.
I would
Hey,
like to hear
Josh.
Donnie's answer to the same question.
Real quick, can I just ask Joshua about the 6 toes thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on.
Oh, Carlos, let me answer it real quick, and then Carlos,
Yeah, of
feel free
course.
to object to anything, and go back and forth on this a little bit, because this is an interesting topic. Firstly, we want to look to DNA, right? The best way to answer the question of ancestry is through genetics, through DNA. It's DNA and traits that are inherited, sperm and egg, not a rock, not a fossil, not geography. And so let's start with DNA. Well, we do have Neanderthal genetics. We understand that a significant portion of humans today outside of Africa have Neanderthal genes, I think up to 8%. And so that tells us we interbred with them if we have their genetics. So obviously we're compatible. We've interbred. And so we are the most certainly the same kind. As T-Rock said, God has made all the people of the earth of one blood. There's one race, the human race. Okay. Denisovans, same thing. We've got DNA for Denisovans, but we could also look to morphology. Like we have Naledi, for example. Notice this. There's Naledi's hand next to a human hand. Here's modern human hand next to Naledi's hand. Clearly human. We could look at the mandible. We could look at various morphological features to determine what is and what isn't human. But when it comes to like erectus or hobbits, right, Homo floresiensis, we understand that these were very isolated people groups. Neanderthals in many ways as well. They were the most inbred people group on the planet. They had just massive runs of what's called homozygosity, where they have these identical stretches of letters. So the same letters, meaning they inherited the same letters from their parents, which means parents were very closely related. And that's why they were genetically degenerate in many ways. Same with Hobbit. Now, we don't have the DNA of Hobbit or Naledi, or I'm hearing some background noise if someone can mute. Hobbit, Naledi, Erectus, for example, they have morphological evidence for degeneration. They existed in small populations in isolation. And so my point is, Noah would not have looked like these isolated and highly inbred populations of humans. He wouldn't have looked like Hobbit. He wouldn't have looked like Naledi. He may have looked like Neanderthal in terms of their robustness, but many people think Heidelbergensis is an early form of Neanderthal. What we have in terms of Neanderthal today is your late Neanderthal, your end stage Neanderthal, where they were the most inbred and genetically degenerate. Heidelbergensis actually was robust, and there's fossils that suggest Heidelbergensis might have been 7 feet tall. There's a video of Lee Berger, famous paleoanthropologist, where he's holding this massive femur that I believe he attributes to Heidelbergensis. So that's probably more or less what Noah looked like, a more robust human, a healthy human, and would not have had the same features that we see in these isolated people groups like Hobbit, Naledi, and Erectus. But notice here, we can tell what belongs to the same kind, even your extinct people groups. We've got Homo sapiens today, Adam and Eve, or in the past, Adam and Eve, living humans today, and we can tell what is human and what's not. Hobbit, Naledi, Denisovans, Neanderthal, and Erectus. Outside of this, non-human apes, like your Australopithecines, for example. Go ahead.
Donnie, can you clarify something real quick?
Sure.
In the human line over there in the blue, can you quickly summarize what the total percent or the total amount of DNA we have from each one of those so-called species?
Yes, good question. Very good question. So Neanderthal, we have some pretty good DNA. We're about 99.7% the same as Neanderthal. But remember, they have a different set of biodiversity than us in terms of genetics because they were closer to the flood, but they were an isolated people group. And so they would have experienced rapid fixation of these new deleterious mutations. They're inbred, they're isolated, mutation rate is high. And so recessive mutations can come to the forefront. They can become fixed. And so that explains why Neanderthals are in many ways different to us genetically, but also very much similar to us. Denisovans, I think we've got like a finger bone and another isolated piece. And so we have its DNA, but we don't really have the what Denisovan was, so maybe Denisovan was in many ways Erectus. We're not sure. Naledi, we don't have any DNA. Hobbit, we don't have DNA. Erectus, we don't either. But I would predict if we do get their DNA, they're going to come back very similar to Neanderthal DNA, as we're going to have evidence for inbreeding. There's a paper that suggests Neanderthals were 40% less fit than modern humans because of all these mutations that came to the forefront while they lived in isolation. Go ahead, T-Rock.
I get one more question that you can elaborate on that I honestly don't know the answer to, and it may be totally subjective anyway. But in the DNA that we do have for Neanderthal, how robust or how accurate do you think it is versus some of the scaffolding techniques that have to be used to reconstruct?
Good question. Well, we do have a lot of genes that suggest that Neanderthals were, although inbred, also superior in many ways. They had superior eyesight. Again, we understand that they were robust just in terms of just their size and their bone structure and their muscles. Their muscles were so big that you could see striations basically in their skeletons. And that they were warriors because you find Neanderthals frequently with broken bones. Clearly, they were living in harsh, stressful conditions. The DNA itself, I think, is reliable. And why I think it is because we have a lot of different samples of Neanderthal DNA across Eurasia. And regardless of what Neanderthal specimen you're looking at, they all nest together in one group, Neanderthals. If the DNA was degraded to the point where it was unreliable, I think you'd expect all those isolated samples of Neanderthal DNA. I don't think you'd expect them to cluster or nest together. You'd find them anomalies, right? You'd find one over here, one nesting over here. So since there's uniformity there, I do think that for the most part, the DNA is reliable, which I think speaks to the youthfulness of that DNA in the sense that it's only roughly 4,000 years old. But if Neanderthals go back 200,000 years or 500,000 years, then that DNA should not be reliable.
I agree. The motivation for the question was that I was honestly surprised when I found out that it wasn't until, you can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but 2018 before a what's now considered a very robust version of chimp DNA.
Right. Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Yeah. That is. I can't remember if it's Pantro 6 or it's.
Yeah, they've used different names for it, right? Different people call it different things. So there's a little bit of confusion. But the bigger point is that we've got living chimpanzees from which to do these studies with, and it has taken a long time to put that together for a wide variety of reasons. They started out a long time ago, and you can speak to this history a little bit, but I think they started out using a scaffolding technique, intentionally overlaying chimpanzee DNA on
they use humans as a
on
scaffold.
humans. Eventually, they tried to get away from that, and because it's inherently biased, and I think the scientific community acknowledged that, so they tried to get away from it, but it was still fraught with problems like contamination during lab prep, for example.
Right.
And so anyway, I'm just wondering if any of those problems have affected what we currently perceive as an accurate Neanderthal genome.
Yes, I believe so. I think there's still so much we need to know about the Neanderthal genome. I think it was only until recently that we actually got a decent idea in terms of what their Y chromosomes look like. And so clearly we don't have as sophisticated an analysis of Neanderthal DNA as we do humans, which are the most studied. Obviously, billions and billions of dollars goes into studying the human genome. And then our so-called closest cousin, which even after finally getting a decent genome analysis of chimpanzees, there's still massive gaps. There's a lot of N's, which is just meaningless data. You look through the genome and you got a bunch of N's. So who knows what that is? They got to guess. So gaps, copy number variation, size differences. I think a lot
But they
of
are
telomeric DNA. Yeah, go ahead.
They are 23 pairs of chromosomes, though, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Neanderthals are 46 chromosomes, same as us.
Hey,
and they also
Donnie.
have the same FOXP2 gene as us, and they have the same hyoid bone as us, which allows for speaking in
Donnie,
language.
I kind of wanted to hear Brock's question about the flood. Brock, you had a question about the flood?
Didn't we discover some trees that are older than the flood?
No. Or well,
Carlos. Carlos.
Yeah. So, did we discover trees older than the flood? One of the things you got to know about tree ring.
Yeah, you're asking creationists, bro. If even if I gotta say, if we're being fair, the answer would be no from a creationist perspective. They're gonna tell you no.
What the hell?
But we're going to tell you no with a very logical reasoning behind it.
Yeah, we're going to have a reason behind the no.
It's not just no for the sake of disagreeing with the timeline. It's no because
that's fair.
When you do tree ring dating, one of the things, there's two things that come into play. Carbon-14 actually comes into play with tree ring dating, and that's what a lot of people don't know. You do tree ring dating, you find a tree that you can pull samples from. You basically have to trace it back and stack it on top of some other tree that existed before it, or some other plant matter. And in order to make the connection between the two, you have to basically bridge the gap with carbon-14 dating, and you have to calibrate one against the other. The problem with tree ring dating inherently is that trees are known to be able to produce more than one ring per year, and carbon. It's a rubber band measuring device to calibrate one of them against the other outside of observable history, basically. So I read a paper that was all about tree ring dating, and when they described what they were actually doing, it became apparent that they're basically just making up a way to try and connect the dots. And that was in the open mainstream literature.
Carlos, do you think we've discovered trees still alive that are older than the flood?
I don't know. I can't. We might have, but at the same time, I can't really say for certain that there necessarily has to be a reason any tree would survive that long. In terms of records, yeah, obviously it could, but I don't think it necessarily has to be the case that it is the case that one survived. You know what I'm saying?
Carlos, I have a question for you. Based on everything we've been talking about, since they've discovered Neanderthals and Homo sapiens intermingled and interbred, we have their DNA, about 8% outside of Africa. So we're largely a Neanderthal. If humans left Africa okay, somewhere between 70,000, let's say 70,000 years ago. And outside of Africa, in Eurasia, they met up with Neanderthals that must have experienced a first out of Africa event. Maybe Erectus left hundreds of thousands of years before humans, and then Erectus independently evolved into, according to your model, into Neanderthals, Heidelbergensis, Floresiensis, so on and so forth. How, after hundreds of thousands of years, here's my question. After hundreds of thousands of years of isolation, Homo sapiens in Africa, Neanderthals evolving outside of Africa, accumulating their own unique mutations, mind you. Humans in Africa accumulating their own mutations, Neanderthals outside of Africa accumulating their own, right? They're separated. There's no gene flow. Then humans leave Africa, meet up with Neanderthals, and produce fertile offspring with them. How, after hundreds of thousands of years of isolation and separation, how were they interfertile is my question.
Because you're mistaking the notion that diverging and becoming isolated can make them non-interfertile with the notion that it necessarily means that they will become incapable of not being able to breed. That's not the same thing. It's one thing to say that, yes, if you guys are isolated and separated, you guys can possibly lose the potential to breed. It's another thing to say that you guys will lose the potential to breed.
But they're separated by hundreds of thousands of years, accumulating their own genetic mutations, their own sets of biodiversity. Okay. According to deep time evolution, they shouldn't have been compatible, especially compatible to the point where they produce fertile offspring.
And again, this is with the stipulation that when we say isolation, we're talking about the group at large.
Yeah.
It can be the case that there are individuals that are leaving, individual smaller groups leaving and somehow coming into contact with these places and just simply never being able to return. But that's going to
so you
allow,
think before your major out of Africa dispersal event 70,000 years ago, you think
there were minor ones, yes.
Isolated families of humans left and met up with Neanderthals?
Yes, there were minor ones, yes, because people don't get along all the time. People push people out of territories. We have wars. People do all kinds of things.
Conjecture, though?
People leave. There's literally what's called are you familiar with the what's it called? The founder effect?
Founder effects, of course. Yeah, that's what explains.
That's what that would be. Essentially the founder effect. People would go out, they'd start other little smaller things, and those smaller little places would deal with other places.
I got a question real quick, Donnie.
Go ahead.
Well, of course, one thing is going to explain everything.
I'm being funny, so brace yourself. Are you familiar with the founder effect?
A question for me, T-Rock?
Yeah, it was a total joke. He asked you that. Donnie, are you familiar with founder? Carlos doesn't know your writing history, I don't think. I think Donnie
I better be aware of founder effects or else.
Well, I mean, the issue is because you say that bottlenecks don't help with certain things. You were arguing with me about the bottlenecks on the Y chromosome and stuff like that, and the homology of the Y chromosome, and that leads to, that's another example of a bottleneck, is a founder effect. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many things. I feel like the problem here is that you guys are
the problem that
I'm about to explain why that is, because the problem here is that you guys want one thing that's going to answer every question you have, and that's not the case. You have questions and the way that this works, the way that science works, is that there are certain things that are answered by certain fields, and the aggregate of those answers are what support the notion of evolution. It's not that this one thing is going to solve every question you have, and then this other thing is going to solve it. We're not jumping to say, hey, this is what, every time you guys say that doesn't solve it, we jump to a new thing to say that this one thing solves everything. No, we're saying that you brought up a new problem that has its own separate answer in a different field.
I brought up numerous. Notice how I can spend, T-Rock and I, we can spend 24 hours bringing up problem after, whether it's Y chromosome dissimilarity, this problem we're talking about. We haven't even gotten in depth into linkage blocks. I'd like to do that at some point. Mitochondrial DNA, so on and so forth. Okay. In this instance, we go back to, again, the law of parsimony. What's the most parsimonious explanation? Well, it's the young Earth creation model. Neanderthals, being an isolated people group after the Tower of Babel, okay, only separated by humans. Well, they're all humans, but separated by, let's say, modern human, Homo sapiens, that morphology or phenotype, by a few hundred years. Yeah, of course they're going to be interfertile. That's easy to explain. How do we have a good genome of Neanderthals to sequence and look at and compare? Again, what's the most parsimonious explanation? They did not exist that long ago. But you guys, just a lot of story. Well, maybe this, maybe that, possibly this, rescue device here, rescue device there. Evolution constantly fails the law of parsimony. It never provides a more simple explanation for the observations that we see. This goes back to the Y chromosome dissimilarity. Why are the chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes so different? Easy. They're not related. You guys are the ones that struggle with the explanations because your starting point is they're related.
No, we struggle with the explanations. We struggle with the explanations because we're being honest with the fact that we don't know. You guys are the ones that have, you guys have basically a rescue blanket, which is God. Everything that can happen that you don't have an answer for, you can say God did it. You're the one with the fairy tale and excuses.
That is completely unfair.
I want to ask you one
Carlos,
question.
Say, for example, you have a horse.
Isn't that God of the gaps?
Yes, that's exactly what you guys do.
I want to have one question. Wait, this is Carlos. Does science?
It's parsimonious because God can do anything.
No,
Carlos,
Well,
does
so
science?
of course.
Let me
Carlos,
ask you a question.
let me
If
say
you
one
have
thing.
one horse, you have a female horse, right? And then you have a male horse. And they produce a horse. For as long as those horses are alive and breeding, they're pretty much only going to produce horses. Now, what evolution aims to prove is that at one point or another, there's going to be some freak mutation, and that freak mutation is somehow going to be viable, and it's going to grow big and strong enough for it to interbreed with basically its own parents, because it's not, then you're saying two mutations happen.
No.
It doesn't break down like, I don't personally see the linkage between two animals, like two cats that produce more cats, and eventually there's some genetic mutation. Like I've seen, like, with kids with like Down syndrome or animals, one is born with an extra head or one is born with an extra leg, but like these mutations are not positive. They don't really encourage the belief that the offspring somehow change, whether it's minuscule, little by little. Maybe the horse eventually came out with stripes, and then it got a little smaller, and then it changed its ears a little bit, and now it's a zebra. It's just hard to believe that.
So let me.
No, hold on.
Carlos,
how is it hard to believe?
Carlos, listen just a second. I want to clarify something for you.
All right, but I just want to make it real clear that there's multiple of you guys. I'm the only atheist. You guys got to give me extra time.
Just stop. Okay, but I want to clarify something for you. I'm not arguing. I'm not asking you to argue against me. I want to clarify something for you. You made an accusation a little while ago about how we just throw a supernatural being at our problems, and I want to tell you very plainly that is an unfair and a false accusation, because our entire model is constrained to the biblical text, which existed thousands of years before the modern scientific method did, and we still constrain it that way, and it provides good explanatory power. As
the biblical text is just you using God as a gap filler. That's all you're doing. Neither of our positions actually exactly know certain things, but what you're doing is saying we have a book that tells us what the answer is, and that the answer is God.
It's a historic eyewitness observation. Science cannot exist without historic.
It is not a historic eyewitness observation. It is a claim that there are historic eyewitness observations.
Listen very closely. The scientific method will not work without historic observation, and that's what the Bible is. It's historic observation.
That's what I wanted to say.
No, science doesn't work without induction. That's not the same as historic observation. It works. It's induction.
Let me necessarily believe what the Bible says, but you got to understand that the Bible was written by multiple people over thousands of years apart, without the technology to be able to properly document or store it in a Google Drive. Like, there has to have been an eyewitness account.
It's inspired by God. That's irrelevant. That shouldn't be an issue. That even shouldn't even be an issue. That kind of goes against your point.
You're also missing the point that the biblical text, the history that we do have, a lot of it is technically, you might call it agnostic to the origins debate, but a whole lot of it is confirmable through archaeology. A whole lot. And what's not is basically just undiscovered territory, not contradictory evidence.
No, what's not, and what's not is also things that are supernatural that we have no inductive or historical reason to actually believe. We have no
Carlos,
historical or inductive reason to
no
believe that
naturalistic
Jesus walked
explanation
on
for the
water.
formation. You have no explanation for the formation of a planet or a star or a Big Bang.
Yes,
or
we
anything
do.
else.
The astrology has that for you.
You say
No,
words
no.
for it, but physics does not endorse that.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. If it did,
Yes,
you would
it
have an
does.
FEA model that would show how it happens, but no such FEA model.
Wait,
All right.
Carlos.
Dan's been trying to
Technically,
jump
that's
in.
a different subject. The formation of planets isn't that like a different subject than evolution?
It kind of is.
Yeah.
But Carlos, look, I think with the whole evolution model, like I said, I really want to, me personally, as a creation, someone who believes in God, I used to believe that like maybe evolution was the method that God used. Maybe when God said, let there be light, he actually is the one that sparked the Big Bang, and that's what spread everything. I've grown a lot in my faith, and I don't believe that anymore. But I've had that belief in the past, and I really want to try to find the gap between, like, we're not just trying to put God in and kind of find like a cop out. Oh, well, God did it. It's a lot of the stuff in the Bible that was written 4,000 years ago. See, the Bible is the most preserved piece of literature that exists in the entire world right now. And it's probably going to be that way for the rest of our lifetime. How do you explain that all the references, all the locations that are mentioned in the Bible, that all of these are still real places? So, I mean, you're the one that's technically...
Your answer for everything is that God caused it.
It's
that is
not.
literally God of the back. Yeah.
Listen.
In the Bible,
Don't other holy books reference real places too?
To keep calling it Egypt? If it's such a fairy tale, if it's so made up, why do we still have rivers like the Euphrates, which are clearly referenced in the Bible?
Because people, for the same reason that when I read a manga, there's a manga where it uses religious references. People like references. People that believe in that story are going to name things after that story. There are people that like Naruto that name their children after Naruto characters. You're not making a point. Does that mean Naruto is true? No.
Listen, Carlos.
Okay, Dan's been trying to say. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, let Dan say something.
Carlos, does science deal with the unknown or does science deal with the known?
And after you answer that question, guys, we're almost at the 5-hour mark. We've had some bonus minutes in because this has been so fun. It's been a great open mic Q&A section. We're going to wrap it up. I do want to thank everybody for joining. The audience has been great. We've had a lot of excellent questions. Dr. Hovind gave us an awesome first 2 hours of this night. So whoever wants to answer that question, go ahead, and then we're going to wrap things up.
If your question is an exclusive or, I think it's a false dichotomy. I think it's both, an inclusive or.
All right. Well,
okay, go ahead.
Don't worry. You know what? I'm going to talk to Kent, and we're going to implement another one of these Q&A nights as soon as possible. We've got shows for the rest of the week, though. Tomorrow, we're going to be here at 7. I've already confirmed with Robertson Jenis and Jackson Rowe. We've got the great geocentrism debate. So I think this is going to be a ton of fun. To those that love eschatology, I've already booked next month's Night of Eschatology event. This is the thumbnail for our previous one. I got to get that one ready, as well as several other end times theology related debates. So, okay, for those who tuned in, thank you so much. For those on the panel, great job to all of you. It's been an awesome night. Carlos, reach out to me, and we could always set up.
Yeah, send me your email.
Yeah, we can set up a debate with you and Kent. I'm sure the audience would enjoy listening to that. And you and I, we can continue having our discussion.
Also, I would be interested if you guys, in being able to get more. I got a notebook over here that I want to be able to write down topics or papers or people that you guys think I should look into. So if any I have that to send to Donnie, and Donnie could let me that, let me know.
I will say, Carlos, you've been in the Lions. Oh, T-Rod, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a closing remark, not argumentative. Just I want to make a clarification, and then I'm going to duck out too. I've got things to take care of. But my clarification I want to make in closing is that we were talking earlier about kinds, the biblical definition of kinds. I want to point out for Carlos' benefit, just so you'll know, the word kind in the Bible actually does appear to me to have a contextual meaning, which means it's like most modern English words. It has more than one meaning, and that's determined in the context. So you'd have to read the book of Leviticus, for example, when it delineates different kinds of animals that you can and can't eat. I want to point that out for you. But having said that, in Leviticus, the word kind in its context more approaches the idea of species. But having said all that, when you hear creationists talk about kinds, they're almost universally referring to the created kind, which is a different context. So the created kind, we're talking about specifically, this is how they were created. This is how all the modern this is where all the modern species came from. I just want to clarify that for you, so you'll understand how the word kind is defined in the Bible in a more complete sense.
Yeah, I think that's a much more interesting definition to have to engage with. I would definitely like to do that some other time. Thank you,
I've got to go. I'll see you guys later. Thank you, Donnie, for putting up with us and hosting this event.
Fun. It's been good. We got a great crew. We got a great crew tonight. Go ahead, Brian.
All right. I was going to say this is a change of pace, because usually it's a few of us creationists and a bunch of evolutionists. So Carlos was kind of in the hot seat tonight.
Yeah.
I enjoy it, guys. Honestly, I prefer it. It's fun.
Well, it gives you plenty of time to talk to us creationists, right, Carlos? So I did want to say that. You stole that right out of my mouth there, Brian. Carlos, you've been in the Lion's Den. You've been a good sport. You've engaged with all of us basically the whole night, and you've made the discussion that much more fun, because it's much better oftentimes in these discussing these issues with those we disagree with. Then it's not an echo chamber, right? So we can bounce ideas
and
off of each other.
I appreciate that, honestly. I know obviously a lot of the things I said probably sound brainless to you guys, and whatnot. But I still enjoy the back and forth regardless. I think it's fun and a nice way to engage. One thing I did want to ask though was Josh, just because I don't want to let this go. Josh, can you please tell me about the 6-toe, 6-finger thing? Because I don't know why, that just was real interesting to me.
Wait, guys, Josh, before you, okay, fine. Josh, answer real quick. Then we really got to wrap it up. Go ahead.
Honestly, Carlos, I have like a bunch of VHS. I have every single VHS like ever written about like Bible stuff. This VHS here, the ancient histories, David and Goliath. I watched this like 100 times, and there's a specific part there where they talk about that David was fighting Goliath and how Goliath had 6 toes. I'll try to find that and get that video clip, and then I'll share it next time.
Okay, cool.
All right, guys. Lots of great subjects tonight: end times theology, soteriology, creation, evolution, ancestry, a little bit of everything. So with that, God bless all. Thank you for tuning in, and Standing for Truth is out.